The Memoirs of Casanova by Giacomo Casanova. Read by Benedict Cumberbatch. In 1715, my father, then only 19 years old, fell madly in love with an actress named Fragoletta. He left the family home in Parma with her and became an actor. But after a few years he abandoned her and joined a troupe of comedians then performing at the San Samuel Theatre in Venice. Opposite the house in which he lodged there happened to live a shoemaker named Jerome Ferrusi, with his wife, Mazia, and Zanetta, their only daughter, a perfect beauty aged 16. The young actor fell in love with this girl, succeeded in winning her affection, and got her to agree to a runaway marriage. It was the only way to win her, for in her parents' eyes a play actor was the lowest of the low. The young lovers, provided with the necessary certificates and accompanied by 2 witnesses, presented themselves before the Patriarch of Venice, who performed the marriage ceremony. I was born 9 months later, on the 2nd of April, 1725. Mazia forgave her daughter as soon as she learned that my father had promised never to compel her to appear on the stage. This is a promise which all actors make to the girls they marry, a promise their wives never much care about asking them to keep. Anyway, it turned out to be a very fortunate thing for my mother that she did learn how to act. For 9 years later, having been left a widow with 6 children, she survived only because she could earn a living in that profession. I was only 1 year old when my parents went off to London, where my father had an engagement, and I was left in the care of my grandmother. It was in London that my mother made her first appearance on the stage, and it was there that she gave birth to my brother, Francois, the celebrated painter. Towards the end of 1728, my mother returned to Venice with her husband, and as she'd now become an actress, she continued her artistic career. In 1730, she was delivered of my brother Jean, who later became director of the Academy of Painting at Dresden. During the 3 following years, she became the mother of 2 daughters and another son, who became a priest. I was just over 8 years old when my father was afflicted with an abscess in the head, which carried him off in a week. He was only 36 years of age. Beautiful and young as my mother was, she declined all the offers of marriage which were made to her, and, placing her trust in Providence, she courageously devoted herself to the task of bringing up her young family. She considered it a duty to think of me before the others because I was a very weak creature, without any appetite, prone to attacks of nosebleeds, and unable to apply myself to anything. Physicians disagreed as to the cause of the disease. Monsieur Baffo, a great friend of my father, consulted the celebrated Dr. Macop of Padua, who sent him his opinion in writing recommending a change of air. Monsieur Baffo then set about sending me to Padua. A good boarding-house was found, and on the 2nd of April, 1734, the very day I reached my 9th year, I was taken to Padua along the Brenta Canal, accompanied by my mother, Monsieur Baffo, and another gentleman. I was to board in the house of an old Sclavonian woman. When we arrived, my small trunk was laid open before her, together with 6 sequins for 6 months' lodging paid in advance. For this small sum she undertook to feed me, keep me clean, and send me to a day school. Protesting that it wasn't enough, she nevertheless accepted these terms. I was kissed and strongly commanded to be always obedient and good, and I was left with her. In this way, my family got rid of me. Soon as I was left alone with the Sclavonian woman, she took me up to the garret, where she pointed out my bed in a row with 4 others. 3 belonged to boys of my age then at school, and the 4th to a servant girl, whose job it was to watch us and prevent the many peccadilloes to which schoolboys are wont. I felt neither happy nor unhappy. I had neither fear nor hope. The only thing which grated upon me was the mistress of the house. Everything in that woman was repulsive to me. She was tall and coarse like a trooper. Her complexion was yellow, her eyebrows long and thick, and her chin gloried in a respectable bristly beard. To complete the picture, her hideous, half-naked bosom was hanging halfway down her long chest. Towards noon, my 3 companions came back from school, and they at once greeted me as if we were old friends. After a while we were summoned to dinner, which consisted of a very poor soup, followed by a small portion of dried cod and 1 apple each. After dinner, the servant took me to the school kept by a young priest, Dr. Gossi. He saw his first task as being to teach me to write. For this purpose, I was placed in a class of children of 5 and 6, who didn't fail to ridicule me on account of my age. On my return to the boarding house, I had my supper, which was worse than the dinner. I was then put to bed, but there, 3 well-known species of vermin kept me awake all night. Besides the rats, which, running all over the garret, jumped on my bed and fairly made my blood run cold with fright. And so I began to learn how to suffer misery with patience. The vermin which feasted upon me lessened my fear of the rats, and by a lucky system of compensation, dread of the rats made me less sensitive to the bites of the vermin. As soon as it was daylight, I ran out of the wretched garret, and after complaining to the servant girl of all I'd endured during the night, I asked her to give me a clean shirt. But she answered that I could only change my linen on a Sunday, and laughed at me when I threatened to complain to the mistress. Sorely depressed, I went to school, but only to sleep through the morning. One of my comrades, hoping to make me an object of ridicule, told the doctor why I was so sleepy. The good priest, however, to whom without doubt Providence had guided me, called me into his room, listened to all I had to say, and saw with his own eyes the proofs of my misery. Moved by the sight of the blisters which disfigured my innocent skin, he took up his cloak and went with me to the boarding-house. There, Dr. Gossi informed the woman that he would not allow me back into his school unless I was sent as clean as his other pupils. This forced the old shrew to change the bed linen and provide me with a clean shirt. My schoolmaster took particular care in instructing me, and to show my proper appreciation, I gave myself up to my studies. At the end of the first month I could write so well that I was promoted to the grammar class. The new life I was leading and the air of Padua brought me health such as I'd never enjoyed before. But that very state of blooming health made it even more difficult for me to bear the hunger I was compelled to endure. I was growing rapidly, and my appetite was ravenous. Soon I was getting up every night to forage for food. I found herrings in the larder. Every new-laid egg that I could discover in the poultry yard, warm and just dropped by the hen, was a most delicious treat. I would even go as far as the kitchen of the schoolmaster in the hope of pilfering something to eat. The Sclavonian woman, unable to catch the thieves, turned away servant after servant. But, in spite of all my expeditions, since I couldn't always find something to steal, I was as thin as a walking skeleton. My progress at school, though, was rapid, and Dr. Gossi, who liked me, called me into his study one day and asked whether I'd care to leave the Sclavonian woman and live with him and his family. Finding me delighted at his offer, he gave me 2 letters to copy. One was sent to my friend Baffo, and the other to my grandmother. In them I described my sufferings, and I foretold my death if I weren't immediately removed from my boarding-house and placed under the care of my schoolmaster, who was prepared to receive me. But he wanted 2 sequins a month. Monsieur Baffo consulted with my grandmother, who wasn't able to write, and in his reply he informed me that I'd soon find myself in a happier situation. Within a week, the excellent old woman who loved me until her death made her appearance as I was sitting down to my dinner. When she saw the truth of what I had written, she immediately removed me from the house, and I was soon to be lodged with Dr. Gossi. My schoolmaster's family was composed of his mother, father, and sister. His mother had great reverence for him because, a peasant by birth, she didn't think herself worthy of having a son who was a priest, still more a doctor of divinity. His father, a shoemaker by trade, worked all day long and never spoke a word to anyone, not even during meals. Dr. Gossi's sister, called Bettina, was 13, pretty, lively, and a great reader of romances. This girl at once took my fancy, and little by little she kindled in my heart the first spark of that passion which afterwards became in me the ruling one. Bettina would comb my hair every morning, often before I was out of bed, saying that she hadn't time to wait until I was dressed. She washed my face, my neck, my chest, lavishing on me childish caresses which I thought innocent, but which caused me to be angry with myself because they excited me. Since at 10 I was 3 years younger than she was, it seemed to me that she couldn't love me with any idea of mischief, and the consciousness of my own vicious excitement put me out of temper with myself. When seated on my bed, she'd say that I was getting stouter, and insisted on having the proof of it with her own hands. She caused me the most intense emotion. When I was dressed, she often gave me the sweetest kisses, calling me her darling child. But whatever wish I might have to reciprocate, I wasn't yet bold enough. After some time, however, as Bettina laughed at my timidity, I became more daring and returned her kisses. But I always stopped the moment I felt a wish to go further. I'd turn my head, pretending to look for something, and she'd go away. She was scarcely out of the room, though, before I was in despair at not having followed through my inclination. In the early autumn, the doctor received 3 new boarders. One of them, an ignorant, coarse boy of 15 named Cordiani, seemed in less than a month to be on very friendly terms with Bettina. I began to harbour within myself a feeling of pride, mixed with a sort of contempt for Bettina. She soon guessed it, for when she came to comb my hair while I was in bed, I'd repulse her hands and no longer return her kisses. One day, in tones of commiseration, she told me that I was jealous of Cordiani. I answered that in my view Cordiani was as worthy of her as she was of him. She went away smiling, but the blow struck home, and she was determined on revenge. The only way she could think of was to make me fall in love with her. One morning when the doctor had gone out to say his mass, she came to me as I was in bed and brought me a pair of white stockings she'd knitted. After dressing my hair, she asked me to try the stockings on, to make sure that they were all right. As she was putting them on, she remarked that my legs weren't clean, and without any more ado she began to wash them. Ashamed for her to think me bashful, I let her do as she liked, not foreseeing what would happen. Seated on my bed, Bettina carried her love for cleanliness too far, and her curiosity caused me such intense voluptuousness that the feeling didn't stop until it could be carried no further. Having recovered my calm, I thought myself guilty, and begged her forgiveness. She didn't expect this, and after considering for a few moments, she told me kindly that the fault was entirely her own, but that she'd never again be guilty of it. And she went out of the room, leaving me to my own thoughts. They were of a cruel character. It seemed to me that I'd brought dishonour upon Bettina, betrayed her family's confidence, and offended against the sacred laws of hospitality. In short, that I could atone only by marrying her. These thoughts led to a deep melancholy, which increased day by day, for Bettina entirely ceased her morning visits to my bedside. But after a while I felt convinced that the act she'd been guilty of with me had been deliberate, and that it was feelings of repentance that kept her away. And so I made up my mind to write to her. I composed a letter, short, but calculated to restore peace to her mind, whether she thought herself guilty or suspected me of feelings contrary to those which she might expect from me. Half an hour after the receipt of my letter, she told me herself that the next morning she'd pay me her usual visit. But the next morning I waited in vain, and later that day events took a strange turn. Dr. Gossi's godfather, a man of advanced years, lived in the country. Following a severe illness, he thought himself very near his end. He sent a carriage to the doctor with a request that the doctor and his father came to him at once, as he wished them to be present at his death, and to pray for his departing soul. The old shoemaker drained a bottle, donned his Sunday clothes, and went off with his son. I thought this a very favourable opportunity, and managed to tell Bettina that I'd leave the door of my room ajar, and that I'd wait for her as soon as everyone in the house had gone to bed. She promised to come. Bettina slept on the ground floor in a small room divided only by a partition from her father's study. As the doctor was away, I was alone in his large bedchamber on the first floor where I slept. The 3 boarders slept in a different part of the house, and so I had no mishap to fear. I was delighted at the idea that at last I'd reached the moment I had so ardently desired. The instant I was in my room, I bolted the door and opened the one leading to the passage so that Bettina only needed to push it in order to come in. I put my light out, but didn't undress. Until midnight I waited without feeling much anxiety. But I heard the clock strike 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning without seeing Bettina. My blood began to boil, and I was soon in a state of furious rage. Outside it was snowing hard, but I shook from anger more than from cold. 1 hour before daybreak, unable to master my impatience any longer, I made up my mind to go downstairs with bare feet so as not to wake the dog, and to place myself at the bottom of the stairs within a yard of Bettina's door. When I got there, her door was closed, and, as it could be locked only from inside, I imagined that Bettina had fallen asleep. I was on the point of knocking, but was prevented by fear of rousing the dog, so I sat down on the last step of the stairs. At daybreak, numb and shivering with cold, afraid that the servant would see me, I determined to go back to my room. I stand up, but at that very moment I hear some noise in Bettina's room. Certain that I'm going to see her, and hope lending me new strength, I step nearer the door. It opens. But instead of Bettina, who do I see coming out but Cordiani? He gives me such a furious kick in the stomach that I'm thrown back off my feet. Then Cordiani is off, and he locks himself in the room he shares with the Feltrini brothers. Furious, I pick myself up, intending to take my revenge on Bettina. But I find her door locked. I kick it. The dog starts a loud barking, and I make a hurried retreat to my room, where I throw myself into bed to heal mind and body, for I was half dead. Deceived, humbled, ill-treated, an object of contempt to the happy and triumphant Cordiani, I spent 3 hours ruminating the darkest schemes of revenge. To poison them both seemed to me but a trifle in that terrible moment. This project gave way to another as extravagant as cowardly, namely to go at once to Bettina's brother and disclose everything to him. I was still in that state of mind when suddenly I heard outside my door the gruff voice of Bettina's mother. She was begging me to come down, adding that her daughter was dying. As I would have been very sorry if she'd departed this life before she could feel the effects of my revenge, I got up hurriedly and went downstairs. I found Bettina lying in her father's bed, writhing with fearful convulsions, and surrounded by the whole family. Half-dressed, nearly bent in two, she was throwing her body now to the right, now to the left, striking at random with her feet and with her fists, and extricating herself by violent shaking from the hands of those trying to keep her down. With this sight before me and the night's adventures still in my mind, I hardly knew what to think. I had no knowledge of human nature, no knowledge of artifice and tricks. So I couldn't understand how I found myself coolly witnessing such a scene, nor how I could stand composed and calm in the presence of two beings, one of whom I intended to kill, and the other to dishonor. At the end of an hour, Bettina fell asleep. A nurse and Dr. Olivo came soon afterwards. The first said that the convulsions were caused by hysterics, but the doctor said no and prescribed rest and cold baths. I said nothing, but I couldn't help laughing at them, for I knew, or rather guessed, that Bettina's sickness was the result either of her nocturnal employment or the fright she must have felt at my meeting with Cordiani. At all events, I didn't suspect for a second that her illness was all sham, for I didn't give her credit for so much cleverness. Nevertheless, I determined to postpone my revenge until the return of her brother. To go back to my room, I had to pass through Bettina's closet, and seeing her dress handy on the bed, I took it into my head to search her pockets. And indeed, I found a small note. Recognizing Cordiani's handwriting, I took possession of it to read it in my room. But I marvelled at the girl's imprudence, for her mother might have discovered it, and being unable to read would very likely have given it to the doctor, her son. I thought she must have taken leave of her senses, and my feelings may be appreciated when I read the following words. As your father is away, it is not necessary to leave your door ajar as usual. When we leave the supper table, I will go to your closet. You will find me there." I gave way to an irresistible fit of laughter. Seeing how completely I'd been duped, I thought I was cured of my love. Cordiani appeared to me deserving of forgiveness, and Bettina of contempt. Thinking it over, I congratulated myself upon having received a lesson of such importance for the remainder of my life. I even went so far as to acknowledge to myself that Bettina had been quite right in giving the preference to Cordiani, who was 15 years old, while I was only a child. Yet, in spite of my good inclination to forgive him, the kick administered by Cordiani was still heavy upon my memory, and I couldn't help keeping a grudge against him. At noon, as we were at dinner in the kitchen, Bettina began again to raise piercing screams. Everybody rushed to her room, but I quietly kept my seat and finished my dinner, after which I went to my studies. In the evening, when I came down to supper, I found that Bettina's bed had been brought to the kitchen close by her mother's, but it was no concern of mine, and when she had fresh fits of convulsions during the night and the next morning, I remained likewise perfectly unconcerned. Dr. Gossi and his father returned in the evening. Cordiani, who felt uneasy, came to inquire from me what my intentions were, but I rushed towards him with an open penknife in my hand, and he beat a hasty retreat. All the same, I had entirely abandoned the idea of relating the night's scandalous adventure to the doctor. For such a project I could entertain only in a moment of excitement and rage. My mind hadn't yet acquired sufficient coolness to mature schemes of heroic revenge. This was only my apprenticeship in such adventures. After all, I was only 12 years of age. I remained in Padua until my 15th year, when I took the degree of Doctor of Civil Law. I'd been studying law against my will. My real vocation was to study medicine and to practice it, for I felt a great inclination for that profession, but no heed was given to my wishes. In fact, I never became either a physician or an advocate, and throughout my life I've never applied to a lawyer when I had any legal business, nor called in a physician when I happened to be ill. To attend the lectures of the professors, I had to go to the university called the Beau, and it wasn't long before I'd made the very worst acquaintances amongst the most renowned students. As a matter of course, the most renowned were the most worthless, dissolute fellows, gamblers, frequenters of disorderly houses, hard drinkers, debauchees, and wholly incapable of any good or virtuous feeling. It was in the company of such men that I began my apprenticeship of the world. Finding that I was a thorough freshman, they undertook my education, and with that worthy purpose in view, they allowed me to fall blindly into every trap. They taught me gambling, won the little I possessed, and then they made me play upon trust, and put me up to dishonest practices in order to procure the means of paying my gambling debts. They taught me how to behave in the company of quarrelsome duellists. I avoided the snares of the professional lewd women they introduced me to, because not one seemed as pretty as Bettina. But I didn't resist so well their arrogant attitude that holds life cheap. In those days, the students carried about them forbidden weapons, seduced helpless girls, and often disturbed the public peace with their nocturnal broils and impudent practical jokes. In a word, they were a body of young fellows whom nothing could restrain. Unfortunately, I indulged in expenses far above my means, owing to my unwillingness to seem poorer than my new friends. I sold or pledged everything I possessed, and I contracted debts which I couldn't possibly pay. Not knowing which way to turn, I wrote to my excellent grandmother, begging her assistance. But instead of sending me some money, she came to Padua on the 1st of October, 1739, and after thanking the doctor and Bettina for all their affectionate care, she brought me back to Venice. He comes from Padua, where he has completed his studies. Such were the words by which I was everywhere introduced. The curate of San Samuel, the Abbé Josello, presented me to the Patriarch of Venice, who gave me the tonsure. 4 months afterwards, by special favour, the Patriarch admitted me to the 4 minor orders. No words could express the joy and the pride of my grandmother. The curate Josello also provided me with an introduction to Monsieur de Malipiero, and I became very attached to this gentleman. Monsieur de Malipiero was a senator who at 70 years of age was unwilling to attend any more to state affairs. A wealthy bachelor, he enjoyed a happy, sumptuous life in his mansion, surrounded every evening by a well-chosen party of ladies who'd all known how to make the best of their younger days, and of gentlemen who were always acquainted with the news of the town. It was here, on the eve of Ascension Day, 1741, that a Monsieur Manzoni introduced me to a young courtesan named Juliette, who was at that time a great celebrity in Venice. She'd been introduced to high society by the Marquis de San Vitali, a nobleman from Parma who'd given her 100,000 ducats for her favours. Her beauty was then the talk of Venice, and it was fashionable to call upon her. To converse with her, and especially to be admitted into her circle, was considered a great boon. Monsieur Manzoni introduced me to Juliette as a young ecclesiastic who was beginning to make a reputation. I found her reclining on a sofa, surrounded by 7 or 8 well-seasoned admirers. She scrutinized me from head to foot, as if I was being offered for sale. Then, with the air of a princess, she said that she wasn't sorry to make my acquaintance, and invited me to take a seat. I began then, in my turn, to examine her closely and deliberately. Juliette was then in her 18th year. Although she was heavily made up, the freshness of her complexion was dazzling. Her perfect teeth made one overlook the fact that her mouth was somewhat too large, and the rings which covered her fingers didn't prevent me from noticing that her hand was too large and fleshy. Moreover, in spite of her carefully hiding her feet, I judged, by a telltale slipper lying close by her dress, that they were too large to please a man of refined taste. Altogether, I found her beautiful. But when I compared her beauty and the price of 100,000 ducats paid for it, I marvelled at my remaining so cold. After my introduction to Juliette, I paid her 4 or 5 visits. So when my opinion of her was asked one evening in Monsieur de Malipiero's drawing-room, I thought myself justified in saying that she could please only a glutton with depraved tastes, that she had neither the fascination of a simple nature nor any knowledge of society, and that she was deficient in those talents which a thorough gentleman liked to find in a woman. This opinion met the general approbation of his friends, but Monsieur de Malipiero kindly whispered to me that Juliette would certainly be informed of the portrait I'd drawn of her, and that she'd become my sworn enemy. He'd guessed rightly. One evening I called upon Juliette with Monsieur Manzoni, and she told him that a wonderful judge of beauty had found flaws in her, but she took good care not to specify them. It wasn't difficult to make out that she was indirectly firing at me, and I prepared myself for the ostracism which I was expecting. However, she kept it in abeyance for fully an hour. At last, our conversation falling upon a concert given a few days before by Emer, the actor, in which his daughter Thérèse had taken a brilliant part, Juliette turned to me and inquired what Monsieur de Malipiero did for Thérèse. I said he was educating her. "And no doubt doing it very well," she answered, "for he's a man of talent. But I'd like to know what he can do with you. I'm told he thinks you're rather stupid." Of course she had the laugh on her side, and I, confused, uncomfortable, and not knowing what to say, took my leave, determined never to darken her door again. The next day at dinner the account of my adventure caused the old senator much amusement. It was about this time that I fell in love with the niece of the abbé, a girl called Angela. Day by day my love for her increased. But Angela was virtuous. She didn't object to my love, but she wished me to renounce the church and to marry her. In spite of my infatuation, I couldn't make up my mind to take such a step, and I went on seeing her and courting her in the hope that she'd alter her decision. Throughout the summer, I carried on a course of platonic love with my charming Angela at the house of her teacher of embroidery, but her extreme reserve excited me, and my love had almost become a torment to myself. My pathetic entreaties had less effect upon her than upon the 2 young sisters who were her companions and friends. These 2 sisters shared Angela's embroidery lessons, and were the confidants of all her secrets. I made their acquaintance and found that they disapproved of her extreme reserve towards me. Whenever I happened to meet them alone, I tell them all my sorrows, and, thinking only of my cruel sweetheart, I was never conceited enough to propose that these girls might fall in love with me. The teacher of embroidery, an old bigot who at first appeared not to mind my attention to Angela, got tired at last of my too frequent visits, and mentioned them to her uncle, the abbé. He told me kindly one day that I oughtn't to call at the house so often, as my constant visits might prove detrimental to his niece's reputation. I promised to follow his good advice. 3 or 4 days later, I visited the embroidery teacher, and, not stopping for an instant near the girls, yet contrived to slip into the hand of the eldest of the 2 sisters, Nanette, a note enclosing another for my dear Angela. In this I explained why I had been compelled to discontinue my visits, and begged her to devise some means by which we could meet. In my note to Nanette, I asked her to give my letter to her friend, adding that I'd see them again the day after the morrow, and that I trusted to her to find an opportunity for delivering me the answer. Nanette managed it all very cleverly, and when I returned 2 days later, she gave me a letter without attracting anyone's attention. Nanette's letter enclosed a very short note from Angela, who disliked letter-writing. She merely advised me to follow her friend's plan. Nanette wrote, "Reverend Sir, there is nothing in the world that I would not do for my friend. She visits our house every holiday, has supper with us, and sleeps under our roof. The best way is for you to make the acquaintance of Madame Oriot, our aunt. Madame Oriot, although a woman of good station in life, is not wealthy, and she wishes to have her name entered on the list of noble widows who receive the grants bestowed by the Confraternity of the Holy Sacrament, of which Monsieur de Malipiero is president. Last Sunday, Angela mentioned that you are in the good graces of that nobleman, and that the best way to obtain his patronage would be to ask you to entreat it in her behalf. My aunt has therefore written the letter which you will find at your house. Should you succeed in obtaining Monsieur de Malipiero's goodwill in favour of my aunt, you will become the pet of the household. When you call, you must forgive me if I appear to treat you with coolness, for I have said that I do not like you. I will manage for you an opportunity for some private conversation with Angela. Adieu." The same evening I received Madame Oriot's letter, so I called upon her the following day, Sunday. I was welcomed in a very friendly manner, and when the lady entreated me to exert my influence with Monsieur de Malipiero on her behalf, I undertook to do my utmost. I had so much at stake in the success of Madame Oriot's petition that I thought of nothing else. Knowing the power of the beautiful Thérèse Imer over our amorous senator, I determined to call upon her the next day. I went straight to her room without being announced. I found her alone with the physician Doro, who, feigning to be on a professional visit, wrote a prescription, felt her pulse, and went off. This Doro was suspected of being in love with Thérèse. Monsieur de Malipiero, who was jealous, had forbidden Thérèse to receive him, and she'd promised not to. Knowing I was aware of this, she certainly had no wish for the old man to hear how she kept her word. I thought this an ideal opportunity for obtaining from her everything I wished. Briefly, I told her the object of my visit, taking care to add that she could rely upon my discretion and that I wouldn't for the world do her any injury. Grateful for this assurance, Thérèse answered that she'd rejoice at finding an occasion to oblige me. She kept her word, for the very next day she placed in my hands the brevet signed by His Excellency as President of the Confraternity. Madame Oriot's name had been put down to share the largesse, which was distributed twice a year. Nanette and her sister Martin were the orphan nieces of Madame Oriot. They lived with her in her house, sleeping together on the 3rd floor in a large bed, which was also shared by Angela every Sunday. I let Nanette know the successful outcome of my efforts on behalf of Madame Oriot, and the next time I called, Nanette slipped me a note. As soon as I'd presented Madame Oriot with the deed she'd so long desired, I made my excuses and left the room. The moment I was alone, I opened my letter. "My aunt will invite you to supper. Do not accept. Go away as soon as we sit down, and Martin will escort you to the street door. But do not leave the house. Go up to the 3rd floor. We'll come up the moment our aunt's gone to bed. Angela will be at liberty to grant you throughout the night a tete-a-tete, which I trust will prove a happy one." I returned to Madame Orio's sitting room overwhelmed with happiness. On my reappearance, she told me with many heartfelt thanks that I must for the future consider myself as a privileged and welcome friend, and the evening passed off very pleasantly. As the hour for supper drew near, I excused myself so well that Madame Orio could not insist upon my accepting her invitation to stay. Martin rose to accompany me out of the room. She opened and closed the street door very noisily and re-entered the sitting-room. I went upstairs softly. When I reached the third landing, I found the two sisters' room, and throwing myself upon a sofa, I waited patiently for the rising of the star of my happiness. An hour passed amidst the sweetest dreams of my imagination. At last I hear the noise of the street door opening and closing, and, a few minutes after, the two sisters come in. "Where's Angela?" I inquired. "She left with the abbé," said Nanette. "Yet she knows you're here." "She thinks she's made a fool of me," I said, "but I suspected she'd act in this way. You know her now. She's playing with me." "I doubt that," said Nanette. "But I'm afraid you're a prisoner here, because the house key is under our aunt's pillow, and the front door's opened only by herself as she goes to first mass in the morning. You can sleep in here tonight, and my sister can lie with me on the sofa in the next room." "I can't stop you," I said, "but it would be great unkindness on your part. Tell me, beautiful Nanette, if I were as much attached to you as I was to Angela, would you follow her example and make me unhappy?" "I don't know what I'd do." The sisters, laughing all the while, laid a cloth, brought out some bread, Parmesan cheese, and wine, and we tucked in. The wine, to which they weren't accustomed, went to their heads, and their gaiety was soon delightful. As I looked at them, I wondered at my blindness in not seeing their charms. After our supper, which was delicious, I sat between them, holding their hands, which I pressed to my lips, asking them whether they approved of Angela's conduct towards me. They both answered that it had made them shed many tears. "Then let us share the tender feelings of a brother and his sisters." The first kiss I gave them was prompted by entirely harmless motives, and they returned the kiss, as they assured me a few days afterwards, only to prove to me that they reciprocated my brotherly feelings. But those innocent kisses, as we repeated them, very soon became ardent ones, and kindled a flame which certainly took us by surprise. We stopped, as by common consent, looking at each other very much astonished and rather serious. Then we spoke of Angela, and I expressed my determination never to see her again, as I had every proof that she didn't care for me. "She loves you," said the artless Martin. "I know she does. But she's quite determined not to grant you even a kiss as long as you aren't her acknowledged fiancé. How do you know that she loves me?" "As you've promised to be our brother, I can tell you. When Angela is in bed with me, she hugs me and kisses me and calls me her dear abbé." Nanette, laughing heartily, placed her hand on her sister's lips, but the innocent confession had such an effect upon me that I could hardly control myself. Martin told Nanette that I couldn't possibly be ignorant of what takes place between girls sleeping together. "It can't be helped now," said Nanette, "but such things oughtn't to be mentioned." "It doesn't matter," I said. "I don't mean to speak to Angela any more. She thinks only of herself. She knows what I suffer, and her conduct would be very different if she loved me. In the meantime, thanks to her imagination, she finds a way of satisfying herself with the charming Martin, who kindly performs the part of her husband." Nanette laughed louder, but I kept very serious, and I went on talking to her sister. I said that very likely, and to reciprocate her kindness, Angela must likewise have been her husband. But she answered with a smile that Angela played husband only to Nanette, and Nanette couldn't deny it. "But," I said, "what name did Nanette in her rapture give to her husband?" "Nobody knows." "Do you love anyone, Nanette?" "I do, but my secret is my own." This reserve gave me the suspicion that I had something to do with her secret, and that Nanette was Angela's rival. Such a delightful conversation caused me to lose the wish of passing an idle night with two girls so well made for love, so I pretended to be somewhat sleepy. Nanette, being the first to notice it, said, "Why not go to bed? We'll sleep on the sofa in the next room." I'd be a poor fellow indeed to agree to this. Go to bed yourselves, my charming friends, and I'll sleep in the next room. We can't accept. Take this bed. I can't sleep with my clothes on. Undress. We won't look at you. I'm not frightened of that, I said. But how could I find the heart to sleep while you're compelled to sit up because of me? Well, said Martin, we can lie down too, without undressing. If you show me such distrust, you'll offend me. Lie down near me in the bed, undressed, and rely on my word of honor that I won't lay even a finger on you. Show this much confidence in me, or I can't go to bed. I said no more and pretended to be very sleepy. They exchanged a few whispered words, and Martin told me to go to bed and that they'd follow me as soon as I was asleep. I turned my back to them, undressed quickly, and wishing them good night, went to bed. I immediately pretended to fall asleep, but soon I dozed in earnest, and only woke when they came to bed. Then, turning round as if I wished to resume my slumbers, I remained very quiet until I could suppose them fast asleep. Their backs were towards me, and the light was out, so I could only act at random. I paid my first compliments to the one who was lying on my right, not knowing whether she was Nanette or Martin. I find her bent forward, and in the only garment she'd kept on. Taking my time, I compel her by degrees to acknowledge that it's better to feign sleep and let me proceed. Her natural instincts soon working in concert with mine, I reach the goal, and my efforts, crowned with the most complete success, leave me not the shadow of a doubt that I have gathered those first fruits to which our prejudice attached so great an importance. Enraptured at having thus enjoyed my manhood truly and completely for the first time, I quietly leave my beauty in order to do homage to the other sister. I find her lying on her back like a person wrapped in profound slumber. Carefully managing my advance, as if I were afraid of waking her up, I begin by gently gratifying her senses, and I ascertain the delightful fact that, like her sister, she is still in possession of her maidenhood. As soon as a natural movement proves to me that love accepts the offering, I begin to do what is necessary to consummate the sacrifice. But at the very instant of the voluptuous crisis, she casts aside dissimulation. She gives way suddenly to the violence of her feelings, locks me in her arms, smothers me with her kisses, and shares my rapture, and love blends our souls in the most ecstatic enjoyment. Guessing her to be Nanette, I whisper her name. "Yes, I'm Nanette," she says, "and I'll be as happy as my sister if you prove yourself true and faithful. Until death, my beloved ones." Martin got up and lit a candle, and then we all three washed together, which made them laugh a good deal, and which gave new impetus to the ardour of our feelings. Sitting up naked, we ate the remains of our supper, then again retired to bed, where we spent a most delightful night giving each other mutual and oft-repeated proofs of our passion. Nanette was the recipient of my last bounties when Madame Oriot had already left the house to go to church. So I hastened my departure, after assuring the two lovely sisters that they had effectually extinguished whatever flame might still have flickered in my heart for Angela. I went home and slept soundly until dinner-time. At dinner, Monsieur de Malipiero remarked upon my cheerful looks and the dark circles around my eyes, but I kept my own counsel and allowed him to think whatever he pleased. The following day I paid a visit to Madame Oriot, and since Angela wasn't of the party, I stayed to supper. During the evening, Nanette contrived to give me a letter and a small parcel. The parcel contained a small lump of wax with the stamp of a key, and the letter told me to have a key made, and to use it to enter the house whenever I wished to spend the night with them. She informed me at the same time that Angela had slept with them the night following our adventures, and that, thanks to their usual practices, she'd guessed the real state of things. Angela, after abusing them most vehemently, had sworn never again to enter the house. A few days afterwards, good fortune delivered us from Angela. She was taken to Vicenza by her father. Thanks to her absence, I found myself the undisturbed possessor of the two charming sisters. From then on, I spent at least 2 nights every week with them, finding no difficulty in entering the house with the key which I'd speedily procured. Not long after, my grandmother fell ill, and I had to change all my habits, for I loved her too dearly not to surround her with every care and attention. I never left her until she breathed her last. She was unable to leave me anything, for during her life she'd given me all she could, and her death compelled me to adopt an entirely different mode of life. A month after her death, I received a letter from my mother informing me that, as there was no probability of her return to Venice, she had determined to give up the house. She told the Abbé Grimani, and I was to be guided entirely by his advice. He was instructed to sell the furniture and to place me, as well as my brothers and my sister, in a good boarding house. I called upon Grimani to assure him of my perfect disposition to obey his commands. Some time later I had a second letter from my mother, dated from Warsaw. In it she told me that a new acquaintance, then a learned minim friar, had agreed to take me under his wing if she could arrange for him to be granted a bishopric. Through the royal connections my mother had acquired, she did indeed arrange for him to be granted the bishopric of Monterano. "Faithful to his promise," wrote my mother, "the good bishop would take you with him about the middle of next year as he passes through Venice to reach Calabria. He will pave your way to the highest dignities of the Church, and you may imagine my consolation if, in some 20 or 30 years, I had the happiness of seeing you a bishop, at least." This news turned my brain. I looked upon my fortune as made, and I congratulated myself that I could leave my country without any regret. "Farewell, Venice," I exclaimed. "The days for vanity are gone by, and in the future I will only think of a substantial career." Monsieur Grimani congratulated me warmly on my good luck and promised all his friendly care to secure a good boarding house, to which I would go at the beginning of the year and where I would wait for the bishop's arrival. Monsieur de Malipiero, who in his own way had great wisdom, and who saw that in Venice I was plunging headlong into pleasures and dissipation, was delighted to see me on the eve of going somewhere else to fulfill my destiny, and much pleased with my ready acceptance of those new circumstances in my life. While I waited the bishop's visit, my mother wrote to Monsieur Grimani saying that it would be best if the bishop found me suitably lodged. Monsieur Grimani consulted with the Abbé Tosello, and the two thought that the best thing that they could do for me would be to send me to a clerical seminary. The plan appeared to me rather a good joke, and I gave my ready consent. A few days afterwards, having been dressed under the supervision of the Abbé as a pupil of a clerical seminary, I was taken to Saint-Cyprien de Murat and introduced to the rector, who received me with tender affection and great kindness. But in his address, which was full of unction, I thought I could perceive a suspicion on his part that my being sent to the seminary was a punishment, or at least a way to put a stop to an irregular life. Feeling hurt in my dignity, I told him at once, "Reverend Father, I don't think anyone wishes to punish me." "No, no, no, my son," he replied. "I only meant that you'd be very happy with us." We were then shown 3 halls, in which we found at least 150 students. Afterwards we were taken round the schoolrooms, the refectory, the dormitory, and the gardens for play hours, and every effort was taken to make me imagine life in such a place the happiest that could fall to the lot of a young man, and to make me suppose that I'd even regret the arrival of the bishop. Yet they all tried to cheer me up by saying that I'd only remained there 5 or 6 months. Their eloquence amused me greatly. The day before I entered the seminary, I prepared myself for my new life by passing the night with my 2 young friends, Ninette and Martin, who bathed their pillows with tears. The abbé accompanied me to the seminary in a gondola, but at Saint-Michel he had to stop when I was seized suddenly with a violent attack of vomiting. The apothecary cured me with some mint water. This attack was the result of the too frequent sacrifices which I'd been offering on the altar of love. Any lover will easily imagine my feelings during the last hours that I expected ever to spend with my two charming mistresses. I couldn't be induced to let the last offering be the last, and I went on offering until there was no more incense left. The priest committed me to the care of the rector, and my luggage was carried to the dormitory, where I went myself to deposit my cloak and my hat. My comrades of the dormitory received me with great kindness, and in the afternoon, at playtime, they gathered around me and made me very happy with their professions of friendship. One of them, about 15 years old, attracted my notice by his features as much as by his talents. He inspired me with a very warm friendship, and during recess, instead of playing skittles with the others, we always walked together. We conversed upon poetry, and we both delighted in the beautiful odes of Horace. After 4 days of acquaintance, we were fast friends. The dormitory was under the supervision of a lay friar who had the title of prefect, and it was his duty to keep us in good order. After supper, accompanied by this lay friar, we all proceeded to the dormitory. There, everyone had to go to his own bed, and to undress quietly after having said his prayers in a low voice. When all the pupils were in bed, the prefect would go to his own. The dormitory was 80 yards long and had beds placed along both sides at equal distances. My friend's bed was opposite mine, and between us was the lantern which was kept alight throughout the night. The principal duty of the prefect was to take care that no pupil should go and sleep with one of his comrades, for such a visit was never supposed an innocent one. It was taken for granted that any pupil who slept out of his own bed did so only for immoral purposes. As long as he stayed in his own bed, he could do what he liked, and so much the worse for him if he gave himself up to bad practices. Those who'd framed the regulations in our seminary were fools, without the slightest knowledge of either morals or human nature. Nature has wants which must be attended to. As for the abuse of nature, this would very seldom occur if the directors exercised proper wisdom and prudence, and didn't make a point of prohibiting it in a special and peculiar manner. Young people give way to dangerous excesses from a sheer delight in disobedience, a disposition very natural to humankind since it began with Adam and Eve. I'd been in the seminary for 9 or 10 days, when one night I felt someone stealing very quietly into my bed. My hand was at once clutched and my name whispered. I could hardly restrain my laughter. It was my friend, who, happening to wake and finding that the lantern was out, had taken a sudden fancy to pay me a visit. I very soon begged him to go away, for if the prefect were awake and we were discovered, we'd most likely find ourselves accused of some abominable offence. As I was giving him that good advice, we heard someone moving, and my friend made his escape. But immediately after he'd left me, I heard someone fall down, and at the same time the prefect's voice called, "You villain! Just you wait until tomorrow!" The next morning, before the ringing of the bell for rising, the rector, followed by the prefect, entered the dormitory. "You're aware of what took place last night," he said. "2 among you must be guilty, but I wish to forgive them. To save their honour, I promise that their names will not be made public, but I expect every one of you to come to me for confession before recess." In the afternoon, in obedience to his orders, we all went to him and confessed, after which we repaired to the garden. There my friend told me that, having unfortunately met the prefect after he'd left me, he'd thought that the best way was to knock him down, in order to get time to reach his own bed without being discovered. "And now," I said, "you're certain to be forgiven, for, of course, you've wisely confessed your error." "You're joking," answered my friend. "The good rector knows no more about this matter than he knew before." "Then you must have made a false confession." "Well, that may be so, but the rector's responsible for that. He was the one who forced us all to confess. You mustn't confess under compulsion." No more would have been said about the adventure if, a few nights later, I hadn't in my turn taken a fancy to return the visit paid by my friend. Towards midnight, hearing the loud snoring of the prefect, I quickly extinguished the lantern and went to lie beside my friend. He knew me at once and gladly received me, but we both listened attentively to the snoring of our keeper, and when it ceased, understanding our danger, I got up and reached my own bed in a second. But the moment I got in it, I had a double surprise. In the first place, I felt somebody lying there, and in the second, I saw the prefect, candle in hand, coming slowly along the dormitory, looking left and right into each bed. I immediately made up my mind to feign sleep. After 2 or 3 shakings given by the prefect, I pretended to wake up, and my bed companion woke up in earnest. Astonished at finding himself in my bed, he offered me an apology. I've made a mistake, he said. As I returned from the dark, from obeying a call of nature, I found your bed empty and mistook it for mine. Very likely, I replied. I had to get up too. I could perhaps have got away with this explanation had it not been discovered that the wick of the lantern had been crushed down. It was clear that someone had deliberately extinguished the light. As a result, the next day, my fellow student and I were administered 8 lashes with a rope. 4 days later, the Abbé Tosello came for me with instructions to bring me to Venice. I threw off my seminarist's habit, dressed myself in my normal clothes, and we took our departure by gondola. The abbé landed me near the convent of the Jesuits, and I went to beg a dinner from Madame Manzoni, who laughed heartily at my account of my misfortunes. At dinner everyone expressed a wish to hear my adventures, so I gave a faithful account of all that had occurred to me since my grandmother's death. I spoke for 3 hours, and they all showed so much sympathy that, as we parted for the night, I received from all an assurance of friendship and the offer of their services. This is a piece of good fortune which has never failed me. Whenever I met with honest persons and satisfied their curiosity about my misfortunes, I've inspired them with friendship and that sympathy. All I needed to do was to tell my story in a quiet and truthful manner, without even avoiding the facts which told against me. It's a simple secret. Experience has taught me that truth is a talisman, the charm of which never fails in its effect. On the 2nd of April, the fatal anniversary of my first appearance in this world, as I was getting up in the morning, I received a visit in my room from a very handsome Greek woman. She told me that her husband was being denied promotion to the rank of lieutenant because she'd refused his captain certain favours which she could bestow only upon her husband. She handed me some certificates and begged me to write a petition which she would present herself to the Secretary of War, adding that in payment she could offer me only her heart. I answered that perhaps something more than her heart was required, and this suggestion met only the objections that a pretty woman is always sure to feign for the sake of appearance. When I had exacted the necessary payment, I told her to come back at noon when the petition would be ready. She was punctual, and very kindly rewarded me a second time. In the evening, under the pretence of some alterations to be made in the petition, she afforded an excellent opportunity of reaping a third recompense. But alas, the path of pleasure is not strewn only with roses. 3 days later, I found, much to my dismay, that a serpent had been hidden under the flowers. It took 6 weeks of care and rigid diet to re-establish my health. When I met the handsome Greek woman again, I was foolish enough to reproach her for the present that she'd bestowed upon me, but she roared with laughter. She said that she'd only offered me what she possessed, and that it was my own fault if I hadn't been sufficiently careful. You can't imagine how much this first misfortune grieved me, and what deep shame I felt. A few days later I had a much greater cause to regret my acquaintance with the Greek woman. On Ascension Day, Madame Orio and her 2 nieces came to witness the ceremonies, and I had the pleasure of treating them all to a good dinner in my room. I found myself during the day alone with my young friends, and they both loaded me with the most loving caresses and kisses. I felt that they expected some substantial proof of my love. But to conceal the real state of things, I pretended to be afraid that someone was certain to burst in on us. and they had to be satisfied with my shallow excuse. It was on the following day that I made the acquaintance of the Count de Bonnafede. In the afternoon we happened to be on the tower of the fort, and I pointed out a gondola advancing towards the lower gate. He took his spyglass and told me that it was his wife and daughter coming to see him. We went to meet the ladies, one of whom might once have been worth the trouble of an elopement. The other, a young person between 14 and 16, struck me as a beauty. Her hair was light auburn, and her eyes were blue and very fine. She had a Roman nose, and her mouth, pretty, half open and laughing, exposed a set of teeth as white as her complexion. She was elegantly dressed in the prevalent fashion, with large hoops. Her figure was slight, but her perfectly formed breasts appeared an altar on which the god of love would have delighted to breathe the sweetest incense. I was so pleased that I couldn't take my gaze from her. I'd never dared to stare so openly at the bosom of a young lady of quality, but I thought there was no harm in fixing my eyes on a spot where there was nothing yet but in expectation. The Count, after having exchanged a few words with his wife, presented me in the most flattering manner, and I was received with great politeness. They intended to view the fort, and I improved the excellent opportunity thrown in my way by offering my arm to the young lady. I was still an adept in the old Venetian fashion of attending upon ladies, and the young Countess thought me rather awkward, though I believed myself very fashionable when I placed my hand under her arm. But she drew it back in high merriment. Her mother turned round to inquire what she was laughing at, and I was terribly confused when I heard her answer that I'd tickled her. "This," said my companion, "is the way to offer your arm to a lady." And she passed her hand through my arm, which I deliberately rounded in the most clumsy manner. Thinking me a novice of the most innocent kind, she probably decided to make fun of me. She began by remarking that by rounding my arm as I'd done, I'd placed it too far from her waist, and that I was consequently unable to draw. I told her I didn't know how to draw, and inquired whether it was one of her accomplishments. "I'm learning," she answered, "and when you call upon us, I'll show you Adam and Eve after Chevalier Liberi. I've made a copy which has been found very fine by some professors, although they didn't know it was my work." "Why didn't you tell them?" "Because the figures are too naked." "Oh, I'm not curious to see your Adam," I said, "but I'll look at your Eve with pleasure and keep your secret." This made her laugh again, and again her mother turned round. As soon as she tried to teach me how to offer my arm to a lady, I'd put on an innocent look, for I'd seen the advantage I could gain from her opinion of me. Indeed, she was so convinced of my naivety that she ventured to say that she considered her Adam far more beautiful than her Eve, because in her drawing of the man she'd omitted nothing. Every muscle was visible, while there was none conspicuous in her Eve. "It is," she added, "a figure with nothing in it. Yet it's the one which I'll like best. No, believe me, Adam will please you most." This conversation had greatly excited me. I had on a pair of linen breeches, the weather being very warm, and my excitement had by then become only too obvious. I was afraid of the Count and Countess, who were a few yards in front of us, turning round and observing my state of mind. So I was on tenter hooks. Then, to make matters worse, the young lady stumbled, and one of her shoes slipped off. Presenting me her pretty foot, she asked me to put the shoe right. I knelt on the ground, and very likely without thinking, she lifted her skirt. She had very wide hoops, and she wore no petticoat or any other undergarment, so what I saw was enough to strike me dead on the spot. Kneeling at her feet, I remained adjusting her shoe far longer than was necessary, struggling without any great success to calm my raging emotions. When I finally arose, we were alone, and we moved together into one of the rooms of the fort. A moment later her headdress got slightly out of order, and she begged me to put it right. But since she now had to bend her head down, the state I was in could no longer remain a secret from her. In order to avoid greater confusion to both of us, she inquired who'd made my watch ribbon. I told her it was a present from my sister, and she asked to examine it. I told her that it was fastened to the fob pocket, but she wouldn't believe me, so I said that she could see for herself. She put her hand to it, but her touch was the final straw. The natural but involuntary excitement she'd caused me compelled me to be very indiscreet. What she observed must have convinced her that she'd been mistaken in her estimate of my character. She must have felt vexed, for she instantly became more timid and wouldn't laugh any more. As for myself, I felt deeply ashamed. I thought myself the first man who'd alarmed her innocence, and I felt ready to do anything to atone for the insult. Such was my delicacy of feeling in those days. I used to credit people with exalted sentiments, which often existed only in my imagination. I must confess that time has entirely destroyed that delicacy. 3 or 4 days afterwards, Monsieur Grimani announced the arrival of the bishop, who had put up at the convent of his order at Saint-François-de-Paul. He presented me himself to the prelate as a jewel highly prized by himself, and as if he had been the only person worthy of descanting upon its beauty. I saw a fine monk wearing his pectoral cross. He was stout and looked a gregarious type of man. He was about 34 and had been made a bishop by the grace of God, the Holy See, and my mother. After pronouncing over me a blessing which I received kneeling, and giving me his hand to kiss, he embraced me warmly, calling me his dear son in the Latin language, in which he continued to address me. He told me that as he could not take me with him from Venice because of the quarantine, I should have to proceed to Rome, where Grimani would take care to send me. I could procure his address at Ancona from one of his friends called Lazari, a minim monk, who would likewise supply me with the means of continuing my journey. "When we meet in Rome," he added, "we can go together to Maturano by way of Naples. Call upon me tomorrow morning and have your breakfast with me. I intend to leave the day after." As we were on our way back to his house, Monsieur Grimani treated me to a long lecture on morals, which nearly caused me to burst into loud laughter. Amongst other things, he informed me that I ought not to study too hard because the air in Calabria was very heavy and I might become consumptive from too close application to my books. At daybreak the next morning I went to the bishop. After saying his mass, we took some chocolate, and for 3 hours he subjected me to a close examination. I saw clearly that he wasn't pleased with me, but I was well enough pleased with him. He seemed to me a worthy man, and as he was to lead me along the great highway of the church, I felt attracted towards him, for, at the time, although I entertained a good opinion of my personal appearance, I had no confidence whatever in my talents. After the departure of the good bishop, Monsieur Grimani gave me a letter left by him, which I was to deliver to Father Lazzari at the convent of the Minims in Ancona. Monsieur Grimani informed me that he would send me to that city with the ambassador from Venice, who was on the point of sailing. I had therefore to keep myself in readiness, and as I was anxious to be out of his hands, I approved all his arrangements. As soon as I had notice of the day on which the suite of the ambassador was embarking, I went to pay my last farewell to all my acquaintances. As the Piatta in which I was to sail would not leave before daybreak, I spent the short night in the arms of the 2 sisters, who, this time, entertained no hope of ever seeing me again. On my side I could not foresee what would happen. I was abandoning myself to fate, and I thought it would be useless to think of the future. The night was therefore spent between joy and sadness, between pleasures and tears. As I bade them farewell, I returned the key which had so often opened for me the road to happiness. This, my first love affair, gave me no experience of the world, for our intercourse was always happy, never disturbed by any quarrel, or stained by any self-interested motive. We often felt, all 3 of us, as if we should thank Almighty God for having, by his particular protection, kept from us all the accidents which might have disturbed the sweet peace we were enjoying. I left with Madame Manzoni all my papers and all the forbidden books I possessed. The good woman, who was 20 years older than I and believed in an immutable destiny, told me that she was certain of restoring to me everything that I was leaving with her before the end of the following year at the latest. Her prediction caused me both surprise and pleasure. Feeling great reverence for her, I thought myself bound to help her bring about her vision of what was to be. After all, her predictions of the future weren't based on superstition or vain and unreasonable forebodings. They were made because of her knowledge of the world and of the nature of the person she was addressing. She often used to laugh because she never made a mistake. I embarked from St. Mark's Landing. Monsieur Grimani had given me 10 sequins, which he thought would keep me during my stay in the Lazaretto of Ancona for the necessary period of quarantine. After that, it was not supposed that I would need money. I shared Grimani's certainty on the subject, and with my natural thoughtlessness, I cared nothing about it. Yet I must say that, unknown to everybody, I had in my purse 40 bright sequins, which powerfully contributed to increase my cheerfulness. So I left Venice, full of joy and without one regret. End of CD 1. CD 2. My stay in Ancona passed pleasantly enough, and when the period of quarantine was over, I determined to walk the remaining distance to the Holy City. When I finally reached the ancient capital of the world, I possessed only 7 paoli, and consequently I didn't loiter about. I went straight towards Monte Magnapoli, where according to the address given to me I was to find the bishop. But when I arrived, I was informed that he'd left Rome 10 days before, leaving instructions to send me to Naples free of expense. The coach started for Naples the next day. I travelled with 3 low fellows, to whom I didn't address one word, through the whole of the journey, and entered Naples on the 6th day of September. I went immediately to the address given to me in Rome. The bishop wasn't there. He'd left Naples to proceed to Martorano. I inquired whether he'd left any instructions for me, but all in vain. No one could give me any information. So there I was, alone in a large city without a friend, with 8 Carolini in my pocket, and not knowing what to do. But never mind. Fate calls me to Martorano, and to Martorano I must go. The distance, after all, is only 200 miles. I found several drivers starting for Corsenza, the first leg of the journey, but when they heard I had no luggage, they refused to take me unless I paid in advance. They were quite right, but their prudence forced me to go on foot. So I made up my mind to walk the distance, begging for my food and lodging like a mendicant friar. First of all, using a quarter of my money, I made a light meal. Then I started off towards Portici, where I arrived in an hour and a half. Already feeling rather tired, my legs, if not my head, took me to an inn where I ordered a room and some supper. I was served in good style, my appetite was excellent, and I passed a quiet night in a comfortable bed. In the morning I told the innkeeper that I'd returned for my dinner, and I went out to visit the royal palace. As I passed through the gate, I was met by a man of pleasing appearance, dressed in the Eastern fashion. He offered to show me over the palace, saying that this would save me money. Happy to accept any offer, I thanked him for his kindness. Happening during the conversation to state that I was a Venetian, he told me that he was my subject, since he came from Zante, a Greek island then under the governance of Venice. "I have," he said, "some very excellent muscatel wine which I could sell you cheap." "I might buy some," I responded, "but I warn you, I'm a good judge." "So much the better. Which do you prefer?" "Cerigo." "You're right," he said. "I have some rare Cerigo muscatel, and we can taste it if you'd agree to dine with me." "Willingly," I said. "I have some wines of Samos and Kefalonia, too. And I also have quantity of minerals, vitriol, cinnabar, antimony, and 100 quintals of mercury." "Are all these goods here?" I asked. "No, in Naples. Here I have only the muscatel wine and the mercury." The mention of mercury brought to my mind the little-known fact that if mercury is mixed with lead and bismuth, it increases in weight by a quarter. I said nothing, but thought to myself that if this happened to be unknown to the Greek, I might profit by it. After we toured the palace, we returned to the inn, and the Greek took me to his room, in which he ordered the table to be laid for 2. In the next room I saw several large vessels of muscatel wine and 4 flagons of mercury, each containing about 10 pounds. I asked him to let me have a look at one of the flagons of mercury at the current price and took it to my room. The Greek went out to attend to his business, reminding me that he expected me to dinner. I too went out and bought 2.5 pounds of lead and an equal quantity of bismuth. When I returned, I asked for some large empty bottles and made the amalgam. We dined very pleasantly, and in the course of the conversation the Greek inquired laughingly why I'd brought one of his flagons of mercury. "You can find out," I said, "if you come to my room." We repaired to my room, and he found his mercury divided in 2 vessels. I asked for a piece of chamois and strained the liquid through it, filling his own flagon. The Greek was astounded to see about 1/4 of a flagon of fine mercury left over, together with an equal quantity of a powder unknown to him. It was the bismuth. My laughter accompanied his astonishment. Calling one of the servants of the inn, I sent him to the druggist to sell the mercury that was left. He returned in a few minutes and handed me 15 carlini. The Greek asked me to give him back his own flagon, which was quite full and worth 60 carlini. I handed it to him with a smile, thanking him for the opportunity he'd afforded me of earning 15 carlini. I took care to add that I was leaving for Salerno early the next morning. "Then we must have supper together this evening," he said. During the meal, he told me that I ought to stop in Portici the next day to make 45 carlini out of the other 3 flagons of mercury. I answered gravely that I didn't want the money, and that I'd augmented the first flagon only in order to give him an agreeable surprise. "You must be very wealthy," he said. "No," I replied, "because I'm searching for the secret of augmenting gold, and it's a very expensive study for us." "How many are there in your company?" "Only my uncle and myself." "Why do you want to augment gold? The augmentation of mercury ought to be enough for you. Tell me, can the mercury augmented by you today be similarly increased?" "No. If it were so, it would be an immense source of wealth for us." Supper over, I paid my bill and asked the landlord to get me a carriage and a pair of horses to take me to Salerno early the next morning. I thanked the Greek for his delicious muscatel wine, and requesting his address in Naples, I assured him that he would see me within a fortnight, as I was determined to secure a cask of his Cerigo. We embraced each other, and I retired to bed well pleased with my day's work, and in no way astonished at the Greek's not offering to purchase my secret. I was certain that he wouldn't sleep for anxiety, and that I'd see him early next morning. And indeed, as I'd foreseen, the Greek was in my room at daybreak. I received him in a friendly way, saying that we could take coffee together. "Willingly. But tell me, Reverend Abbe, would you feel disposed to sell me your secret?" "Why not? But only for a large sum of money, and I don't really know you." "That doesn't matter," he said. "I'm sufficiently well known here to pay you in cash. How much would you want?" 2,000 ounces. "Done," he said, "provided that I succeed in making the augmentation myself. What's the cost?" 1.5%. He took a pen, wrote a few words, and handed to me this order. "At sight, pay to bearer the sum of 50 gold ounces on account of Panagiotti." He told me that the banker resided within 200 yards of the inn, and he pressed me to go there myself. I didn't stand upon ceremony, but went to the banker, who paid me the amount. I returned to my room and placed the gold on the table, saying that we could now proceed together to the Tour de Grec, where, after we'd signed a deed of agreement, we could purchase the necessary ingredients. The Greek had his own carriage and horses, and we left the inn. When we arrived at the Tour de Grec, he signed a document by which he promised to pay me 2,000 ounces as soon as I disclosed the process of augmenting mercury by 1/4, the quality to be equal to that which I produced in Portici. He then gave me a bill of exchange, payable at sight in 8 days on Monsieur Gennaro de Carlo. I told him that the ingredients were lead and bismuth, the first combining with mercury, and the second giving to the whole the perfect fluidity necessary to strain it through the chamois leather. The Greek went out to try the amalgam, and I dined alone. Towards evening he came back, looking very disconsolate, as I'd expected. "I've made the amalgam," he said. but the mercury isn't perfect." "It's the same as that which I sold in Portici," I said, "and that's the very letter of our contract. Now you know the secret. You can't deny it. However, if you're not satisfied, here are your 50 ounces. As I was taking the money out of my pocket, frightened to death lest he should accept it, he left the room, saying he didn't want it. In the morning he came to me as I was getting ready to go. I again offered to return the money I'd received, but he told me to keep it, and proposed to give me 50 ounces more if I'd give him back his bill of exchange for 2,000. After some discussion, I gave in. I received 50 ounces more, we dined together like old friends, and embraced each other cordially. As I was bidding him adieu, he gave me an order on his house at Naples for a barrel of muscatel wine, and he presented me with a splendid box containing 12 razors with silver handles manufactured in the Tour de Grec. We parted the best friends in the world, well pleased with each other. I stayed in Salerno for 2 days to provide myself with linen and other necessaries. Now possessing about 100 sequins, I was very proud of my success, in which I couldn't see any cause of reproach to myself. I left Salerno with 2 priests who were going to Cosenza on business, and we covered the distance of 142 miles in 22 hours. I stayed in Cosenza for 3 days, and departed with 2 letters in my possession. One from the Archbishop for the far-famed Genovesi, the other from the Bishop for Monsieur Gennaro Polo at St. Anne's. I reached Naples on the 16th of September, 1743, and I lost no time in presenting the bishop's letter to Monsieur Polo. After reading it, this excellent gentleman, whose duty was only to give me the sum of 60 ducats, insisted on receiving me in his house, because he wished me to make the acquaintance of his son, who was a poet like myself. The bishop had represented my poetry as sublime. I accepted his kind invitation. My trunk was sent for, and I was a guest in the house of Monsieur Gennaro Polo. Monsieur Gennaro's family was composed of his poet son and of a daughter, unfortunately very plain, of his wife, and of 2 elderly devout sisters. Amongst the guests at his supper table I met several literary men, and was presented to the celebrated Genovesi. I'd already sent him the letter from the Archbishop of Cosenza. Before long I was generally accepted into the best society of Naples. Unfortunately, this was far from an unmixed blessing, for by chance I discovered that my friend's interest had induced them to obtain for me the honour of kissing the hand of Her Majesty the Queen. As soon as I learned of this, I hastened my preparations to leave Naples, for the Queen knew my mother. She would very likely have alluded to my mother's profession, and that knowledge would have mortified my society friends. I knew the force of prejudice. I and they would have been covered with ridicule, and I should have been ruined. I felt the best thing to do was to withdraw before it was too late. So, next morning, I left Naples. As we were driving out of the city, I examined my travelling companions. Next to me I saw a man of 40 to 50 with a pleasing face and a lively air. Opposite, 2 charming faces delighted my eyes. They belonged to 2 ladies, young and pretty, very well dressed. My companions conversed almost without interruption, and wonderful to relate, I didn't open my lips once. At Capua, where we were to spend the night, we put up at an inn, and were shown into a room with 2 beds, a very usual thing in Italy. The gentleman, who was an advocate, addressed himself to me. "Am I to have the honour of sleeping with the reverend gentleman?" I answered in a very serious tone that it was for him to choose, or to arrange it otherwise if he liked. The answer made the 2 ladies smile, particularly the advocate's wife, whom I preferred, and it seemed to me a good omen. After supper I went back to our room, and I was polite enough to go to bed first, in order to make it easier for the ladies to undress themselves with freedom. I likewise got up first in the morning, left the room, and only returned when I was called for breakfast. When we resumed our seats in the coach, we made light-hearted conversation, and the day passed off in an agreeable manner. My dawning inclination for the advocate's wife borrowed strength from the affectionate manner she displayed towards me. That day we slept in Marino, where, although the town was full of troops, we had 2 small rooms and a good supper. I couldn't have been on better terms with my charming companion, whose name was Donna Lucrezia. For although in the coach our eyes couldn't say much, I was sitting opposite to her, and our feet spoke a very eloquent language. There was but one bed in the room where supper had been served, and another in a small closet leading out of the room, but without a door. The ladies chose the closet, and the advocate retired to rest before me. As soon as the ladies had gone to bed, I bade them good night. Then, after undressing, I went to bed. Imagine my rage when I found, as I got into the bed, that it creaked loud enough to wake the dead. I waited, however, quite motionless, until my companion was fast asleep and snoring. Then I tried to slip out of the bed, but the infernal creaking woke my companion. He felt about with his hand, and, finding me near him, went to sleep again. Half an hour later, I tried a second time, but with the same result. I thought I had to give up in despair. But love is the most cunning of gods. In the midst of obstacles he seems to be in his element, and he contrives to bring success out of the most desperate situations. I'd given up all hope for the night, and nearly gone to sleep, when suddenly we hear a dreadful noise. Guns are fired in the street. People screaming and howling are running up and down the stairs. Then there's a loud knocking at our door. The advocate, frightened out of his slumbers, jumps out of bed and runs out of the room to obtain a candle. I rise at once, follow him to shut the door, but I slam it rather too hard. The double spring of the lock gives way, and the door can't be reopened without the key. I approached the ladies, who are still in bed, in order to calm their anxiety, telling them that the advocate will soon return with a light, and I'm at work while I speak. I meet with very little opposition, but, leaning rather too heavily on my fair lady, I break through the bottom of the bedstead, and we suddenly find ourselves, the 2 ladies and myself, all together in a heap on the floor. The advocate comes back and knocks at the door. Feeling my way, I reach the door and tell the advocate that I can't open it, and that he must get a key. The 2 sisters are behind me. I extend my hand, but I'm abruptly repulsed and judge that I've addressed myself to the wrong quarter. I go to the other side, and there I'm better received, till the husband returns. The noise of the key in the lock announces that the door is about to be opened, and we return to our respective beds. The advocate hurries to the bed of the 2 frightened ladies, thinking to relieve their anxiety, but when he sees them buried in their broken-down bedstead, he bursts into a loud laugh. He tells me to come and have a look at them, but I'm very modest and decline the invitation. He then tells us that the alarm has been caused by a German detachment suddenly attacking the Spanish troops in the city, and that the Spaniards are running away. In a quarter of an hour, the noise has ceased, and quiet is entirely re-established. The advocate complimented me on my coolness, got into bed again, and was soon asleep. As for me, I was careful not to close my eyes, and as soon as I saw daylight, I got up in order to perform certain ablutions and to change my shirt. It was an absolute necessity. Next day we reached Rome very early. As I took leave of my adored Donna Lucrezia and the rest of the party, I promised to give them a call on the following day. I was in Rome, with a good wardrobe, pretty well supplied with money and jewellery, not wanting in experience, and with excellent letters of introduction. I was free, my own master, and just reaching the age in which a man can have faith in his own fortune, provided he isn't deficient in courage and is blessed with a face likely to attract the sympathy of those he mixes with. I wasn't handsome, but I had a striking expression, which almost compelled a kind of interest in my favour, and I felt myself ready for anything. I began by delivering the letters of recommendation that I had been provided with. The first was to Father Georgi, a learned monk who enjoyed the esteem of everyone in Rome. Indeed, the Pope himself had a great consideration for him. Father Georgi read the letter with great attention, and expressed himself disposed to be my adviser. You must come and see me often, and never conceal anything from me. Nothing, you understand, of what happens to you." "Well," I said, "I've also been furnished with a letter for the Cardinal Acquaviva." "I congratulate you. The Cardinal's influence in Rome is greater even than that of the Pope. Shall I deliver the letter at once?" "No. I'll see him this evening, and prepare him for your visit. Call on me tomorrow morning, and I'll tell you where and when you are to deliver your letter to the Cardinal. Do you speak French?" "Not a word." "You must learn French," said Father Georgi, "and I hope you'll take your letter to the Cardinal dressed like a modest abbé, and not in this elegant costume you're wearing. Adieu. Let me see you tomorrow." The next day, the 1st of October, 1743, Father Georgi invited me to take a cup of chocolate with him, and informed me that the Cardinal would receive me at noon at the Villa Negroni, where he would be taking a walk. I proceeded to the Villa Negroni. The moment he saw me, the Cardinal stopped to receive my letter, allowing 2 persons who accompanied him to walk forward. He put the letter in his pocket without reading it, looked at me for several moments, and inquired whether I had any taste for politics. I answered that until now my tastes had been frivolous, but that I was ready to carry out anything His Eminence might require of me, if he should judge me worthy of entering his service. "Come to my office tomorrow morning," said the Cardinal, "and ask for Abbé Gama, to whom I'll give my instructions. You must apply yourself diligently to the study of French. It's indispensable." Kissing his hand, I took my leave. The next day I presented myself to the Abbé Gama. He was a Portuguese, about 40 years old, handsome, and with a countenance full of candour, wit, and good temper. His manners and accent were quite Roman. He informed me in the blandest manner that His Eminence had himself given his instruction about me to his major domo, that I'd have a lodging in the Cardinal's palace, that I'd have my meals at the secretary's table, and that, until I learned French, I'd have nothing to do but make extracts from letters that he would supply me with. He then gave me the address of the French teacher to whom he'd already spoken on my behalf, a Roman advocate, Dell'Acqua by name, who lived opposite the palace. After this, and an assurance that I could at all times rely upon his friendship, he had me taken to the major domo, who made me sign my name at the bottom of a page in a large book already filled with other names, and counted out 60 Roman crowns, which he paid me for 3 months' salary in advance. After this, he accompanied me, followed by a staff officer, to my apartment on the 3rd floor, which I found very comfortably furnished. The servant handed me the key, saying that he'd come every morning to attend upon me, and the major domo accompanied me to the gate to make me known to the gatekeeper. I immediately returned to my inn, sent my luggage to the palace, and found myself established in a place in which great fortune awaited me. If only I'd been able to lead a wise and prudent life. Unfortunately, this wasn't in my nature. I naturally felt it my duty to call upon my mentor, Father Georgi, to whom I gave all my good news. He said I was on the right road, and that my fortune was in my hands. "Remember," added the good father, "that to lead a blameless life, you must curb your passions. Whatever misfortune may befall you, it cannot be ascribed to bad luck or fate. Those words are meaningless. All the fault will rightly fall on your own head." But I was deeply enamored of Lucrezia, and happy in my love. To give her up appeared to me shameful. I revolted against such a necessity, and that evening I called upon her. The family knew my success, and warmly congratulated me. Lucrezia said that I looked sad. I answered that I was assisting at the funeral of my liberty, for I was no longer my own master. Her husband, always fond of a joke, told her that I was in love with her. I stayed only an hour with these charming people, but the very air around me was heated by the flame within my breast. I abstained from seeing Lucrezia again for 3 or 4 days, filling the time with learning French and making extracts from ministerial letters. On the very day that I decided to spend the evening with her, the worthy advocate called on me. He said that if I thought I was going to prove I wasn't in love with his wife by staying away, I was very much mistaken, and he invited me to accompany all the family to Testaccio the following Thursday, where they intended to have luncheon. At that time, every Thursday in October was a festival day in Rome. I felt certain that Donna Lucrezia looked forward to the excursion with as much pleasure as I did myself. We had no fixed plan. We couldn't have. But we trusted to the God of love and placed our confidence in his protection. I took care that Father Georgi shouldn't hear of the excursion before I mentioned it to him myself, and I hastened to him in order to obtain his permission to go. I confess that, to obtain his leave, I professed the most complete indifference about it. Consequently, the good man insisted that I went, saying that it was a family party and that it was quite right for me to enjoy myself in a respectable way. The party was to consist of the advocate, Lucrezia, Lucrezia's sister Angelique, the young man Angelique had recently become affianced to, Don Francisco, and the sister's mother, Donna Cecilia. To my astonishment, Donna Cecilia Monti was a charming young widow, who looked more like a sister than a mother to Lucrezia and Angelique. As we were ready to get into the carriages, the advocate told me that he'd ride with me in my carriage, and that the three ladies would go with Don Francisco in the other. I said he ought to keep Don Francisco company, and that I claimed the privilege of taking care of Donna Cecilia. Thereupon I offered my arm to the handsome widow, who thought the arrangement according to the rules of etiquette and good breeding. An approving look from Lucrezia gave me the most agreeable sensation. What with lunching and walking, we contrived to pass the afternoon very pleasantly, and I was all attention to her mother. As we prepared to return, the advocate carried off Donna Cecilia and went with her to the carriage in which were already seated Angelique and Don Francisco. Scarcely able to control my delight, I offered my arm to Donna Lucrezia, paying her some absurd compliment, while the advocate laughed outright, and seemed to enjoy the trick he imagined he'd played me. How many things we might have said to each other before giving ourselves up to the material enjoyment of our love, had not the moments been so precious. But, aware that we had only half an hour before us, we were sparing of the minutes. We were absorbed in voluptuous pleasure when suddenly Lucrezia pushed me back. The carriage stops, and the servant opens the door. "What's the matter?" I inquire. "We've arrived." Whenever I recollect the circumstance, it seems to me miraculous, for we were lucky all the way. The night was dark, and my beloved angel happened to be on the right side to get out of the carriage first. So, although the advocate was at the door of our carriage almost as soon as the footman, everything went right owing to the slow manner in which Lucrezia alighted. When I got home, I went to bed. But how could I sleep? The burning flame which I hadn't been able to restore to its normal level in the too short distance from Testaccio to Rome was consuming me. In spite of the fire which raged through my veins, I didn't see my Lucrezia for 4 days following the excursion to Testaccio. I dreaded Father Georgi discovering my secret and deciding to cast me off. But, unable to resist my desires, I called upon Lucrezia after my French lesson, and found her alone and dispirited. "It's been so long," she said. "My beloved one," I said, "it's not that I can't find time to visit you, but I'd rather die than let my love be known publicly. I've been thinking of inviting you all to dine with me at Frascati, hoping that some lucky accident will smile upon our love." "Oh, yes, do, dearest. I'm sure your invitation will be accepted." As indeed it was. So, the following Sunday, I ordered a splendid dinner at the Villa Ludovisi, and we all set out towards it. As we might miss each other during our ramblings, we agreed to meet again at the inn at 1 o'clock. The company went their various ways, and in less than a quarter of an hour I had Lucrezia entirely to myself. "Did you notice," she said, "how I managed to secure 2 hours alone with you? How clever love is!" "Yes, darling, love has made 2 souls one. I adore you. A month ago I was but an ignorant child. You are the first woman who has initiated me into the mysteries of love." "What? I'm your first love?" "I won't be your last. How great my successor's happiness will be! I shouldn't be jealous of her, but how I'd suffer if I thought that her heart wasn't like mine." Lucrezia, seeing my eyes wet with tears, began to give way to her own, and, setting ourselves on the grass, our lips drank our tears amidst the sweetest kisses. In a moment of calm, seeing the disorder we were both in, I told her that someone might come upon us. "Don't fear, my best beloved," she said. "We're under the guardianship of our good angels. But are you certain we're not suspected? My husband doesn't believe us to be in love with each other. My mother's a clever woman, and perhaps she suspects the truth, but she knows that it's no longer any business of hers. As to my sister, she must know everything, for she can't have forgotten the broken-down bed. But she's discreet." We passed the morning repeating that we loved each other, and in exchanging over and over again substantial proofs of our mutual passion. We all had a delicious dinner, during which I was all attention to the amiable Donna Cecilia. Then we drank coffee, I paid the bill, and we went rambling through the labyrinthine alleys of the Villa Aldobrandini. What sweet recollections that villa has left in my memory! It seemed as if I saw my divine Lucrezia for the first time. Our looks were full of ardent love. Our hearts were beating in concert with the most tender impatience, and a natural instinct was leading us towards a solitary refuge which the hand of love seemed to have prepared especially for the mysteries of its secret worship. There, under a canopy of thick foliage, we found a wide sofa made of grass and sheltered by deep thicket. From that place our eyes could range over a wide area, and we were perfectly secure against any surprise. Without a word being spoken, our ready hands soon managed to get rid of all obstacles, and to expose in a state of nature all the beauties which are generally veiled by troublesome wearing apparel. Then 2 whole hours were devoted to the most delightful, loving ecstasies. The journey back to the city lasted 2 hours. We were alone in my carriage, and we overtaxed nature, exacting more than it can possibly give. As we were getting near Rome, we were compelled to let the curtain fall before the climax of the drama that we were performing to our complete satisfaction. I returned home rather fatigued, but the sound sleep which was so natural at my age restored my full vigour, and in the morning I took my French lesson at the usual hour. The study of the French language took up all my mornings, but I called every evening upon Father Georgi, and although I went to him only as his protégé, it gave me some reputation. I seldom spoke before his guests, yet I never felt weary, for in his circle his friends would criticize without slandering, discuss politics without stubbornness, literature without passion, and I profited by all. After my visit to the sagacious monk, I used to attend the assembly of the cardinal, my master, as a matter of duty. One evening, Cardinal Acquaviva said to me, "You have not yet presented yourself to kiss the foot of our Holy Father?" "Not yet, my lord." "Then you must do so." I bowed in compliance to his wishes. The Abbé Gama told me to present myself to the Pope on the morrow. So, on the following day, I proceeded to Monte Cavallo, and I was at once led into the room where the Pope was, alone. I threw myself on my knees and kissed the Holy Cross on his most holy slipper. Benedict XIV was a learned man, very amiable. When he inquired who I was, I told him, and he answered that he knew me, congratulating me upon my being in the service of so eminent a cardinal. I felt quite at my ease with him, and I told him so much news and amused him so well that the Holy Father kindly said that he would be glad to see me whenever I presented myself at Monte Cavallo. That very evening at the Cardinal's assembly, I found that the news of my dialogue with the Pope was already known. Everybody was anxious to speak to me. I felt flattered, but I was much more delighted at the joy which Cardinal Acquaviva tried in vain to conceal. One morning towards the end of November, the advocate, accompanied by Angelique's intended, called on me. Don Francisco gave me a pressing invitation to spend 24 hours at Tivoli with the friends I'd entertained at Frascati. I accepted with great pleasure, for I'd found no opportunity of being alone with Lucrezia since. I promised to be at Donna Cecilia's house at daybreak with my carriage. It was necessary to start very early, because Tivoli is 16 miles from Rome and has so many objects of interest that it requires many hours to see them all. Dawn found me with my carriage and four at Donna Cecilia's door. The charming widow, notwithstanding her strict morality, was delighted at my love for her daughter. The family rode in a large carriage hired by Don Francisco with room for 6 persons. At 7:30 we halted at a small place where an excellent breakfast had been prepared on Don Francisco's orders, and we all made a hearty meal. Then we continued on our way and reached Tivoli at 10 o'clock. We began by visiting Don Francisco's villa. It was a beautiful little house, and we spent the following 6 hours in examining together the antiquities of Tivoli. Lucrezia having occasion to whisper a few words to Don Francisco, I seized upon the opportunity of telling Angelique that after her marriage I should be very happy to spend a few days of the fine season with her. "Sir," she replied, "I give you fair notice that the moment I become mistress in this house you will be the very first person to be excluded." "I feel greatly obliged to you, Signora, for your timely notice." But I was astounded. Lucrezia, noticing the state I was in, inquired what ailed me. I told her, and she said at once, "My darling, my happiness can't last long. The cruel moment of our separation is drawing near. When I've gone, please force her to acknowledge her error." I've forgotten to mention that at Don Francisco's villa I happened to praise a very pretty room opening upon the orange house, and our amiable host, having heard me, said that it should be my room that night. Lucrezia feigned not to hear. As I said, we devoted 6 hours to an examination of the antiquities of Tivoli, returning to the villa towards evening tired and very hungry. But after an hour's rest, supper, which lasted 2 hours, and consisted of the most delicious dishes and most exquisite wines, restored us so well that everybody wanted nothing more than a good bed and the freedom to enjoy the bed according to his own taste. Lucrezia said that she'd sleep with Angelique in one of the rooms leading to the orange house. Don Francisco, taking a candle, escorted me to my pretty little room, adjoining the one in which the 2 sisters were to sleep. After showing me how I could lock myself in, he wished me good night and left me alone. Angelique had no idea that I was her near neighbour, but Lucrezia and I, without exchanging a single word on the subject, had perfectly understood each other. I watched through the keyhole and saw the 2 sisters come into their room, preceded by the polite Don Francisco, who carried a taper. After lighting a night lamp, he bade them good night and retired. Then my 2 beauties, their door locked, sat down on the sofa and prepared themselves for bed. In that fortunate climate this requires returning to the state of innocence of the Garden of Eden. Lucrezia, knowing that I was waiting to come in, told her sister to lie down on the side towards the window, and the Virgin, having no idea that she was exposing her most secret beauties to my profane eyes, crossed the room in a state of complete nakedness. Lucrezia put out the lamp and lay down near her innocent sister. I believe I never undressed myself as quickly as I did that evening. Then I open the door and fall into the arms of my Lucrezia, who says to her sister, "It's my angel, my love. Never mind him, and go to sleep." What a delightful picture I could offer you if only I were able to paint voluptuousness in its most enchanting colours. What ecstasies of love from the very onset. What delicious raptures succeed each other until the sweetest fatigue made us give way to the soothing influence of sleep. The first rays of sun, piercing through the crevices of the shutters, wake us out of our refreshing slumbers. and like two valorous knights who have ceased fighting only to renew the contest with increased ardor, we lose no time in giving ourselves up to all the intensity of the flame which consumes us. "Oh, my beloved Lucrezia," I whisper, "how supremely happy I am. But, my darling, mind your sister. She might turn round and see us." "Fear nothing, my life. My sister is kind, and she loves me." "Don't you, my dear Angelique?" "Oh, turn round, see how happy your sister is, and know what happiness awaits you." Angelique, a young maiden of 17 summers, who must have suffered the torments of Tantalus during the night, wishes only for a pretext to show that she has forgiven her sister. She turns round and, covering her sister with kisses, confesses that she hasn't closed her eyes all night long. "Then, darling Angelique, also forgive him who loves me, and whom I adore. Kiss him." And Lucrezia pushes me towards her sister, pleased to see her in my arms motionless and languid. Now sentiment, still more than love, forbids me to deprive Lucrezia of the proof of my gratitude. I turn to her with all the rapture of a beginner, feeling my ardour increase with what Angelique must be feeling, as, for the first time, she witnesses the amorous contest. Lucrezia, dying of ecstasy, entreats me to stop, but as I don't listen to her prayer, she tricks me, and thus the sweet Angelique makes her first sacrifice to the mother of love. Lucrezia was astonished and delighted, and covered us both with kisses. Angelique, as happy as her sister, expired deliciously in my arms for the 3rd time, and we met each other with so much loving ardour that it seemed to me I was tasting happiness for the first time. The sunlight reaching us through the closed shutters warned me that it was time to leave. We exchanged the most loving adieus, and I retired to my own room. A few minutes afterwards, the cheerful voice of the advocate was heard in the chamber of the sisters, reproaching them for sleeping too long. After much washing and a careful toilet, I thought I could show my face, and I presented myself coolly in the drawing-room. The 2 sisters were there with the other members of our group, and I was delighted with their rosy cheeks. Lucrezia was beaming with happiness. Angelique, as fresh as the morning dew, was radiant. After breakfast we took a walk through the garden, and finding myself alone with Lucrezia, I expostulated tenderly with her for having almost thrown her sister in my arms. "Don't reproach me," she said. "I've brought light into the darkness of my sister's soul. I've initiated her in the sweetest of mysteries, and now, far from hating you, she must love you dearly. My beloved, I learn that my husband's business affairs mean that we shall soon be leaving. I'm so unhappy to have to part from you, my beloved, but at least I can leave her to you. She will replace me." Her imminent departure was sad news indeed, but Lucrezia's proposal couldn't go unchallenged. "How can I love her, Lucrezia, when I adore you so completely? Besides, think of Don Francisco. I don't want to cause coolness between them, or to ruin the peace of their home. I'm certain your sister isn't like you. I'd wager that even now she's reproaching herself for having given way to her passionate nature." We returned to Rome, and for the 3 hours that she was with me in my carriage, Lucrezia had no reason to think that my ardour was at all abated. But it was only a few days later that the advocate called upon me to announce their departure for the day after the morrow. He expressed his warm friendship for me, and at his invitation I spent the 2 last evenings with Lucrezia. But we were always surrounded by the family, and so, finally, we parted. After the departure of this charming woman, I found myself in a sort of solitude very natural to a young man whose heart is empty of hope. I passed whole days in my room, making extracts from the letters written by the Cardinal, and His Eminence was kind enough to tell me that my extracts were judiciously made, but he insisted upon my not working so hard. However, I continued with my French lessons. My teacher had a pretty daughter named Barbara, who was always present, and who sometimes taught me herself, with even more exactitude than her father. A good-looking young man, who also took lessons, was courting her, and I soon perceived that she loved him. This young man often called upon me, and I liked him, especially on account of his reserve. Although I made him confess his love for Barbara, he always changed the subject if I mentioned it in our conversation. I'd made up my mind to respect his reserve, and didn't allude to his affection for several days. But all at once he ceased his visits both to me and to his teacher, and at the same time I noticed that Barbara herself was no longer present at my lessons. I felt some curiosity to know what had happened, although it wasn't, after all, any concern of mine. Then, a few days later, as I was returning from church, I met the young man and reproached him for keeping away from us all. He told me that great sorrow had befallen him, and that he was prey to the most intense despair. His eyes were wet with tears. I told him that I'd no longer be his friend unless he opened his heart to me. Walking together through the cloisters, he said, "I've loved Barbara Delacroix for the last 6 months, and for 3 months she's been giving me indisputable proofs of her affection. 5 days ago we were betrayed by the servant, and her father caught us in a rather delicate position. He left the room without saying a word. I followed him, hoping to plead for his understanding, but he took hold of me by the arm, pushed me roughly through the door, and forbade me ever to present myself again at his house. I can't claim Barbara's hand in marriage. My father isn't rich, I have no profession, and she has nothing. But tell me, how is she? I'm certain she's as miserable as I am. I can't even get a letter to her, for she never leaves the house, even to attend church. What shall I do?" I could only pity him. As a man of honour, it was impossible for me to become involved. I told him that I hadn't seen Barbara for 5 days. Then, not knowing what to say, I gave him the advice tendered by all fools under similar circumstances. I advised him to forget her. By then we'd reached the quay of Ripetta, and observing that he was casting dark looks towards the Tiber, I feared his despair might lead him to commit some foolish attempt on his own life. In order to calm him, I promised to make some inquiries from Barbara's father about her, and to tell him of anything that I might learn. The next day I went to Monsieur Delacroix. After my lesson, I saw Barbara, who, passing from one room to another, dropped her paper and earnestly looked at me. I felt bound to pick it up, because a servant who was at hand might have seen it and taken it. It was a letter enclosing another addressed to her lover. The note for me ran, "If you think it is a sin to deliver the enclosed to your friend, burn it. Have pity on an unfortunate girl, and be discreet." The enclosed letter, which was unsealed, ran, "If you love me as deeply as I love you, you cannot hope to be happy without me. I am ready to do anything to unite our lives until death. Consider and decide." The cruel situation of the poor girl moved me almost to tears. Yet I made up my mind that I would return her letter the next day. I enclosed it in a note in which I begged her to excuse me if I could not render her the service which she required at my hands. I put it in my pocket, ready for delivery. The next day I went for my lesson as usual, but not seeing Barbara, I had no opportunity of returning her letter, and postponed its delivery to the following day. Unfortunately, just after I'd returned to my room, the unhappy lover made his appearance. His eyes were red from weeping, his voice hoarse. He drew such a vivid picture of his misery that, dreading some mad action counselled by despair, I couldn't withhold from him the consolation which I knew it was in my power to give. This was my first error in this fatal business. I was the victim of my own kindness. The poor fellow read the letter over and over. He kissed it, he hugged me, and thanked me for saving his life. Finally, he begged me to deliver his answer, as his beloved mistress must be longing for consolation as much as he himself had been. He assured me that his letter couldn't in any way implicate me, and that I was at liberty to read it. And truly, although very long, his letter contained nothing but the assurance of everlasting love and hopes which could not be realized. Yet I was wrong to accept the character of Mercury to the two young lovers. To refuse, I had only to recollect that Father Georgie would certainly have disapproved of my easy compliance. The next day I found Monsieur Delacroix ill in bed. Barbara gave me my lesson in his room, and I thought that perhaps she'd obtained her pardon. I contrived to give her her lover's letter, which she dexterously conveyed to her pocket, but her blushes would have easily betrayed her if her father had been looking that way. When my lesson was over, she seized an opportunity of slipping a letter into my pocket and immediately disappeared, so that I had no chance of refusing. The letter was addressed to me, and expressed feelings of warmest gratitude. She only desired me to inform her lover that her father had spoken to her again, and that most likely he would engage a new servant as soon as he'd recovered from his illness, and she concluded her letter by assuring me that she never would implicate me in this business. Her father was compelled to keep to his bed for a fortnight, and Barbara continued to give me my lessons every day. I felt for her an interest which, from me towards a young and pretty girl, was indeed quite a new sentiment. It was a feeling of pity, and I was proud of being able to help her and comfort her. Her eyes never rested upon mine, her hand never met mine. She was very pretty, and I knew she had a tender, loving nature. But nothing interfered with the respect and the regard which I was bound in honour and in good faith to feel towards her. I was proud to observe that she never thought me capable of taking advantage of her. When her father had recovered, he dismissed his servant and engaged another. Barbara begged me to inform her friend of this, and likewise of her hope to gain the new servant to their interests, at least sufficiently to secure the possibility of carrying on some correspondence. I promised to do so, and as a mark of her gratitude she took my hand to carry it to her lips, but, quickly withdrawing it, I tried to kiss her. She turned her face away, blushing deeply. I was much pleased with her modesty. Barbara, having succeeded in winning the new servant over, left me with nothing more to do with the intrigue, and I was very glad of it, for I knew my interference might have brought evil on my own head. Unfortunately, it was already too late. On Christmas Day, Barbara Delacroix's lover entered my room, locked the door, and threw himself on the sofa, exclaiming that I saw him for the last time. "I only come to beg you for some good advice." "What can I advise you about?" "Read this. It'll explain everything." It was a letter from Barbara. It read, "I am pregnant. I have no doubt of your love, my beloved, but I want to tell you that if you can't take care of me and save me, I've decided to leave Rome and to go away to die wherever it may please God. I'd suffer anything, do anything, rather than let my father discover the truth." "If you're a man of honour," I said, "you can't abandon the poor girl. Marry her in spite of your father, in spite of her own, and live together honestly. God will watch over you and help you." My advice seemed to bring calm to his mind, and he left me more composed. At the beginning of January 1744, he called again, looking very cheerful. "I've hired the top floor of the house next to Barbara's. She knows, and tonight I'll get into her room through one of the attic windows, and we'll make our plans. I've decided to take her and the servant to Naples. The servant sleeps in the attic, so we'll have to take her into our confidence." "God speed you, my friend." A week afterwards, towards 11 o'clock at night, he entered my room, accompanied by an abbé. "What do you want so late?" "I wish to introduce you to this handsome abbé." I looked up, and to my consternation I recognized Barbara. "Has anyone seen you enter the house?" I asked. "No. And if we've been seen, what of it? It's only an abbé. We now spend every night together." "I congratulate you," I said. "The servant is our friend. She's agreed to come with us, and all our arrangements are completed." "I wish you every happiness," I said. "Adieu. Now please go away." 3 or 4 days after the visit, as I was walking with the Abbé Gama towards the Villa Medici, he told me deliberately that there would be a military operation during the night in the Piazza di Spagna. "What kind of operation?" "The Bargello, or his lieutenant, will be arresting some person who doesn't expect anything of the sort." "How do you know this?" "His Eminence has to know it, for the Pope wouldn't venture to encroach upon his jurisdiction without asking his permission." "And His Eminence has given it?" "Yes. One of the Holy Father's auditors came for that purpose this morning." "But the Cardinal might have refused." "Of course. But such a permission is never denied." "And if the person to be arrested happened to be under the protection of the Cardinal, what then?" "His Eminence would give timely warning to that person." We changed the conversation, but the news had disturbed me. I had a feeling that the operation threatened Barbara and her lover, for her father's house was under the Spanish jurisdiction. I tried to see the young man, but I couldn't succeed in meeting him, and I was afraid lest a visit at his home or at Monsieur Delacroix's dwelling might implicate me. About midnight, as I was ready to go to bed, and just as I was opening my door to take the key from outside, an abbé rushed panting into my room and threw himself on my chair. It was Barbara. I guessed what had taken place, and I could foresee all the evil consequences her visit might have for me. Deeply annoyed and very anxious, I reprimanded her for having taken refuge in my room and begged her to go away. When she heard my order to go away, she threw herself on her knees, and melting into tears, she begged, she entreated my pity. "Where is the heart of steel which isn't softened by the tears and prayers of a pretty and unfortunate woman?" I gave way, but I told her that it was ruin for both of us. "But I'm certain no one saw me when I entered the house and came up to your room." "Better if you'd never come." "But what has become of your lover?" "He and the servant have been carried off. He told me that a carriage would wait tonight at the foot of the steps before the church of Trinta del Monte, and that he'd be there himself. In disguise, I walked there with my servant. At the corner of the street, one of the buckles of my shoes came unfastened. I stopped to do it up, and the servant went on. She reached the carriage and got into it. Then, as I drew nearer, I suddenly saw about 30 soldiers. One of them got into the driver's box and drove off at full speed, carrying off the servant, who they must have mistaken for me, and my lover, who was in the coach awaiting me. What could I do? I couldn't go back to my father's house, and I followed my first impulse, which brought me here." And she wept more bitterly than ever. I found myself physically unable to send her away. "My poor girl," I said at last. "When daylight comes, what do you intend to do?" "I must leave Rome," she replied. "In this disguise, no one can recognize me." I gave up my bed to her, and at daybreak her strength was somewhat restored. That morning I left my room, telling her to keep quiet until my return. I intended to proceed to her father's house and to solicit her pardon, but, having perceived some suspicious-looking men loitering about the palace, I thought it wise to alter my mind, and went to a coffee-house. I soon ascertained that a spy was watching my movements at a distance. Not appearing to notice him, I returned towards the palace and went up to my room to decide what was to be done. I began by making the poor girl eat a couple of biscuits soaked in some canary wine, and I took her afterwards to the top story of the palace, where, leaving her in a not very decent closet, which was not used by anyone, I told her to wait for me. My servant came soon after, and I ordered him to lock the door of my room as soon as he finished cleaning it, and to bring me the key at the Abbé Gama's apartment where I was going. I found Gama in conversation with the auditor sent by the Vicar-General, As soon as the interview was over, Gamma came to me and ordered his servant to serve chocolate. When we were alone, he told me that the auditor had come to ask His Eminence to turn out of his palace a person who was supposed to have taken refuge in it about midnight. "We must wait," said the Abbé, "until the Cardinal appears. But I'm quite certain that if anyone has taken refuge here unknown to him, His Eminence will compel that person to leave the palace." We then spoke of the weather and other trifles, until my servant brought my key. Judging that I had at least an hour to spare, I thought of a plan which could save Barbara from shame and misery. Feeling certain that I was unobserved, I went up to my poor prisoner and made her write the following words in French. "I am an honest girl, Monseigneur, though I am disguised in the dress of an abbé. I entreat your Eminence to allow me to give my name only to you and in person. I hope that, prompted by the great goodness of your soul, your Eminence will save me from dishonour." I told her how to send the note to the Cardinal, assuring her that he'd have her brought to him as soon as he read it. "When you're in his presence," I added, "throw yourself on your knees. Tell him everything, except about spending the night in my room. You must be sure not to mention that, for the Cardinal must remain in complete ignorance of my involvement in this intrigue. Tell him that, seeing your lover carried off, you rushed to his palace and ran upstairs as far as you could, and that after a most painful night, Heaven inspired you with the idea of writing to him to entreat his pity. I feel certain that, one way or another, His Eminence will save you from dishonour." She promised to follow my instructions faithfully, and coming down I went to church, where the Cardinal saw me. I then went out and returned only for dinner, during which the only subject of conversation was the adventure of the night. Gamma and I said nothing, but I understood from the talk going on round the table that the Cardinal had taken my poor Barbara under his protection. That was all I wanted, and thinking that I had nothing more to fear, I congratulated myself on what had, I thought, proved a masterstroke. The next day Gamma came to my room, and informed me that the Cardinal Vicar was aware of the ravisher being my friend, and supposed that I likewise the friend of the girl, as she was the daughter of my French teacher. "Everybody," he added, "is satisfied that you knew the whole affair, and it is natural to suspect that the poor girl spent the night in your room. I admire your prudent reserve during our conversation of yesterday. You kept so well on your guard that I'd have sworn you knew nothing whatever of the affair." "And that's the truth," I answered very seriously. "I know the girl, but I haven't seen her here since I gave up my French lessons. I'm much better acquainted with the young man, but he never confided his project to me. However, people may believe whatever they please." "That, my dear friend," said the Abbé, "is one of the vices of the Romans. Happy those who can afford to laugh at it. But this slander may do you harm, even in the mind of our Cardinal." And so it proved to be. As there was no performance at the opera that night, I went to the Cardinal's reception. I found no difference towards me either in the Cardinal's manners or in those of any other person. After dinner on the following day, Gamma informed me that the Cardinal had sent the young girl to a convent in which she would be well treated at His Eminence's expense, and that he was certain that she would leave it only to become the wife of the young doctor. "I should be very happy if it should turn out so," I replied, "for they are both most estimable people." The noise made by the affair was beginning to subside when, in the first days of Lent, the Cardinal desired me to come to his private room. When I was seated before him, he said, "The affair of the Delacroix girl is now over, but the verdict of the public is that you and I have profited by the clumsiness of the young man who intended to carry her off. I therefore feel compelled to ask you not only to quit my service, but also to leave Rome. I'll give you an honourable pretext for your departure so as to ensure that you continue to receive the respect you've gained through the marks of esteem I've bestowed on you. Everybody will be informed that you're going on an important mission which I've entrusted to you. You have only to name the country where you want to go. I have friends everywhere, and can recommend you to such purpose that you'll be sure to find employment. My letters of recommendation will be in my own handwriting, and nobody need know where you're going." Meet me tomorrow at the Villa Negroni and let me know where my letters are to be addressed. You must be ready to start within a week. Believe me, I'm sorry to lose you, but the sacrifice is forced upon me by the most absurd prejudice. Go now, and do not let me witness your grief." He spoke the last words because he saw my eyes filling with tears, and he did not give me time to answer. Before leaving his room, I had the strength of mind to compose myself, and I put on such an air of cheerfulness that the Abbé Gamma, who took me to his room to drink some coffee, complimented me upon my happy looks. "I'm sure," he said, "that they're caused by the conversation you have had with His Eminence. You're right, but you don't know the sorrow in my heart which I try not to show." "What sorrow?" "I'm afraid of failing in a difficult mission which the Cardinal has entrusted me with this morning. I am compelled to conceal how little confidence I feel in myself in order not to lessen the good opinion His Eminence is pleased to entertain of me. If my advice can be of any service to you, do please ask it. But you're quite right to show yourself calm and cheerful. It is a business that can be transacted in Rome? No. It's a journey I shall have to undertake in a week or 10 days. Where will you be going?" "Towards the west." "Oh. Well, if that's all you can tell me, I won't press you." I went out alone and took a walk in the Villa Borghese, where I spent 2 hours wrapped in dark despair. I liked Rome. I was on the high road to fortune, and suddenly I found myself in the abyss, without knowing where to go, and with all my hopes scattered to the winds. I examined my conduct. I judged myself severely, and I could not find myself guilty of any crime save of too much kindness. Where shall I go? This was the question which seemed to me impossible of solution. I thought of it all through the night and through the morning, but I thought in vain. After Rome, I was indifferent where I went to. In the evening, not caring for any supper, I'd gone to my room. The Abbé Gamma came to me with a request from the Cardinal not to accept any invitation to dinner for the next day, as he wanted to speak to me. I therefore waited upon His Eminence the next day at the Villa Negroni. He was walking with his secretary, whom he dismissed the moment he saw me. As soon as we were alone, I gave him all the particulars of the intrigue of the 2 lovers, and I expressed in the most vivid manner the sorrow I felt at leaving his service. "I have no hope of success," I added, "for I am certain that fortune will smile upon me only as long as I am near your Eminence." For nearly an hour I told him all the grief with which my heart was bursting, weeping bitterly. Yet I could not move him from his decision. Kindly but firmly he pressed me to tell him to what part of Europe I wanted to go, and despair as much as vexation made me name Constantinople. He moved back a step or 2. "Constantinople?" I wiped away my tears. "Yes, Monsignor, Constantinople." 2 days later, the Cardinal gave me a passport for Venice, and a sealed letter addressed to Osman Bonneville, Pasha of Caramania in Constantinople. I arrived in Ancona on the 25th of February, 1744, and put up at the best inn. Pleased with my room, I told my host to prepare for me a good dinner, which I took with a grave-looking individual. To learn who he was, I told him my name, giving myself the title of secretary to the Cardinal Acquaviva. "My name is Sancio Picco," he said. "I'm a Castilian and a staff officer in the army, under the orders of the Generalissimo the Duke of Modena." After a moment he said, "If you feel disposed to hear some good music, come with me to the next room. The prima donna of Ancona lives there." I followed him and saw, sitting before a table, a woman already somewhat advanced in age, with 2 young girls and 2 boys. I looked in vain for the prima donna, but Don Sancio Picco presented me to one of the 2 boys, who was remarkably handsome, and might have been 17. I thought he was a castrato who, as is the custom in Rome, performed all the parts of a prima donna. The mother presented me to her other son, likewise very good-looking, but more manly than the castrato, although younger. His name was Petronio, and keeping up with the transformations of the family, he was the first female dancer at the opera. The eldest girl, who was also introduced to me, was named Cecilia and studied music. She was 12 years old. The youngest, called Marina, was only 11, and like her brother Petronio was a dancer. Both the girls were very pretty. The family came from Bologna and lived on the talents of its members. Bellino, such was the name of the castrato, yielding to the entreaties of Don Sancio, rose, went to the harpsichord, and sang with the voice of an angel. The Castilian listened with his eyes closed in an ecstasy of enjoyment, but I, far from closing my eyes, gazed into Bellino's. Everything about him indicated a beautiful woman, for his clothes but imperfectly concealed splendid breasts. The consequence was that, in spite of his having been introduced as a man, I fancied that the so-called Bellino was a disguised beauty, and my imagination at once taking flight, I became thoroughly enamored. I went to bed thinking of Bellino. I was sorry to go away without having proved to him that I wasn't taken in by his disguise. Accordingly, I was well pleased to see him enter my room in the morning. He came to offer me the services of his young brother Petronio during my stay in Ancona, instead of my engaging a valet de place. I willingly agreed to the proposal, and sent Petronio to get coffee for all the family. I asked Bellino to sit on my bed, with the intention of making love to him, and of treating him like a girl. But the two young sisters ran into my room and disturbed my plans. Cecilia and Marina were two sweet rosebuds, which, to bloom in all their beauty, required only the inspiration of love. Petronio came with coffee, which he poured out, and I sent some to the mother, who never left her room. Petronio was a true male harlot by taste and by profession. The species isn't scarce in Italy, where the offence is not regarded with the wild and ferocious intolerance of England and Spain. I'd given him 1 sequin to pay for the coffee and told him to keep the change. To show me his gratitude, he gave me a voluptuous kiss with half-open lips, supposing in me a taste which I was very far from entertaining. I disabused him, but he didn't seem the least ashamed. When I was dressed, I thought I ought to pay my compliments to the compliant mother. I went to her room and congratulated her upon her children. She thanked me for the present I'd given to Petronio. "I promise you another gold quadruple, madam," I said, "if you'll confide in me. Confess that Bellino is a pretty woman in disguise." "I can assure you he's a boy, for he has had to be examined before he could sing on the stage here." "And who examined him?" "My Lord Bishop's chaplain, and you may satisfy yourself by inquiring from him." "Well, the only way to clear my doubts," I said, "would be to examine him myself." "You may, if he has no objection, but truly I can't interfere, as I don't know what your intentions are." "They are quite natural." I returned to my room and sent Petronio for a bottle of Cyprus wine. When he brought the wine, I divided the change between Bellino, Cecilia, and Marina, and begged the two young girls to leave me alone with their brother. "Bellino," I said, "I'm certain that you are a girl." "I'm a man, but a castrato. I've been examined." "Allow me to examine you." "I can't. It's clear that you desire me, and such love is condemned by religion." "I will know the truth," I said, and extended my hand boldly. But he repulsed me, got up, and left. So I began my dinner in a very bad humour, but the excellent appetite of my pretty guests brought me round. I soon thought that, after all, cheerfulness was better than sulking, and I resolved to make up for my disappointment with the two charming sisters, who seemed well disposed to enjoy a frolic. Seeing that Bellino was smiling, I kissed him likewise, and his half-open ruffle attracting my hand, I ventured and went in without resistance. The chisel of Praxiteles had never carved finer breasts. "Oh, this is enough," I said. "I can no longer doubt that you're a beautifully formed woman." "All castrati," he replied, "are afflicted with this defect." No, it's the perfection of all beautiful women. Bellino, believe me, I'm enough of a good judge to distinguish between the deformed breasts of a castrato and that of a beautiful woman. Yours belong to a young beauty of 17 summers. But this he continued to deny. That night, I was just locking my door when Cecilia, half undressed, slipped in. Knowing that I was planning to leave in the morning, she said that Bellino had asked if I would take him as far as Rimini, where he had an engagement. I sent her back to say that I'd be happy to do so, provided he promised to satisfy my curiosity about his gender. She left me and soon returned, saying that Bellino had gone to bed, but that if I'd postpone my departure for 1 day only, he promised to satisfy me on the following day. "You tell me the truth, Cecilia, and I'll give you 6 sequins. "I can't earn them," she said, "for I've never seen him naked. But he must be a man, otherwise he wouldn't have been allowed to perform here." "Well, I'll remain here until the day after tomorrow, provided you keep me company tonight." She locked the door, and throwing herself in my arms, covered me with kisses. She was pretty, charming, but I wasn't in love with her, and I was not able to say to her, as to Lucrezia, "You've made me so happy." But she said it herself, and I pretended to believe her. When I woke up in the morning, I gave her a tender salutation, and presented her with 3 sequins, which must have particularly delighted the mother. Don Sancio had invited us all to supper, and as the time drew near, I went to his magnificently furnished apartments. The table was loaded with silver plate, and his servants were in livery. He was alone, but all his guests arrived soon after me: Cecilia, Marina, and Bellino, who, either from caprice or from taste, was dressed as a woman. My last doubt vanished. During the meal, my greedy eyes couldn't leave that charming being. My vicious nature caused me to feel intense voluptuousness in believing him to be of that sex to which I wanted him to belong. After supper, Bellino sang, with a voice of such beauty that it deprived us all of the small amount of reason left in us by the excellent wine. After many compliments and 1,000 thanks, we took leave of the grand Spaniard, and Bellino and I went to my room, where the mystery was at last to be unravelled. I immediately called upon him to keep his word. You may imagine my surprise when he answered quietly that he had no objection to sleeping in the same bed with me. At this, he proceeded to undress and got into my bed. I wasn't long in following him and in discovering the truth. "I'm sure you want to know the outcome, and so you shall. But in the meantime, may I wish you as happy a night as the one which was then awaiting me." End of CD 2. CD 3. There are no words to describe the voluptuousness which Bellino had in store for me. The moment I was in bed, and without either of us uttering one word, our lips met, and I found myself in the ecstasy of enjoyment before I'd had time to seek for it. Bellino was indeed a woman. I couldn't take my gaze from that beautiful face which was all aflame with the ardour of love. After a moment of quiet rapture, a spark lighted a fresh conflagration in our veins, and we drowned in a sea of new delights. The happiness I gave her doubled my own, for it has always been my weakness to gain most of my enjoyment from the happiness I give to the charming being from whom I derive it. The extent of our exertions soon made an interval of repose necessary. Bellino was the first to break our silence. "Are you satisfied now, my beloved?" "But," I asked, "how did you manage to defer your happiness and mine so long? And how did you manage to deceive the world?" "Listen to me," she replied, "and I'll tell you everything. My name is Therese. My father, a poor clerk, had let an apartment in his house to the celebrated Salimberi, a castrato and a delightful musician. He was young and handsome, and he became attached to me. He proposed to teach me music, and finding that I had a fine voice, he cultivated it carefully. His love for me induced him to ask for a reward, and I granted it without feeling any humiliation, for I worshipped him. The mutilation practiced upon his body had deformed him, but he was an angel by virtue of his rare qualities and endowments. Salimberi was at that time educating a boy of the same age as myself, living in Bologna. The boy's father, who was poor and had a large family, seeing himself near death, had thought of having his unfortunate son maimed so that he should become the support of his brothers with his voice. The name of the boy was Bellino. The good woman you've seen here in Ancona was his mother, and everybody believes that she's mine. The story is sad. Both my father and Bellino died within a short time of each other. Since I was left an orphan, and Salimberi knew the grief afflicting Bellino's grieving mother, he was struck with the idea of taking me to Bologna under the name of Bellino, where he could arrange for my board with the mother of the deceased boy. Being very poor, she'd find it to her advantage to keep the secret. "I'll give her," he said, "everything necessary for the completion of your musical education, and in 4 years I'll take you to Dresden, not as a girl, but as a castrato. There we'll live together without giving anyone cause for scandal. All we have to do is to represent you as Bellino, and it's very easy, and nobody knows you in Bologna. But if you love me, you must renounce your sex, lose even the remembrance of it, and leave immediately for Bologna, dressed as a boy, and under the name of Bellino. You must be very careful that no one finds out that you're a girl. You must sleep alone, dress in private, and when your breasts are formed, they'll only be thought a deformity not uncommon amongst castrati. Before leaving, I'll give you a small device and teach you how to attach it to yourself, so that if you have at any time to submit to a physical examination, you'll easily be mistaken for a man." As soon as he'd made a boy of me, we left for Bologna, and all occurred just as he'd planned. People laugh at premonitions. I don't believe in them myself, but I had a foreboding of evil which almost broke my heart as he gave me his farewell kiss. Alas, my fears proved only too prophetic. Salimberi died a year ago in the Tyrol, in the prime of life. His death compelled me to earn my living with the assistance of my musical talent, and my new mother advised me to continue to give myself out as a castrato. I agreed, for I didn't feel sufficient energy to decide upon any other plan. After Salimberi, you are the only man I've known, and, if you like, you can restore me to my original state and make me give up the name of Bellino. If you love me, my beloved angel, free me from this state of shame and degradation. Take me with you. I don't ask to become your wife. That would be too much. That would be too much happiness. I'll be your friend, your mistress. Don't abandon me. The love I have for you is sincere. It's only with you that I have felt myself truly a woman." Her emotion and the inexpressible charm which seemed to flow from her lips made me shed tears of love and sympathy. Deeply moved, I promised to make her the sharer of my fate. "Abandon the engagement you have in Rimini," I said. "Come with me to Venice, dressed as a woman and with another name, and I defy the manager here to find you out." "And so I will," said Therese. "You shall always be my law. I give myself to you without any reservations. My heart belongs to you, and I trust to keep yours." Man has something in him which always makes him overstep the mark he's on. I'd obtained everything. I wanted more. "Show me," I said, "how you are when people think you a man." She got out of bed, opened her trunk, and took out the dildo. Then she showed me how she fixed it to herself using a special gum. I was compelled to admire the ingenuity of the contrivance. My curiosity satisfied, I passed a most delightful night in her arms. We left Rimini the next day, bound for Bologna, where I intended to make her my wife. We stayed for breakfast at Pesaro. As we were getting into the carriage to leave that place, an officer, accompanied by 2 soldiers, presented himself, inquired for our names, and demanded our passports. Bellino had one and gave it, but I looked in vain for mine. I couldn't find it. The officer, a corporal, orders the postillion to wait and goes to make his report. Half an hour afterwards, he returns, gives Bellino his passport, saying that he can continue his journey, but tells me that his orders are to escort me to the commanding officer. I follow him. "What have you done with your passport?" inquires the officer. "I've lost it." "Then you can proceed no further." "I come from Rome," I said. "I'm going to Constantinople, bearing a letter from Cardinal Acquaviva. Here is the letter, stamped with his seal." "All I can do for you is to send you to Monsieur de Gadges." I found the famous general standing surrounded by his staff. I told him all I'd already explained to the officer and begged him to let me continue my journey. "The only favor I can grant you," said the general, a cross-grained Castilian, "is to put you under arrest till you receive another passport from Rome, delivered under the same name as the one you've given here." With these words he gave orders to take me to the guardhouse at St. Mary's Gate outside the city, as soon as I'd written to the cardinal for a new passport. His orders were executed. I was brought back to the inn where I wrote my letter, and I sent it by express to His Eminence, entreating him to forward the document without loss of time direct to the War Office. Then I embraced Thérèse, who was weeping, and told her to go to Rimini and to wait there for my return. She wouldn't have left me if I hadn't promised to join her within 10 days, never to be parted again. Unfortunately, fate had decided otherwise. When we reached the gate, the officer confined me immediately in the guardhouse, where I passed a fearful night. The officer who relieved the Castilian on the following day seemed of a different nature altogether. He was a Frenchman, and he approached me very politely. "To what chance, Reverend Sir, am I indebted for the honor of having you in my custody?" Ah! Here was a way of speaking which restored to my lungs all their elasticity. I gave him all the particulars of my misfortune, and he found the mishap very amusing. He at once gave me a soldier to serve me, and I very quickly had a bed, a table, and a few chairs. He invited me to share his dinner, and proposed a game of piquet afterwards. The following night he had company to supper, and we all played faro. After about 9 or 10 days, everyone in the army knew and liked me, and my passport could not be delayed much longer. I was almost free, and I'd often walk about even out of sight of the sentinel. They were quite right not to fear my running away. But then the strangest adventure of my life happened to me, and most unexpectedly. It was about 6 in the morning. I was taking a walk within 100 yards of the sentinel, when an officer arrived and alighted from his horse, threw the bridle on the neck of his steed, and walked off. Admiring the docility of the horse, standing there like a faithful servant to whom his master has given orders to wait for him, I go up to him and, without any purpose, get hold of the bridle, put my foot in the stirrup, and find myself in the saddle. I was on horseback for the first time in my life. I don't know whether I touched the horse with my cane or with my heels, but suddenly the animal starts at full speed. My right foot having slipped out of the stirrup, I pressed against the horse with my heels, and, feeling the pressure, it gallops faster and faster, for I didn't know how to check it. At the last advanced post, the sentinels call out to me to stop, but I can't obey the order, and as the horse carries me away faster than ever, I hear the whizzing of a few musket balls. At last, when I reach the first advanced picket of the Austrians, the horse is stopped, and I get off his back, thanking God. An officer of hussars asks where I'm running so fast. My tongue, quicker than my thought, answers without any forethought on my part that I can render no account but to Prince Lobkowitz, Commander-in-Chief of the army. Hearing my answer, the officer gave orders for 2 hussars to get on horseback. A fresh one is given to me, and I'm taken at full gallop to army headquarters at Rimini, where the officer on guard has me escorted at once to the prince. I find His Highness alone, and I tell him candidly what has just happened to me. My story makes him laugh, although he observes that it's hardly credible. "I ought," he says, "to put you under arrest, but I'm willing to save you that unpleasantness." With that, he called one of his officers and ordered him to escort me through the Cesena gate. "Then," he added, "you can go wherever you please, but take care not to enter my army's lines again without a passport. You might fare worse than you did this time." So I found myself free, with gold and jewels, but without my trunk. Therese was in Rimini, and I couldn't enter that city. So I made up my mind to go to Bologna as quickly as possible in order to get a passport, and then return to Pesaro, where I should find my passport from Rome. It was raining. I had silk stockings on, and I longed for a carriage. I took shelter under the portal of a church, and turned my fine overcoat inside out so as not to look like an abbé. At that moment, some 40 mules, laden with provisions, came along the road towards Rimini. It was still raining fast, and the mules passed close by me. I placed my hand on the neck of one of them, and, following the slow pace of the animals, I re-entered Rimini, without the slightest notice being taken of me, even by the drivers of the mules. I gave some money to the first street urchin I met, and he took me to Therese's house. There I found all the family, and Therese in a woman's dress. I gave a full account of my adventures, but Therese, frightened at the danger that threatened me, and in spite of her love, told me that it was absolutely necessary for me to go to Bologna. I allayed Therese's anxiety by telling her that I could easily contrive to leave the city without being observed. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning. We had the whole day before us, and everyone promised to be discreet. Therese took me to her own room. There she told me that she'd met the manager of the theatre, and that she'd informed him that she was a woman, and that she'd made up her mind not to appear as a castrato any more. He'd expressed himself delighted at the news, because in Rimini women could appear on stage, unlike Ancona, which was under a different legate. She added that her engagement would be at an end by the 1st of May, and that she'd meet me wherever I chose. "As soon as I can get a passport," I said, "there's nothing to hinder me from remaining near you until the end of your engagement." That evening we all had a joyous supper together, and as we were getting ready to go to bed, Petronio came in to inform me that 10 muleteers would start for Cesena 2 hours before daybreak, and that he was sure I could leave the city with them, if I'd go and meet them a quarter of an hour before their departure, and treat them to something to drink. I made up my mind to try. I asked Petronio to sit up and to wake me in good time. It proved an unnecessary precaution, for I was ready before the time, and left Therese satisfied with my love, without any doubt of my constancy, but rather anxious as to my success in attempting to leave Rimini. I went to the stable, and having treated one of the muleteers to some drink, I told him that I would willingly ride one of his mules as far as Sarignane. "You're welcome to the ride," said the good fellow, "but I advise you not to get on the mule till we're outside the city, and to pass through the gate on foot as if you were one of the drivers." It was exactly what I wanted. Petronio accompanied me as far as the gate, where I gave him financial proof of my gratitude. I got out of the city without the slightest difficulty, and left the muleteers at Sarignane. From there I left for Bologna. Once there, I discovered that I couldn't obtain a passport, for the simple reason that the authorities of the city persisted that it wasn't necessary. I resolved to write to the French officer who treated me so well at the guardhouse. I begged him to inquire at the War Office whether my passport had arrived from Rome, and, if so, to forward it to me. I made up my mind to wait for Therese in Bologna, and I informed her of my decision, entreating her to write very often. I'd been careful, on my arrival in Bologna, to take up my quarters at a small inn so as not to attract any notice. As soon as I'd dispatched my letters to Thérèse and the French officer, I thought of purchasing some linen, as it was at least doubtful whether I should ever get my trunk. I deemed it expedient to order some clothes likewise. I was thinking this when it suddenly struck me that I wasn't likely now to succeed in the church. Feeling great uncertainty as to the profession I ought to adopt, I took a fancy to transform myself into an officer. It was a very natural fancy at my age, for I just passed through 2 armies, in which I'd seen no respect paid to any manner of dress but to the military uniform. I didn't see why I should not cause myself to be respected likewise. I inquired for a good tailor and explained to him how I wanted my uniform made. I chose the cloth, he took my measure, and the next day I was transformed into a soldier. I procured a long sword, and with my fine cane in hand, with a well-brushed hat, I sallied forth. I like even now to recollect the pleasure I felt when I was able to admire myself full length in a large mirror. I was highly pleased with my own person. I thought myself made by nature to wear and to honor the military costume which I'd adopted. My uniform was white, the vest blue, a gold and silver shoulder knot, and a sword knot of the same material. Thinking that my new calling required a better and more showy lodging, I moved to the best inn. Very well pleased with my grand appearance, I went to the coffee-room and, taking some chocolate, began to read the newspapers, quite at my ease, and delighted to see that everybody was puzzled. When I'd sufficiently enjoyed public admiration in the coffee-room, I promenaded in the busiest thoroughfares of the city, and returned to the inn, where I had dinner by myself. I'd just concluded my meal when my landlord presented himself with the traveller's book, in which he wanted me to register my name. "Casanova," I said. "Your profession, if you please, sir?" "Officer." In which service?" "None." "Your birthplace?" "Venice." "And where have you arrived from?" "That is no business of yours." This answer, which I thought was in keeping with my external appearance, had the desired effect. The landlord bowed himself out, and I felt highly pleased with myself. On the 4th day of my stay in Bologna, I received by express a long letter from Thérèse. She informed me that on the day after my escape from Rimini, the Duke de Castropignano, having heard her sing, had offered her 1,000 ounces a year and all travelling expenses paid if she accepted an engagement as prima donna at the San Carlo Theatre at Naples. She said that if I wished to accompany her to Naples, she'd meet me anywhere I might appoint, but that if I had any objection to return to that city, she would immediately refuse the brilliant offer, for her only happiness was to please me in all things. For the first time in my life, I found myself in need of thoughtful consideration before I could make up my mind. 2 motives of equal weight kept the balance wavering: self-love and love for Thérèse. I felt that I ought not to require Thérèse to give up such prospects of fortune, but I could not take upon myself either to let her go to Naples without me or to accompany her there. On one side, I shuddered at the idea that my love might ruin Thérèse's prospects. On the other side, the idea of the blow inflicted on my self-love, on my pride, if I went to Naples with her, sickened me. How could I reappear in that city as a cowardly fellow living at the expense of his mistress or his wife? What would all the patricians who knew me say? In spite of my love for Thérèse, I should become very miserable if everyone despised me. The die was cast. My head had conquered my heart. I hit on an excellent expedient, which at all events gained me time. I wrote to Thérèse, advising her to accept the engagement for Naples, where she might expect me to join her in the month of July or after my return from Constantinople. 4 days later I left for Venice. Before my departure, I'd received an answer from the French officer advising me that my passport had reached Pesaro and that he was ready to forward it to me with my trunk, and I received my trunk and my passport a few hours before leaving Bologna. To go to Venice, it was necessary to submit to a quarantine. I didn't wish to be quarantined and was determined to evade it. This was rather a delicate undertaking, for in Venice the sanitary laws are very strict. I knew that between the state of Mantua and that of Venice the passage was free, and I knew likewise that there were no restrictions in the communication between Mantua and Modena. If, therefore, I could penetrate into the state of Mantua by stating that I was coming from Modena, I could then cross the Po and go straight to Venice. This is precisely what I did, and I reached Venice in the evening of that day. It was the 2nd of April, 1744, the anniversary of my birth. The very next morning I went to the exchange in order to procure a passage to Constantinople, but I could not find any passenger ship sailing before 2 or 3 months. So I engaged a berth in a Venetian ship called Our Lady of the Rosary, which was to sail for Corfu in the course of the month. Having thus prepared myself to obey my destiny, which, according to my superstitious feelings, called me imperiously to Constantinople, I went to St. Mark's Square in order to see and to be seen, enjoying by anticipation the surprise of my acquaintances at not finding me any longer an abbé. I thought that my first visit was, by right, due to the Abbé Grimani. The moment he saw me, he raised a perfect shriek of astonishment, for he thought I was still with Cardinal Acquaviva on the road to a political career, while before him he saw standing a son of Mars. I told the abbé that I was only passing through Venice, and that I'd felt it a duty and a pleasure to pay my respects to him. I next called upon Madame Manzoni, whom I was longing to see. She was very happy to see me, and I told her my history, which amused her much. But she said that if I went to Constantinople, I should most likely never see her again. Next, I went to the house of Madame Orio, where I found Nanette and Martel. They were all greatly surprised at seeing me, and the 2 lovely sisters looked more beautiful than ever. Seeing that the good old lady was carried away by her enthusiasm, I told her that I should be very happy to spend the 4 or 5 weeks of my stay in Venice under her roof, if she could give me a room and supper, but on condition that I shouldn't prove a burden to her or to her charming nieces. The room adjoining the chamber of the 2 sisters was put at my disposal. Nanette said immediately that she and her sister would sleep downstairs, but Madame Orio answered that it was unnecessary, as they could lock themselves in their room. "There would be no need for them to do that, madam," I said, with a serious and modest air. Everything being satisfactorily arranged, I forced upon Madame Orio a payment of 15 sequins in advance, assuring her that I was rich and that I was making a very good bargain, as I should spend a great deal more if I kept my room at the inn. I added that I'd send my luggage and take up my quarters in her house on the following day. During the whole of the conversation I could see the eyes of my 2 dear little wives sparkling with pleasure, and they reconquered all their influence over my heart, in spite of my love for Therese, whose image was, all the same, brilliant in my soul. This was a passing infidelity, but not inconstancy. The following day I called at the War Office. As soon as I explained that I wanted to go to Constantinople, and that, although in uniform I was free, I was advised to go with the bailo, who intended to leave within 2 months, and to try to obtain service in the Venetian army. That day I dined with the officer commanding, Major Pelladoro, and several other officers, who agreed in advising me to enter the service of the Republic, and I resolved to do so. "I am acquainted," said the Major, "with a young lieutenant whose health is not sufficiently strong to allow him to go to the East, and who would be glad to sell his commission. He wants 100 sequins, but it would be necessary to obtain the consent of the Secretary of War." "Mention the matter to him," I replied. "The 100 sequins are ready." The Major undertook the commission. And that evening I went to Madame Oriot, and I found myself very comfortably lodged. After supper, the aunt told her nieces to show me to my room, and, as may well be supposed, we spent a most delightful night. After that they took the agreeable duty by turns, and in order to avoid any surprise in case the aunt should take it into her head to pay them a visit, we skilfully displaced a part of the partition which allowed them to come in and out of my room without opening the door. But the good lady believed us 3 living specimens of virtue, and never thought of putting us to the test. Towards the end of the month I entered the service of the Republic as an ensign in the Bala regiment, then stationed in Corfu. The young man who'd left the regiment with my 100 sequins in his pocket was a lieutenant, but the Secretary of War objected to my having that rank immediately. However, he promised me that at the end of the year I would be promoted to that rank. Monsieur Pierre Van Dramen, an illustrious senator, obtained a passage to Constantinople for me. I set sail at the beginning of September and reached Corfu in 14 days. At that time in Corfu, the Provveditori Generali had sovereign authority and lived in great magnificence. That post was then filled by Monsieur André Dauphin, a man 60 years of age, strict, headstrong, and ignorant. He no longer cared for women, but he liked to be courted by them. He entertained every evening, and the supper table was always laid for 24 persons. On landing, he was the first person I presented myself to. After my visit to him, I called upon the commander of Galices, Monsieur des Airs, to whom an acquaintance had kindly recommended me. After a short conversation, Monsieur des Airs asked if I would consent to serve him as his adjutant. I accepted without hesitation. The next day I found myself established in his house. The lady who was then most eminent for beauty was Madame Fay. Her husband, captain of a galley, had come to Corfu with her the year before, and Madame had greatly astonished all the naval officers. Believing she had the privilege of the choice, she'd given her preference to Monsieur des Airs, and had dismissed all other suitors who presented themselves. I saw her for the first time at the dinner table on the very day of my installation at Monsieur des Airs, and she made a great impression upon me. I seemed to be gazing at a supernatural being, so infinitely above all the women I'd ever seen that it seemed impossible to fall in love with her. She appeared of a nature so superior to mine that I didn't see the possibility of rising to her level. This impression made upon me by Madame Fay was too ridiculous to last long, and indeed its nature soon changed. My position as adjutant procured me the honour of dining at Monsieur des Airs' table, but nothing more. The other adjutant, the greatest fool I'd ever seen, shared that honour with me. We weren't, however, considered guests, for nobody ever spoke to us or even honoured us with a look. This used to put me in a rage. I knew very well that people acted in that manner through no real contempt for us, but it went very hard with me. At the end of 10 days, Madame Fay, not having condescended to cast one glance upon my person, began to appear disagreeable to me. I felt piqued, vexed, provoked, and the more so because I couldn't suppose that the lady acted in that manner wilfully. Indeed, I'd have been highly pleased with her if there had been premeditation on her part. I felt satisfied that I was a nobody in her estimation, and as I was conscious of being somebody, I wanted her to know it. At last, a circumstance offered itself in which, thinking that she could address me, she was compelled to look at me. Monsieur des Airs, having observed that a very fine turkey had been placed before me, told me to carve it. I immediately went to work. I wasn't a skilful carver, and Madame Fay laughed at my want of dexterity. She said that if I hadn't been certain of performing my task with credit, I oughtn't to have undertaken it. Full of confusion and unable to answer her as my anger prompted, I sat down, my heart overflowing with hatred against her. I'd placed my money in the hands of a certain Maroli, a major in the army and a gamester by profession, who held the faro bank at the coffee-house. We were partners. I helped him when he dealt, and he rendered me the same office when I held the cards. We made up our accounts every night as soon as playing was over. The cashier kept the capital of the bank, the winnings were divided, and each took his share away. One day, as we were leaving the dinner table, a gentleman handed me a roll of gold that he'd lost on trust. Madame Fay saw it and said, "What do you do with your money?" "I keep it, madam, as a provision against possible losses." "No, you hoard your money. You're a miser. Why don't you buy yourself a pair of gloves?" The room rocked with laughter, and my vexation was all the greater because I couldn't deny that she was quite right. It was the adjutant's business to give the ladies an arm to their carriages, and it was not proper to fulfill that duty without gloves. I felt mortified, and the reproach of avarice hurt me deeply. So I spent my days in a continual state of rage, and the most absurd part of it all was that I felt unhappy because I couldn't control my hatred for that woman whom, in good conscience, I could find guilty of nothing. For all that, I had an ardent wish to punish her and make her repent. I thought of nothing else. I'd think of devoting all my intelligence and money to kindling an amorous passion in her heart, and then to revenge myself by treating her with contempt. But I soon realized the impracticability of such a plan, for even supposing that I should succeed in finding my way to her heart, was I the man to resist my own success with such a woman? But I was the pet child of fortune, and my position was suddenly altered. One day, Monsieur Des sent me with dispatches to the captain of a galliasse. I had to wait until midnight to deliver them, and when I returned I found that Monsieur Des had retired to his apartment for the night. As soon as he was visible in the morning, I went to render an account of my mission. I'd been with him only a few minutes, when his valet brought a letter saying that Madame Fay's adjutant was waiting for an answer. Monsieur Des read the note, tore it to pieces, and in his excitement stamped with his foot on the fragments. He walked up and down the room for a little time, then wrote an answer, and rang for the adjutant to whom he delivered it. He then recovered his usual composure, concluded the perusal of the dispatch, and told me to write a letter. He was looking it over when the valet came in, telling me that Madame Fay desired to see me. Monsieur Des told me that he didn't require my services any more for the present, and that I might go. I ran to Madame Fay's house, very eager to know what she wanted with me. I was admitted immediately, and I was greatly surprised to find her sitting up in bed, her countenance flushed and excited, and her eyes red from tears she had evidently just been shedding. She collected her thoughts for an instant and said, "Last evening, my husband lost 200 sequins upon trust at your faro bank. He believed I had that amount in my possession, and I must therefore give it to him immediately, as he is honour-bound to pay his losses today. Unfortunately, I've disposed of the money, and I am in great trouble. I hoped you might tell Maroli that I've paid you the amount lost by my husband. Here is a ring of some value. Keep it until the 1st of January, when I'll return the 200 sequins. Meanwhile, I'm prepared to give you my note of hand." "I accept the note of hand, madam," I said, "but I cannot consent to deprive you of your ring. Within 10 minutes you shall have the amount you require." I left her without waiting for an answer, and I returned within a few minutes with the 200 ducats. I handed them to her and put her note of hand in my pocket. As I bowed to take my leave, she addressed these precious words to me. "I believe, sir, that if I'd known you were so prepared to assist me, I couldn't have asked that service of you. Well, madam, for the future be quite certain that should you ask for this service again, it would never be refused you." "What you say is very complimentary, but I trust never to find myself again under the necessity of doing so." From that moment I felt I was in love with Madame Fay, and I conceived the hope that she might return my ardent affection. On returning to my room, the first thing I did was to cross out with ink every word of her note of hand except her name. Then, putting it in a carefully sealed envelope, I placed it in the hands of a public notary. I ensured that his receipt stated that he would deliver it only to Madame Fay whenever she should request it. One evening, there was an unusually large attendance at Monsieur des Airs' assembly, and we were talking of the carnival which was near at hand. Everybody was regretting the lack of actors and the impossibility of enjoying the pleasures of the theatre. I immediately offered to procure a good company at my expense if the boxes were at once subscribed for and the monopoly of the Faro Bank granted me. No time was to be lost, for the carnival was approaching, and I had to go to Otranto to engage a troupe. My proposal was accepted with great joy, and the Proveditore Generale placed a servant at my disposal. The boxes were all taken in 3 days, and a merchant took the pit, 2 nights a week excepted, which I reserved for my own profit. I left Corfu in the evening, and having a good breeze in my favour, I reached Otranto by daybreak the following morning, without the oarsman having had to row a stroke. The distance from Corfu to Otranto is only about 15 leagues. I had no idea of our landing, owing to the quarantine which is always in force for any ship or boat coming to Italy from the east. So I went only to the parlour of the Hospitale Lazaretto, where, placed behind a grating, you can speak to any person who calls, and they must stand behind another grating placed opposite at a distance of 6 feet. As soon as I announced that I had come for the purpose of engaging a troupe of actors to perform in Corfu, the managers of the 2 companies then in Otranto came to the parlour to speak to me. I told them at once that I wished to see all the performers, 1 company at a time. An hour later, the manager of the first company, Don Fastidio, returned with all his performers, and you can imagine my surprise when amongst them I recognized Petronio and his sister Marina. The moment she saw me, she screamed for joy, jumped over the grating, and threw herself in my arms. I engaged the troupe, and towards evening I left Otranto with 20 actors and 6 large trunks containing their complete wardrobes. At 9 the next morning we landed at Mandrachia. As soon as my company was landed, the young officers naturally came to inspect the actresses, but they didn't find them very desirable, with the exception of Marina, who received, uncomplainingly, the news that I could not renew my acquaintance with her. I felt certain that she wouldn't lack admirers. The management of the troupe's performances brought me more than 1,000 sequins. My manner with the actresses gained me great kindness. It was clearly seen that I carried on no intrigue with any of them, although I had every facility for doing so. Madame Fay complimented me, but the truth is that I was too busy through the carnival to think of love, even of the passion which filled my heart. It was only at the beginning of Lent, and after the departure of the actors, that I could give rein to my feelings. One morning, Madame Fay sent a messenger who summoned me to her presence. It was 11 o'clock. I immediately went to her and inquired what I could do for her service. "I wanted to see you," she said, "to return the 200 sequins which you lent me so nobly. Here they are. Be good enough to give me back my note of hand." "Your note of hand, madam, is no longer in my possession. I have put it in a sealed envelope with the notary, who, according to this receipt of his, can return it only to you." "Why didn't you keep it yourself?" "Because I was afraid of losing it, or having it stolen. And in the event of my death, I didn't want such a document to fall into any other hands but yours." "Then I can send word to the notary to transmit it to me?" "Certainly, madam. You alone can claim it." She sent it to the notary, who brought it himself. She tore the envelope open and found only a piece of paper besmeared with ink, quite illegible except her own name, which hadn't been touched. "You have acted," she said, "most nobly." On the next day, Monsieur Fay, her husband, begged my commanding officer des Airs to let me go with him to Patintro for an excursion of 3 days, his own adjutant being seriously ill. Patintro is 7 miles from Corfu, almost opposite to that city. I went with him, and on the fourth day, which was Good Friday, we came back to Corfu with a large provision of wood. I found Monsieur des Ayres alone on the terrace of his palace. He seemed thoughtful. After a few minutes' silence, he said, "Monsieur Fay's adjutant died yesterday. He's just been begging me to give you to him until he can find another officer. I've told him that I had no right to dispose of your person, and that he ought to apply to you. I've told him that if you asked me leave to go with him, I wouldn't object." On Easter Sunday I had an attack of fever which kept me in bed. I was still weak on the Monday, and intended to remain in my room, when a messenger from Madame Fay came to inform me that she wished to see me. I dressed rapidly and hurried to her house. I entered her room, pale, looking very ill, yet she did not inquire after my health. "Ah, yes," she said. "You are aware that our adjutant died, and that we want to replace him. My husband has a very high opinion of you, and believes that Monsieur des Ayres leaves you perfectly free to make your choice. My husband believes that you'll come if I ask you myself. Is he mistaken? If you do come to us, you'd have that room." She was pointing to the room adjoining her bedchamber. It was so situated that I'd be able to see her in every part of her room. "Monsieur des Ayres," she continued, "will see you here every day, so he won't be likely to forget his interest in your welfare. Now tell me, will you come or not?" In less than 1 hour I'd taken possession of my new quarters. I found myself like the salamander in the very heart of the fire for which I'd been longing so ardently. Almost constantly in the presence of Madame Fay, seeing her from my room or conversing with her in her chamber, the first night passed by without any change being brought about by that constant intercourse. Yet I was full of hope, and to keep up my courage I imagined that love wasn't yet powerful enough to conquer her pride. One day, being alone with me, she said, "You have enemies, but I silenced them last night. They are envious, madam, and they'd pity me if they could read the secret pages of my heart. You could easily deliver me from those enemies." One day, being present in her room while her maid was cutting off the ends of her long and beautiful hair, I amused myself in picking up the bits and putting them on her toilet table. But one small lock I slipped into my pocket, thinking she hadn't noticed. However, the moment we were alone, she told me to take out of my pocket the hair I'd picked up from the floor. Thinking her unjust and absurd, I obeyed, but threw the hair on the toilet table with an air of supreme contempt. "Sir, you forget yourself." "No, madam, I do not, for you might have feigned not to have observed such an innocent theft. Feigning is tiresome." "Was such petty larceny a very great crime?" "No crime, but it was an indication of feelings which you have no right to entertain for me." "Feelings which you are at liberty not to return, madam. You have discovered my secret, madam, and you may use it as you think proper. But in the meantime, I've learned to know you. I have discovered that you have little heart. That knowledge will prove more useful than your discovery, for perhaps it'll help me to become wiser." After this I left her, and as she didn't call me back, I undressed and went to bed. However, the night passed off without my eyes being visited by sleep, and next day, feeling weak and low, I refused to have my dinner, sending word that I was very unwell. Towards evening I felt my heart leap for joy when I heard my beautiful lady-love enter my room. Anxiety and want of food and sleep truly gave me the appearance of being ill. I sent her away very soon, but at 11 o'clock she came back with her friend, Monsieur des Ayres, and coming to my bed she said, "What ails you, my poor Casanova?" "A very bad headache, madam, which will be cured tomorrow." "Why should you wait until tomorrow? You must get better at once. I have ordered a basin of broth and 2 new-laid eggs for you." I shook my head slightly. Just then Monsieur des Ayres turned to examine an engraving, and she took my hand. I felt that she was giving me a small parcel. I opened the parcel, but feeling that it contained hair, I hurriedly concealed it under the bedclothes. At the same moment the blood rushed to my head with such violence that it actually frightened me. That night I slept all night, but in my happy dreams I was with her, and the reality itself would hardly have procured me greater enjoyment than I had during my happy slumbers. On the following day, after presenting myself before Monsieur Fay, I went to have a little chat with the maid, to wait until her mistress was visible, which wasn't long, and I had the pleasure of hearing her laugh when the maid told her I was there. As soon as I went in, without giving me time to say a single word, she told me how delighted she was to see me looking so well. From the day when, by giving me her hair, Madame Fay had betrayed the secret feelings of her heart, I spoke to her only of my love, of my ardent desires. I told her that either she must banish me from her presence, or crown my happiness. But the cruel, charming woman wouldn't accept that alternative. She answered that happiness could not be obtained by offending every moral law. "My friend, be generous enough to spare me, for the sake of all the love I feel for you." "What?" I'd say. "You love me and you refuse to make me happy. It's unnatural. You're forcing me to believe that you don't love me. Only allow me to press my lips on yours, and I ask no more. No, dearest, no. It would only stimulate your desires and shake my resolution, and we'd then find ourselves more miserable than we are now." "What?" I said. "You acknowledge your cruelty towards me? You condemn me unmercifully to the torments of the damned? You refuse me even the slightest favours? I'm now reduced to enjoying your shadow during the day, during the night, always, everywhere, except when I'm in your presence." At that passionate declaration, she was surprised and deeply moved. I folded her in my arms, and she offered me her lovely lips. Mine remained pressed upon them until I was compelled to draw breath. After that conversation, in which I'd enjoyed the sweet nectar of my beloved's first kiss, I had the courage to behave in a very different way. She could see the ardour which consumed me, perhaps the same fire which burnt in her veins, but I abstained from any attack. One day she said to me, "What gives you the strength to control yourself? After the kiss which you granted to me of your own accord, I felt that I ought not to wish any favour unless your heart gave it as freely. You cannot imagine the happiness that kiss has given me. It was the child of love." "Yes, dearest, of love, the treasures of which are inexhaustible." The words were scarcely spoken when our lips were engaged in happy concert. She held me so tight against her bosom that I couldn't use my hands to secure other pleasures, but I felt myself perfectly happy. After that delightful skirmish, I asked her whether we were never going to go any further. "Never, dearest friend, never. Love is a child which must be amused with trifles. Too substantial food would kill it." "I know love better than you," I said. "It requires that substantial food, and unless it can obtain it, love dies of exhaustion. Do not refuse me the consolation of hope. Hope as much as you please, if it makes you happy." Obedient to her wishes, but every day more deeply enamoured, I was in hope that nature at last would prove stronger than prejudice, and would cause a fortunate crisis. But besides nature, fortune was my friend, and I owed my happiness to an accident. One day Madame Fay was walking in the garden, leaning on Monsieur des Airs' arm, and was caught by a large rose-bush. The prickly thorns left a deep cut on her leg. Monsieur des Airs bandaged the wound with his handkerchief, so as to stop the blood, which was flowing abundantly, and she had to be carried home. In Corfu, wounds on the legs are dangerous when they're not well attended to, and very often the wounded are compelled to leave the city to be cured. Madame Fay was confined to her bed, and my lucky position in the house condemned me to remain constantly at her orders. During the first 3 days, visitors succeeded each other without intermission, and I never was alone with her. In the evening, after everybody had gone and her husband had retired to his own apartment, Monsieur des Airs remained another hour, and for the sake of propriety I had to take my leave at the same time that he did. I had much more liberty before the accident, and I told her so half seriously, half jestingly. The next day, to make up for my disappointment, she contrived a moment of happiness for me. An elderly surgeon came every morning to dress her wound, during which operation only her maid was present. That morning, the girl came to tell me to go in, as the surgeon was dressing the wound. The surgeon being busy preparing a poultice at the other end of the room, and the maid having left, I inquired whether the inflammation went up her leg, and naturally my eyes and my hands kept pace with my question. I saw no inflammation, but I did at last see the object of my desire, and the lovely patient hurriedly let the curtain fall. Then, smiling, she allowed me to take a sweet kiss, the perfume of which I hadn't enjoyed for many days. It was a sweet moment, a delicious ecstasy. From her mouth my lips descended to her wound, and satisfied in that moment that my kisses were the best of medicines, I would have kept my lips there, if the noise made by the maid coming back hadn't compelled me to give up my delightful occupation. The next day I was again present at the dressing of the wound, and as soon as the surgeon had left, she asked me to arrange her pillows, which I did at once. As if to make that pleasant office easier, she raised the bedclothes to support herself, and thus gave me a sight of beauties which intoxicated my eyes, and I protracted the easy operation without her complaining of my being too slow. When I had done, I was in a fearful state, and I threw myself in an armchair opposite her bed, half dead, in some sort of trance. I was looking at that lovely being who, almost artless, was continually granting me greater and still greater favours, and yet never allowed me to reach the goal for which I was so ardently longing. The next day, the moment the doctor had gone, she sent her maid out to make some purchases. After a few minutes, she said, "My maid has forgotten to change my chemise." "Then allow me to take her place." "Very well. But I give permission only to your eyes to share in the proceedings." "Agreed." She unlaced herself, took off her stays and her chemise, and told me to be quick and put on the clean one. But I wasn't speedy enough, being too much engaged by all I could see. "Give me my chemise," she exclaimed. "It's there, on that small table." "Oh, well, I'll take it myself." She leaned over towards the table and exposed almost everything I was longing for, and turning slowly, she handed me the chemise which I could hardly hold, trembling all over as I was. She took pity on me. My hands shared the happiness of my eyes. I fell into her arms, our lips fastened together, and we enjoyed a voluptuous, ardent embrace, not sufficient to allay our desires, but delightful enough to deceive them for the moment. With greater control over herself than many women have, she took care to let me reach only the porch of the temple, without granting me a free entrance to the sanctuary. The next day the governor of the Galices issued orders for a general review. Monsieur Fay left in his galley, telling me to join him early on the following day with the servant. I took supper alone with Madame Fay, and I told her how unhappy it made me to remain away from her for even one day. "Let's make up tonight for tomorrow's disappointment," she said, "and spend it together in conversation. Here are the keys. When you know that my maid has left me, come to me through my husband's room." I followed her instructions, and we found ourselves alone with 5 hours before us. It was the month of June, and the heat was intense. She'd gone to bed. I folded her in my arms and pressed her to me. But she thought I had no right to complain if I was subjected to the same privation which she imposed upon herself. My prayers, my entreaties, were of no avail. "Love," she said, "must be kept in check with a tight hand." After the first ecstasy, our eyes and lips part, and we take delight in seeing the mutual satisfaction on our faces. Our desires revive. She looks on my state of innocence entirely exposed to her sight. She seems vexed at my want of excitement, and, throwing off everything which interferes with our pleasures, she leaps upon me. It's more than amorous fury. It's desperate lust. I share her frenzy. I hug her with a sort of delirium. I enjoy a felicity which is on the point of carrying me to the regions of bliss, but at the very moment of completing the offering she moves off, slips away, and comes back to work off my excitement with a hand which strikes me as cold as ice. "What cruelty!" I cry. "You're burning with love, and yet you're depriving yourself of the only remedy which could calm your senses. Come, darling, light of my heart, come! Love can be fulfilled only in the retreat from which you ejected me at the moment of my greatest pleasure." She pressed me tightly in her arms, and I felt that she was submerging in an ocean of bliss. "I loved you a few minutes ago," she said. "Now I love you 1,000 times more. Perhaps I should have loved you less if you had carried my enjoyment to its highest limit." "Oh, how greatly mistaken you are," I said. "Desires constantly renewed and never fully satisfied are more terrible than the torments of hell. Do stop deceiving yourself, my dearest. Let us be as happy as nature intends. You could be quite certain that the reality of happiness will increase our love. Believe me, the full gratification of desires can only increase 100-fold the passions of two beings who adore each other." But after that night, so rich in delights, 10 or 12 days passed without giving us any opportunity of quenching even a small particle of the amorous thirst which devoured us, and it was then that a fearful misfortune befell me. One evening, after supper, Monsieur Fay used no ceremony, and, although I was present, told his wife that he intended to pay her a visit after writing 2 letters which he had to dispatch early the next morning. The moment he left the room, we looked at each other, and with one accord fell into each other's arms. A torrent of delights rushed through our souls without restraint, without reserve. But when the first ardour had been appeased, without giving me time to think or to enjoy the most complete, the most delicious victory, she drew back, repulsed me, and threw herself, panting, distracted, upon a chair near her bed. "My darling, we were on the brink of the precipice." I left her in a state of frenzy and rushed out towards the esplanade to cool myself, for I was choking. Any man who has experienced the cruelty of an action like that of Madame Fay will realize what I suffered. I was in that fearful state when I heard my name called from a window, and unfortunately I condescended to answer. I went near the window, and I saw, thanks to the moonlight, the famous Melula standing on her balcony. "What are you doing there at this time of night?" I inquired. "I am enjoying the cool evening breeze. Come up for a little while." This Melula was a courtesan from Zamti, of rare beauty, who for the last 4 months had been the delight and rage of all the young men in Corfu. She was the talk of all the city. I'd seen her often, but although she was very beautiful, I was very far from thinking her as lovely as Madame Fay. I went upstairs mechanically, and she took me to a voluptuous boudoir. She complained of my being the only one who had never paid her a visit, when I was the man she would have preferred to all the others, and I had the infamy to give way. It wasn't desire which caused me to yield. It was a sort of spite, because the angel whom I adored had displeased me by a caprice. When I recovered my composure, I had but one feeling: hatred for myself and for the creature who had allured me to commit so vile an insult to the loveliest of her sex. I went home, the prey to fearful remorse, and went to bed, but sleep never closed my eyes throughout that cruel night. I was cruelly punished for my disgusting debauchery. 3 days later, as I got up in the morning, an awful pricking announced the horrible state into which the wretched Malula had thrown me. And when I came to think of the misery I might have caused if, during those 3 days, I'd obtained some new favour from my lovely mistress, I was on the point of going mad. Of one thing I'm quite certain. If such a misfortune had happened, I should have committed suicide. I prepared myself for a strict diet, which would restore my health in 6 weeks without anyone having any suspicion of my illness. But I soon found out that I hadn't seen the end of my troubles. Malula had communicated to my system all the poisons which corrupt the source of life. I consulted an elderly doctor of great experience in those matters, and he promised to set me rights in 2 months. He proved as good as his word. At the beginning of September I found myself in good health, and it was about that time that I returned to Venice. But it was written in the book of fate that I should return to Venice a simple ensign, as when I left. The general didn't keep his word, and the bastard son of a nobleman was promoted instead of myself. From that moment, the military profession inspired me with disgust, and I determined to give it up. During the last 2 months of my stay in Corfu, I learned the most bitter and important lessons. Before my adventure with the worthless Malula, I'd enjoyed good health. I was rich, lucky at play, liked by everybody, beloved by the most lovely woman of Corfu. When I spoke, everybody would listen and admire my wit. But after my fatal meeting with the courtesan, I rapidly lost my health, my money, my credit. Cheerfulness, wit, even the faculty of eloquence vanished with fortune. The influence I had over Madame Fay faded away little by little, and, almost without her knowing it, the lovely woman became completely indifferent to me. We left Corfu towards the end of September with 5 galleys, 2 galeases, and several smaller vessels. We sailed along the shores of the Adriatic, where there are a great many harbours, and we put up in one of them every night. We had a fortunate voyage and cast anchor in the harbour of Venice on the 14th of October, 1745. Having performed the necessary quarantine, we landed on the 25th of November. As soon as I disembarked, I called upon Madame Orio. But I found the house empty. A neighbour told me that she'd married and left. I found Madame Manzoni still the same. She had predicted that I wouldn't remain in the military profession, and when I told her that I'd made up my mind to give it up because I hated the injustice I'd experienced, she burst out laughing. She inquired about the profession I intended to follow after giving up the army, and I answered that I wished to become an advocate. She laughed again, saying that it was too late. Yet I was only 20. When I called upon Monsieur Grimani, I had a friendly welcome from him. When I inquired after my brother Francois, he told me that he'd had him confined in Fort Saint-André. "He works for the Major there," he said. "He copies Simonetti's battle pieces, and the Major pays him for them. He's earning a living, and he's becoming a good painter." I took a cordial leave of the Abbé Grimani and proceeded to Fort Saint-André. There I found my brother hard at work, neither pleased nor displeased with his position, and enjoying good health. After embracing him affectionately, I inquired what crime he'd committed to be imprisoned in this way. "Ask the Major," he said, "for I haven't the faintest idea." Just then Major Spiridion came in, so I gave him the military salute, and asked by what authority he kept my brother under arrest. I'm not accountable to you for my actions," he said. "That remains to be seen," I replied. I left the fort, fully bent on obtaining justice. The next day I went to the War Office, where I had the pleasure of meeting my dear friend, Major Pelladoro, who was then commander of the fortress of Chiozza. I informed him that I wished to prefer a complaint against the Secretary of War respecting my brother's arrest. I also told him that I had decided to leave the army. He promised me that, as soon as the Secretary for War consented, he'd find a purchaser for my commission at the same price I'd paid for it. I hadn't long to wait. The War Secretary came to the office and everything was settled in half an hour. He promised his consent to the sale of my commission as soon as he ascertained the abilities of my purchaser. Major Spiridion happened to arrive in the office while I was still there. The secretary ordered him rather angrily to set my brother at liberty immediately, and cautioned him not to be guilty again of such reprehensible and arbitrary acts. I went at once for my brother, and we took furnished lodgings together. A few days later, having received my discharge and 100 sequins, I threw off my uniform and found myself once more my own master. I had to earn my living one way or another, and I decided on the profession of gamester. But Dame Fortune wasn't of the same opinion, for she refused to smile upon me. In less than a week I didn't possess a groat. What was to become of me? One must live. So I turned fiddler. Dr. Gossi had taught me well enough to enable me to scrape on the violin in the orchestra of a theatre, and having mentioned my wishes to Monsieur Grimani, he procured me an engagement at his own theatre of Saint-Samuel. Here I earned a crown a day and supported myself while I awaited better things. But I was well aware that, if it were discovered, I should be the laughing-stock of the persons who'd known me as a doctor in divinity, as an ecclesiastic, and as an officer in the army, and had welcomed me in the highest society. Nevertheless, by scraping my violin, I earned enough to keep myself without requiring anybody's assistance, and I've always thought that the man who can support himself is happy. I grant that my profession wasn't a brilliant one, but I didn't mind it. Nor was I long in sharing all the habits of my degraded comrades. When the play was over, I went with them to the drinking booth, which we often left intoxicated to spend the night in houses of ill fame. When we happened to find those places already occupied by other men, we forced them to leave the premises, and, after compelling the prostitutes to yield to us, we defrauded them even of the mean salary the law allows them. We'd very often spend the whole night rambling about the city, inventing and carrying into execution the most impertinent practical jokes. One of our favourite pleasures was to unmoor the patricians' gondolas, and to let them float at random along the canals, enjoying by anticipation all the curses that gondoliers would indulge in. We would rouse up hurriedly, in the middle of the night, an honest midwife, telling her to hasten to Madame So-and-so, who, not being even pregnant, was sure to tell her she was a fool when she called at the house. We did the same with physicians, whom we often sent half-dressed to some nobleman who was enjoying excellent health. The priests fared no better. We'd send them to carry the last sacraments to married men who were peacefully slumbering near their wives and not thinking of extreme unction. The city was alive with complaints, and we laughed at the useless search made by the police to find out those who disturbed the peace of the inhabitants. We were 7, and sometimes 8, because, being much attached to my brother Francois, I gave him a share now and then in our nocturnal orgies. But at last fear put a stop to our criminal jokes, which in those days I used to call only the frolics of young men. This is the amusing adventure which closed our exploits. In every one of the 72 parishes of the city of Venice there is a large public house called Magazzino. It remains open all night, and wine is retailed there at a cheaper price than in all the other drinking houses. People can likewise eat in the Magazzino, but they must obtain what they want from the pork butcher nearby, for he has the exclusive sale of eatables and keeps his shop open throughout the night. The nobility, the merchants, even workmen in good circumstances, are never seen in the Magazzino, for cleanliness is not exactly worshipped in such places. Yet there are a few private rooms which contain a table surrounded with benches in which a respectable family or a few friends can enjoy themselves in a decent way. It was during the Carnival of 1745 and after midnight. We were, all 8 of us, rambling about together with our masks on, in quest of some new sort of mischief to amuse us, and we went into the Magazzino of the parish of the Holy Cross to get something to drink. We found the public room empty, but in one of the private chambers we discovered 3 men quietly conversing with a young and pretty woman and enjoying their wine. Our chief, a noble Venetian belonging to the Balbi family, said to us, "It'd be a good joke to carry off these 3 blockheads and to keep the pretty woman in our possession." He explained his plan, and under cover of our masks we entered their room, Balbi at our head. Our sudden appearance rather surprised the good people, but you may fancy their astonishment when they heard Balbi say to them, "Under penalty of death, and by order of the Council of 10, I command you to follow us immediately, without making the slightest noise. As to you, my good woman, you needn't be frightened. You'll be escorted to your house." Then 2 of us got hold of the woman to take her where our chief had arranged beforehand, and the others seized the 3 poor fellows who were trembling all over and hadn't the slightest idea of resistance. The waiter of the Magazzino came to be paid, and our chief gave him what was due, enjoining silence under penalty of death. We take our 3 prisoners to a large boat. Balbi steers us to St. George, where he lands our prisoners, who are delighted to find themselves at liberty. After this, the boatman is ordered to take us to St. Genevieve, where we land after paying for the boat. We proceed at once to Palombo Square, where my brother and another of our band are waiting for us, with our lovely prisoner, who is crying. "Don't weep, my beauty," says Balbi. "We won't hurt you. We intend only to take some refreshment at the Rialto, and then we'll take you home in safety." So she follows us to the 2 Swords. We order a good fire in a private room. When everything we want to eat and to drink has been brought in, we send the waiter away. Then we take off our masks, and the sight of 8 young, healthy faces seems to please the beauty we had so unceremoniously carried off. We soon managed to reconcile her to her fate by the gallantry of our proceedings. Encouraged by a good supper and by the stimulus of wine, prepared by our compliments and by a few kisses, she realized what's in store for her, and doesn't seem to have any unconquerable objection. Our chief, as a matter of right, claims the privilege of opening the ball. By dint of sweet words he overcomes the very natural repugnance she feels at consummating the sacrifice in so numerous a company. However, she doubtless thinks the offering agreeable when I present myself as the priest appointed to sacrifice a 2nd time to the god of love. She receives me almost with gratitude. And when she finds out that she is destined to make us all happy, she can't conceal her joy. Our exploit over, we put on our masks and escorted the happy victim to St. Job, where she lived. Believe it or not, in perfect good faith, the charming creature bade us good night and thanked us all. 2 days afterwards, our nocturnal orgy began to be talked of. The young woman's husband was a weaver by trade, and so were his 2 friends. They joined together to address a complaint to the Council of 10. The complaint contained nothing but the truth, but the criminal aspect was somewhat obscured, since the document stated that the 8 masked men hadn't rendered themselves guilty of any act disagreeable to the wife. The document produced 3 results. In the first place, it amused the town. In the second, all the idlers of Venice went to St. Job to hear the account of the adventure from the lips of the heroine herself, and she got many presents from her numerous visitors. In the third place, the Council of 10 offered a reward of 500 ducats to any person giving information as would lead to the arrest of the perpetrators of the practical joke. The offer of that reward would have made us tremble if our leader, precisely the one who alone had no interest in turning informer, hadn't been a patrician. But I knew that, even supposing one of us were vile enough to betray our secret for the sake of the reward, the tribunal would have done nothing. They'd never have implicated a patrician. There was no cowardly traitor amongst us, although we were all poor. But fear had its effect, and our nocturnal pranks were not renewed. End of CD 3. CD 4. During this time in Venice, I had the good fortune to gain the friendship of 3 noblemen. One of them, Monsieur de Bragadin, a senator, another belonged to the Dandolo family, and the third was a Barbaro. They were all in their middle years. My three worthy friends had intelligence and wit, but they were superstitious and no philosophers. They were more than good Christians and faithful to the church. They were real devotees and full of scruples. They weren't married, and after having renounced all intercourse with women, they'd become the enemies of the female sex, perhaps a strong proof of the weakness of their minds. With these three extraordinary characters, who were certainly worthy of esteem and respect for their moral qualities, their honesty, their reputation, and their age, as well as their noble birth, I spent my days in a very pleasant manner. I completed the conquest of their friendship by relating to them the whole of my life, only with some proper reserve, so as not to lead them into any capital sins. You might say that if I'd wished to follow the rules of pure morality, I ought to have declined intimate intercourse with them. This I can't deny, but I'll answer that I was only 20 years of age. I was intelligent, talented, and had just been a poor fiddler. Through the friendship of these three men, I was certain of obtaining consideration and influence. And indeed, so it turned out. One day, Monsieur de Bragadin called me to him and said, "I know you and appreciate you. If you'll be my son, you have only to acknowledge me for your father, and until my death I'll treat you as my own child. Your apartment is ready. You may send for your clothes. You shall have a servant, a gondola, and 10 sequins a month. That's the sum I used to receive from my father when I was your age. You needn't think of the future. Think only of enjoying yourself. Use me as your adviser in everything you may wish to undertake, and you may be certain of always finding me your friend." I embraced him, calling him father, and he folded me in his arms and called me his dear son. I promised to love and obey him. His two friends, who lived in the same palace, embraced me affectionately, and we swore eternal fraternity. Such is the history of the lucky stroke which, taking me from the vile profession of a fiddler, raised me to the rank of a grandee. After this, my life in Venice would have been pleasant and happy if I could have abstained from punting at Basset. The ridotti were open only to noblemen who had to appear without masks in their patricians' robes, and wearing the immense wig which had become indispensable since the beginning of the century. I insisted on playing, and I was wrong, for I had neither prudence enough to leave off when fortune turned against me, nor sufficient control to stop when I'd won. At the end of January, I found myself under the necessity of procuring 200 sequins. Madame Manzoni contrived to obtain from another woman the loan of a diamond ring worth 500. I made up my mind to go to Treviso, 15 miles distant from Venice, to pawn the ring at the Monte de Pieti, which there lends money on valuables at the rate of 5%. I got up early one morning and walked to the end of the Canale Reggio, intending to engage a gondola to take me as far as Mestre, where I could take post-horses, reach Treviso in less than 2 hours, pledge my diamond ring, and return to Venice the same evening. As I passed along St. Job's Quay, I saw in a 2-oared gondola a country girl, beautifully dressed. I stopped to look at her. The gondoliers, supposing that I wanted an opportunity of reaching Mestre at a cheap rate, rowed back to the shore. Observing the girl's lovely face, I don't hesitate but jump into the gondola and pay double fare on condition that no more passengers are taken. The gondoliers, highly pleased with my generosity, thank me and call me Excellency. An elderly priest was seated near the girl. Accepting the title as truly belonging to me, he begs my pardon for not having addressed me as such. "I'm not a Venetian nobleman, reverend sir, and I have no right to the title of Eccellenza." "Oh," says the lady, "I'm very glad of that. Whenever I find myself near a nobleman, I'm afraid. But I suppose you're still an illustrissimo?" "Not even that, signora. I'm only an advocate's clerk." Well, so much the better. My father was a farmer. As I'm an only daughter, I inherited his property after his death, and I'll also inherit my mother's, who's been ill a long time and can't live much longer. Now, I don't suppose that there's much difference between an advocate's clerk and the daughter of a rich farmer. When travelling, one must accept all sorts of companions. Isn't that so, Uncle?"
"Yes, my dear Christine," said the priest, "and as proof you see that this gentleman has accepted our company without knowing who or what we are."
"But," I said, "do you think I'd have come if I hadn't been attracted by the beauty of your niece?" At these words the good people burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" I asked.
"I'll tell you," said the priest. "Do you know what she said, sir, when she saw you on the wharf? 'There's a very handsome young man looking at me. He'd not be sorry to be with us.' And when she saw that the gondoliers were putting back for you to embark, she was delighted."
While her uncle was speaking, the indignant niece was slapping him on the shoulder. "But lovely Christine," I said, "why shouldn't I hear that you liked my appearance when I'm so glad to tell you how charming I think you?" "Oh, I know Venetians thoroughly now. They've all told me that they were charmed with me, and not one of those I liked ever made a declaration to me." "What sort of declaration did you want?" "There is only one sort for me, sir, one leading to a good marriage in church. Yet we've been in Venice a fortnight, haven't we, Uncle?"
"This girl," said the priest, "is a good match. She owns 3,000 crowns. She wishes to marry a Venetian, and I've accompanied her to Venice to give her that chance. A worthy woman gave us hospitality for a fortnight, and presented her in several houses. She met several marriageable young men, but those who pleased her wouldn't hear of marriage, and those who'd have been glad to marry her didn't take her fancy."
"But do you imagine, reverend sir, that marriages can be made like omelettes? A fortnight in Venice, that's nothing. You ought to live there at least 6 months. A prudent young man wants to know the character of a girl before he marries her, for it's neither money nor beauty which can ensure happiness in married life." The good curate smiled now and then, but I could see that his niece was very near crying. I felt sorry, for she was a charming girl. When the gondola had entered the long canal of Marghera, I asked the clergyman whether he had a carriage to go to Treviso, through which place he had to pass to reach his destination.
"I intended to walk," said the worthy gentleman, "for my parish is poor, and I am the same. But I'll try to obtain a place for Christine in some carriage travelling that way."
"You'd confer a real kindness on me," I said, "if you'd both accept a seat in my chaise. It holds 4 persons, and there's plenty of room." After landing, I ordered breakfast and told a vetturino to get a very handsome chaise ready while we had our meal, but the curate said that he must first of all go and say his mass. "Very well, reverend sir, we will hear it, and you must say it for my intention." I put a silver ducat in his hand. We proceeded towards the church, and I offered my arm to the niece, who, not knowing whether she ought to accept it or not, said, "Do you suppose that I can't walk alone?" "Certainly not. But if I don't give you my arm, people will think me wanting in politeness." "Well, I'll take it. But now that I have your arm, what will people think of me?" "Perhaps that we love each other and that we make a very nice couple." "And if anyone should inform your mistress that we are in love with each other, or even that you have given your arm to a girl?" "I have no mistress, and I shall have none in future, because I couldn't find a girl as pretty as you in all Venice." "I'm very sorry for you, for we can't go to Venice again, and even if we could, how could we remain there for 6 months? You said that 6 months were necessary to know a girl well." "I'd willingly defray all your expenses." "Indeed? Then say so to my uncle, and he'll think it over, for I couldn't go alone." "In 6 months you'd know me as well." "Oh, I know you very well already." "Could you accept a man like me?" "Why not?" "And will you love me?" "Yes, very much, when you're my husband." At that I looked at her in astonishment. and she seemed like a princess in disguise. She had the figure of a nymph, and since the new fashion of wearing a mantle hadn't yet reached her village, I could see the most beautiful breasts. The end of her richly embroidered skirt didn't go lower than her ankles, which allowed me to admire the neat little foot and the lower part of an exquisitely moulded leg. Her firm and easy walk, the natural freedom of all her movements, a charming look which seemed to say, "I am very glad that you think me pretty." Everything, in short, caused the ardent fire of amorous desires to circulate through my veins. I couldn't imagine how such a lovely girl could have spent a fortnight in Venice without finding a man to marry or to deceive her. I was particularly delighted with her simple, artless way of talking, which in the city might have been taken for silliness. Absorbed in my thoughts, and having resolved in my own mind on rendering brilliant homage to her charms, I waited impatiently for the end of the Mass. On our arrival in Treviso, I found no difficulty in persuading the curate to remain for dinner and supper at a small, unfrequented inn, as I took all the expense upon myself. He accepted very willingly, when I added that immediately after supper a carriage would be in readiness to convey him to his destination. I ordered a fire and a good dinner, and the idea struck me that the curate himself might pledge the ring for me, and thus give me the opportunity of a short interview with his niece. I proposed it to him, saying that I couldn't very well go myself, as I didn't wish to be known. He undertook the commission at once, expressing his pleasure at doing something to oblige me. He left us, and I remained alone with Christine. I spent an hour with her, without trying to give her even a kiss, although I was dying to do so. But I prepared her heart to burn with the same desires which were already burning in me by those words which so easily inflame the imagination of a girl. The curate came back and returned me the ring, saying that it could not be pledged until the day after the morrow, in consequence of the festival of the Holy Virgin. He'd spoken to the cashier, who'd said that, if I liked, the bank would lend double the sum I'd asked. "My dear sir," I said, "you'd greatly oblige me if you'd come back here to pledge the ring on my behalf. Now that it has been offered once by you, it might look very strange if it were brought by another person. Of course, I'll pay all your expenses." The priest instantly agreed. I said I hoped he'd bring his niece with him. I was seated opposite to Christine during the dinner, and discovered fresh charms in her every minute. But, fearing I might lose her confidence if I tried to obtain some slight favour, I decided not to go to work too quickly. "My dear Christine," I said, "within a week I shall have arranged the affair. In the meantime, I'll write to you. I hope you have no objection to corresponding with me." "My uncle will write for me, for I've never been taught writing." "What?" I said. "You wish to become the wife of a Venetian, and you can't write?" "You must certainly do so, and before you come to Venice, for everybody would laugh at you if you couldn't write. I see that it makes you sad, my dear, but it can't be helped." "I undertake," said her uncle, "to teach you in a fortnight, if only you'll practice diligently." "It's a great undertaking," said Christine, "but I accept it. I promise you to work night and day, and to begin tomorrow." After dinner I advised the priest not to leave that evening, but to rest overnight. I observed that, by leaving before daybreak, he would reach his destination in good time and feel all the better for it. He was easily persuaded to remain. I ordered a carriage for the clergyman, and desired that a fire might be lit for me in the next room where I'd sleep. But the good priest said that it was unnecessary, because there were 2 large beds in our room. One could be for me, and the other for him and his niece. "We needn't undress," he added, "as we mean to leave very early, but you can take off your clothes, sir, because you're not going with us, and you're likely to remain in bed tomorrow morning." "Oh," said Christine, "I must undress, otherwise I can't sleep. But I'll only need a few minutes to get ready in the morning." I said nothing, but I was amazed.
Christine, then, lovely and charming enough to wreck the chastity of a Xenocrates, would sleep naked with her uncle. True, he was old, devout, and without any of the ideas which might render such a position dangerous. Yet the priest was a man. He'd evidently felt like all men, and he ought to have known the danger he was exposing himself to. My carnal-mindedness couldn't encompass a state of such innocence. But it was truly innocent. So much so that he did it openly. I didn't suppose that anyone could see anything wrong in it. I saw it all plainly, but I wasn't accustomed to such things. I went down to the kitchen to order our supper. When I returned, I found Christine caressing the cheeks of her old uncle, who was laughing. "Do you know what my niece is seeking?" he said. "She wants me to leave her here until my return. She tells me that you were like brother and sister during the hour you spent alone together this morning. And I believe it, but she doesn't consider that she'd be a great trouble to you." "Quite the reverse," I said. "She will afford me great pleasure, for I think her very charming. As to our mutual behaviour, I believe you can trust us both to do our duty." "I have no doubt of it. Well, I'll leave her under your care until the day after tomorrow. I'll come back early in the morning so as to attend to your business." Then he left us on some business of his own, saying that he'd return at nightfall. I remained alone with the charming, artless Christine, and lost no time in thanking her for the confidence she placed in me. "I wish you to have a thorough knowledge of me," she said, "so that you can be more thoroughly satisfied. And I promise to learn writing immediately." "You are charming and true," I said, "but you must be discreet and confide to no one that we have entered into an agreement with each other. You must act according to your uncle's instructions, for it is to him that I intend to write to make all arrangements." "You may rely upon my discretion. I will say nothing, not even to my mother, until you give me permission to do so." I passed the afternoon in denying myself even the slightest liberties with my lovely companion, but falling every minute deeper in love with her. By the time her uncle returned, I'd quite decided to make her my wife. We had a delicious supper. I had to teach Christine how to eat oysters and truffles, which she then saw for the first time. We went to bed before midnight, and it was broad daylight when I awoke. The curate had left the room so quietly that I hadn't heard him. I looked towards the other bed. Christine was asleep. As I wished her good morning, she opened her eyes, and leaning on her elbow, she smiled sweetly. "Dearest Christine, you're as lovely as one of God's angels. I have a great longing to give you a kiss." "If you long for a kiss, my dear friend, come and give me one." I jump out of bed. Decency makes her hide her face. It was cold, and I was in love. I find myself in her arms by one of those spontaneous movements which sentiment alone can cause, and we belong to each other without having thought of it. She happy and rather confused, I delighted, yet unable to realize the truth of a victory won without any contest. An hour passed in the midst of happiness, during which we forgot the whole world. Calm followed the stormy gusts of passionate love, and we gazed at each other without speaking. Christine was the first to break the silence. "What have we done?" she asked. "We have become husband and wife." "What will my uncle say tomorrow?" "He needn't know anything about it until he gives us the nuptial benediction in his own church." "And when will he do so?" "As soon as he has completed all the arrangements necessary for a public marriage." "How long will that be?" "About a month." "You aren't deceiving me?" "No, for I adore you."
The morning passed off quickly, but towards dinner-time I thought that Christine looked different from how she'd seemed the day before, and I asked her the reason for the change.
"It must be," she said, "the same reason which causes you to be thoughtful."
I didn't tell her all my reasons for being pensive. I'd found myself drawn into an engagement which wasn't disagreeable to me, but I wished it hadn't been so very quick. I couldn't conceal from myself that repentance was beginning to creep into my amorous and well-disposed mind, and I was grieved at it. We had the whole evening before us, and as she told me that she'd never gone to a theatre, we went there, and after the performance I took her to the casino. Her astonishment made me laugh when she saw a faro bank for the first time. I gave her 10 sequins and explained what she had to do. She didn't even know the cards, yet in less than an hour she'd won 100. I made her leave off playing, and we returned to the inn. We had a light supper, and spent a delightful night, taking good care to part by daybreak, so as not to be caught in the same bed by the worthy ecclesiastic. He arrived early and found us sleeping soundly in our respective beds. He woke me, and I gave him the ring which he went to pledge immediately. When he returned 2 hours later, he saw us dressed and talking quietly near the fire. The time had come to part. I promised to pay them a visit in the first days of Lent, but on the condition that on my arrival I wouldn't find anyone informed of my name or my business. The curate gave me the birth certificate of his niece and the account of her possessions. As soon as they'd gone, I departed for Venice, full of love for the charming girl, and determined on keeping my engagement with her. My return caused the greatest joy to my 3 excellent friends. Not accustomed to having me absent for 3 days, Messieurs Dandolo and Barbaro had been afraid that some accident had befallen me. But Monsieur de Bragadine's faith was stronger, and he'd allayed their fears. The very next day I resolved to ensure Christine's happiness without making her my wife. I'd thought of marrying her when I loved her better than myself, but after obtaining possession, my self-love proved stronger than my love for Christine. I couldn't make up my mind to renounce the advantages attached to my happy independence. Yet I was the slave of sentiment. To abandon the artless, innocent girl seemed to me an awful crime, and the mere idea of it made me shudder. I was aware that she was, perhaps, bearing in her womb a living token of our mutual love, and I shivered at the bare possibility that her confidence in me might be repaid by shame and everlasting misery. I thought of finding her a husband in every way better than myself. A husband so good that she'd not only forgive me for the insult, but also thank me at the end, and like me all the better for my deceit. To find such a husband couldn't be very difficult, for Christine was blessed not only with wonderful beauty and a well-established reputation for virtue, but she was also the possessor of a fortune amounting to 4,000 Venetian ducats. I sought Monsieur de Bragadine's help. Aware of his superstitious turn of mind, I gave my request the air of a revelation from on high. "You must," I said to him, "obtain from the Holy Father a dispensation for a worthy and virtuous girl, so as to give her the privilege of marrying during Lent in the church of her village. Here's her birth certificate. The husband isn't yet known, but that doesn't matter. A husband will be found." "Trust me," said my father. "I'll write at once to our ambassador in Rome. You needn't be anxious. Leave it all to me. I'll make it a matter of state." I informed my friends that I'd consulted the oracle to ascertain who'd be the girl's husband, and the answer was that Monsieur Dandolo was entrusted with the care of finding one. Young, handsome, virtuous, and able to serve the Republic either at home or abroad. Monsieur Dandolo was to consult me before concluding any arrangements. I gave him courage for his task by informing him that the girl had a dowry of 4,000 ducats, but I added that his choice was to be made within a fortnight. Monsieur de Bragadin, delighted at not being entrusted with the commission, laughed heartily. Those arrangements made me feel at peace with myself. I was certain that a husband I wanted would be found. 10 days later, the license for marriage arrived from Rome. The dispensation gave Christine the right of being married in any church in Christendom. No publication of banns was required. We needed, therefore, but one trifling thing: the husband. Fortune was smiling on me, however, and had rendered me the possessor of 1,000 sequins. I paid all my debts, and now had to take the diamond ring out of the pledge. Not wishing to do it myself, I wrote to the priest making an appointment in Treviso. I was not, of course, surprised when I found that he was accompanied by his lovely niece. Thinking that I had come to complete all arrangements for our marriage, she embraced me without ceremony, and I did the same. If the uncle hadn't been present, I'm afraid that those kisses would have caused all my heroism to vanish. I gave the curate the dispensation from Rome, and Christine's lovely face shone with joy. As I wasn't yet certain of anything, I didn't undeceive her then. I promised to be in her hometown within 10 days, when we'd complete all necessary arrangements. After dinner, I gave the curate the ticket for the ring and the money to take it out of pledge, and we retired to rest. This time, very fortunately, there was but one bed in the room, and I had to take another chamber for myself. The next morning, her uncle went out for my diamond ring, and alone with that lovely girl, I spent an hour fighting like St. Anthony against the carnal desires of my nature. I could see the charming girl full of love and wonder at my reserve. We parted after my promising to come back again within 10 days, and I returned to Venice. On the second Sunday in Lent, Monsieur Dandolo told me with an air of triumph that the fortunate husband had been found, and that there was no doubt of my approval of the new candidate. He named someone I knew by sight, very handsome young man of 22, of irreproachable conduct. He was a godson of Count Algarotti, a sister of whom had married Monsieur Dandolo's brother. "Charles," said Monsieur Dandolo, "has lost his parents, and I'm sure his godfather will guarantee his wife's dowry. I've spoken to him, and I believe him disposed to marry." "Seems to promise well," I said, "but I can't decide until I've seen him." "I've invited him to dine with us tomorrow." The young man came, and I found him worthy of all Monsieur Dandolo's praise. We became friends at once. The following day Charles introduced me to his aunt, in whose house he lived with his sister, and I was much pleased with their friendly welcome. When I returned to the palace, I told Monsieur Dandolo that he might open the affair with Count Algarotti. Charles called on me to inquire when I'd be kind enough to introduce him to the girl. I named the day, adding that it was necessary to devote a whole day to the visit, as she resided at a distance of 20 miles from Venice. We'd dine with her and return the same evening. He promised to be ready for me by daybreak. I immediately sent an express to the curate to inform him of the day on which I'd call with a friend of mine whom I wished to introduce to his niece. On the appointed day, Charles was punctual. As we went, I took care to let him know that I'd made the acquaintance of the girl and her uncle as travelling companions from Venice to Mestre about 1 month before, and that I'd offered myself as a husband, if I'd been in a position to guarantee the dowry of 4,000 ducats. I didn't think it necessary to go any further in my confidences. We arrived at the good priest's house 2 hours before midday. Soon after our arrival, Christine came in, expressing all her pleasure at seeing me. She bowed to Charles and said that she'd take us to her mother. She was dressed like a simple country girl, yet very neatly, and she wore handsome gold chains round her neck and on her arms. I told her to take my arm and that of Charles, which she did. We went to her mother's house. The good woman was compelled to keep to her bed owing to sciatica. As we entered the room, a doctor rose at the sight of Charles and embraced him affectionately. After we had paid our compliments to the good woman, the doctor inquired after Charles's aunt and sister. Alluding to the sister who was suffering from a secret disease, Charles desired to say a few words to him in private. They left the room together. Being alone with the mother and Christine, I praised Charles, his excellent conduct, his high character, his business abilities, and extolled the happiness of the woman destined to be his wife. They confirmed my praise, saying that everything I said of him could be read on his features. I had no time to lose, so I told Christine to be on her guard during dinner, as Charles might possibly be the husband whom God had intended for her.
For me?
Yes, for you. Charles is one of 1,000. You would be much happier with him than you could be with me. The doctor knows him, and you could find out from him everything that I can't find time to tell you now about my friend. I leave you to imagine all I suffered in saying this, and my surprise when I saw that the girl remained calm and perfectly composed. After a short silence, she asked me whether I was certain that such a handsome young man would have her. That question gave me an insight into Christine's heart and feelings, and quieted all my sorrow, for I saw that I hadn't known her well. I answered that, beautiful as she was, there was no doubt of her being loved by everybody. It'll be at dinner, my dear Christine, that my friend will study you. Just show all the charms and qualities with which God has endowed you, but don't let him suspect our intimacy. If your friend should feel pleased with me, when would he marry me? Within 10 days. I'll take care of everything, and you'll see me again in the course of the week. Charles came back with the doctor, and Christine, leaving her mother's bedside, took a chair opposite to us. She answered very sensibly all the questions addressed to her by Charles, often exciting his mirth by her artlessness, but not showing any silliness. During dinner, I was delighted to see with what ease and interest she kept up the conversation. Afterwards, as we were taking our leave, I heard Charles say, "Lovely Christine, you're made to minister to the happiness of a prince." And Christine, this was her answer. "I think myself fortunate, sir, if you should judge me worthy of ministering to yours." These words excited Charles so much that he embraced me. During our journey back to Venice, Charles spoke of nothing but his happiness. He had decidedly fallen in love. "I'll call tomorrow morning upon Count Algarotti," he said to me, "and you may write to the priest to come with all the necessary documents to make the contract of marriage." His delight and surprise were intense when I told him that my wedding present to Christine was a dispensation from the Pope for her to be married in Lent. "Then," he exclaimed, "we must go full speed ahead." My 3 friends and I attended the wedding, as well as much of the nobility of Venice, curious about the circumstances and anxious to examine the bride. By her beauty and pleasing manners, Christine had won the affection of Charles's aunt, his sister, and his godfather, and Count Algarotti, who, acting as Charles's father, had taken upon himself all the expense of the wedding. We repaired to the church towards 11 o'clock, and were very much astonished at the difficulty we experienced in getting in. As they returned from the church, Charles and Christine knelt down before the young wife's mother, who gave them her blessing with tears of joy. Dinner was served, and of course Christine and her happy spouse took the seats of honor. Mine was the last, and I was very glad of it, but although everything was delicious, I ate very little. I was seated not very far from Count Algarotti, and I heard him say several times to Christine's godmother that he'd never felt so delighted in his life. When 4 o'clock struck, Charles whispered a few words to his lovely wife. She bowed to her godmother, and everybody rose from the table. After the usual compliments, the bride distributed packets of sugar plums among all the girls of the village, and she took leave of them, kissing them all without any pride. Then Christine left her village to follow her husband, and for the remainder of their lives they lived together in mutual happiness. In June, I went to the fair at Padua and made the acquaintance of a young man of my own age, who was then studying mathematics under the celebrated Professor Succi. His name was Tognolo, but, thinking it didn't sound well, he changed it to Fabrice. This man, who owed his later high fortune to his talents, would perhaps have lived and died unknown if he'd kept his name of Tognolo, a truly vulgar one. The privileged class doesn't admit the responsibility of a peasant having talent or genius. The distinguished appearance, the noble sentiments, the great knowledge, and the talents of Fabrice would have been turned into ridicule in a man named Tognolo. Such is the force of prejudice. Towards the end of the autumn, my friend Fabrice introduced me to a family who resided in the country on the road to Zero. In this family, card-playing, love-making, and practical jokes were the order of the day. But the golden rule was never to get angry and to laugh at everything, for one was to take every jest pleasantly or to be thought a bore. Bedsteads would tumble down under their occupants. Ghosts were impersonated. Diuretic pills or sugar plums were given to young ladies, as well as sweetmeats which produced certain winds rising from the nether regions and impossible to keep under control. These jokes would sometimes go rather too far, but such was the spirit animating all the members of that circle that they'd laugh. I was as involved as the others in the war of offence and defence, but at last such a bitter joke was played on me that it suggested to me another, the fatal consequence of which put a stop to the mania by which we were all possessed. We were in the habit of walking to a farm which was about half a league distant by the road, but the distance could be reduced by half by going over a deep and muddy ditch across which a narrow plank was thrown. I always insisted on going that way, in spite of the fright of the ladies, who always trembled on that narrow bridge. I never failed to cross the first, and to offer my hand to help them over. One fine day I crossed first so as to give them courage, but suddenly, when I reached the middle of the plank, it gave way under me, and there I was, in the ditch, up to my chin in stinking mud. In spite of my inward rage, I was obliged, according to the general understanding, to join in the merry laughter of all my companions. But the merriment didn't last for long, for everyone declared the joke to be too bad. Some peasants were called to the rescue, and with much difficulty they dragged me out in the most awful state. Of course, I laughed more heartily than anybody else, although I had already made an inward vow to have the most cruel revenge. It was evident that the plank had been purposely sawn, and in order to know the author, I had only to appear calm and indifferent about it. I was taken back to the house. A shirt, a coat, a complete costume were lent me, for I'd come for only 24 hours and hadn't brought anything with me. I went to the city the next morning, and towards evening I returned to the merry company. Fabrice, who'd really been as angry as myself, remarked to me that the perpetrator of the joke evidently felt his guilt, because he took good care not to disclose himself. But I unveiled the mystery. I promised 1 sequin to a peasant woman if she could find out who'd sawn the plank. She managed to discover the young man in question. I called on him, and the offer of a sequin, together with my threats, compelled him to confess that he'd been paid for his work by Signor Demetrio, a Greek dealer in spices. He was an amiable man in his middle years, on whom I'd never played any trick, except in the case of a pretty young servant girl whom he was courting and whom I juggled from him. Satisfied with my discovery, I racked my brain to invent a good practical joke. But to obtain complete revenge, it was necessary that my trick should prove worse than the one he'd played on me. Armed with my hunting knife, I went alone to the cemetery a little after midnight, and opening the grave of a dead man who'd been buried that very day,
I cut off one of the arms near the shoulder. After I'd reburied the corpse, I returned to my room with the arm. The next day, when supper was over, I left the table and retired to my chamber as if I intended to go to bed, but taking the arm with me, I hid myself under Demetrio's bed. A short time after, the Greek comes in, undresses himself, puts his light out, and lies down. I give him time to fall nearly asleep. Then, placing myself at the foot of the bed, I pull away the clothes, little by little, until he's half naked. He laughs and calls out, "Whoever you may be, go away and let me sleep quietly, for I don't believe any ghosts." Then he covers himself again and composes himself to sleep. I wait 5 or 6 minutes and pull again at the bedclothes. He sits up so as to catch the hand which is pulling at the bedclothes, and I take care that he should get hold of the dead hand. Confident that he has caught the man or woman who is playing the trick, he pulls it towards him, laughing all the time. I keep tight hold of the arm for a few instants, and then I let it go suddenly. The Greek falls back on his pillow without uttering a single word. The trick was played. I leave the room without any noise, and reaching my chamber, go to bed. I was fast asleep when, towards morning, I was awakened by people moving about. Not understanding why they should be up so early, I got up. The first person I met, the mistress of the house, told me that I had played an abominable joke. I? What have I done? Monsieur Demetrio is dying. I dressed myself, rather frightened, I confess, but determined to plead complete ignorance of everything, and I proceeded to Demetrio's room. There I was confronted with horror-stricken countenances and bitter reproaches. I found all the guests around him. I protested my innocence, but everyone smiled. The archpriest and the beadle, who'd just arrived, wouldn't bury the arm which was lying there, and they told me that I'd been guilty of a great crime. "I am astonished, reverend sir," I said, "at the hasty judgment passed on me when there's no proof." "You alone are capable of such an abomination," said all the guests. "It's just like you. No one but you would have dared to do such a thing." "I am compelled," said the archpriest, "to draw up an official report." "As you please," I said. "I haven't the slightest objection. I have nothing to fear." And I left the room. I continued to take it coolly, and at the dinner table I was informed that Monsieur Demetrio had recovered the use of his eyes. The next day he could speak, but I heard, after I'd taken leave of the family, that he was stupid and spasmodic. The poor man remained in that painful state for the rest of his life. I felt deeply grieved, but I hadn't intended to injure him so badly. I thought that the trick he had played on me might have cost me my life, and I couldn't help deriving consolation from that idea. On the same day, the archpriest made up his mind to have the arm buried, and to send a formal denunciation against me to the episcopal chancellorship of Treviso. Annoyed at the reproaches which I received on all sides, I returned to Venice, realizing I must once more move on. 2 days later, I reached Mantua. I was alone, with plenty of clothes and jewelry, without letters of introduction, but with a well-filled purse. Unfortunately, I lived like an anchorite during the first 2 months of my stay in Mantua, owing to the folly that I committed on the night of my arrival. My slight erotic inconvenience, by compelling me to follow the diet necessary to cure me, most likely saved me from greater misfortunes, which, perhaps, I shouldn't have been able to avoid. Immediately after Easter, the opera opened. As I was entirely cured by then, I had resumed my normal life and was present at every performance. Belletti, the opera manager, was in the habit of breakfasting with me almost every morning. But I did not care for Mantua,
and as my purse was well filled, I resolved on going to Naples to see again my dear Therese, Donna Lucrezia, and all my former acquaintances. However, my good genius didn't approve of that decision, for I was prevented from carrying it out. This is how it happened. Returning to my inn, mine host handed me a playbill announcing 4 performances of the Didoni of Metastasio at the Spada. Seeing no acquaintances of mine among the actors or actresses, I made up my mind to go to the play in the evening and to start early the next day with post-horses. Before entering the theatre, I went into the actress's dressing-room, and the leading lady struck me as rather good-looking. Her name was Narisi, and she was from Bologna. I bowed to her, and after the commonplace conversation usual in such cases, I said, "Do you have any lover?" "No," she replied. "Then I offer myself for the post, if you have no objection." She jeered at me. "Will you take 4 tickets for the 4 performances?" I took 2 sequins out of my purse, taking care to let her see that it was well filled, and when she gave me the 4 tickets, I left the room without uttering a single word. She called me back. I pretended not to hear, and took a ticket for the pit. I found the whole performance very poor. I was thinking of going away when, happening to look towards the royal box, I saw, to my astonishment, that it was tenanted by the Venetian Manzoni and the celebrated Juliet, who I'd met in 1741. Recalling that our acquaintance had been somewhat sharp, I inquired from the person seated next to me who that beautiful woman wearing so many diamonds was. He told me that she was Madame Querini from Venice. General Count Spada, the owner of the theatre, who was sitting near her, had brought her with him from Faenza. I was glad to hear that Monsieur Querini had married her, but I didn't think of renewing the acquaintance, and was on the point of going away when she happened to see me and called me. I went up to her, and, not wishing to be known by anyone, I whispered to her that my name was Farusi. Manzoni, who had yet to acknowledge me, informed me that I was speaking to Her Excellency, Madame Querini. "I know it," I said, "through a letter which I've received from Venice, and I beg to offer my most sincere congratulations to Madame." She heard me, and introduced me to General Count Spada, creating me a baron on the spot. He invited me most kindly to come to his box, asked me where I'd come from, where I was going to, and begged the pleasure of my company at supper for the same evening. I enlivened the supper by my stories and witty jests, and captivated everybody's friendship, particularly that of General Spada. When he heard me say that I was going to Naples only to gratify an amorous fancy, he begged me to spend a month with him and to sacrifice my whim. But I longed to see Lucrezia and Therese, whose charms after 5 years I could scarcely recollect. So I consented to remain in Cesena for only the 4 days during which the general intended to stay. The next morning, as I was dressing, there was a knock at my door. My visitor proved to be the first castrato of the theatre, who brought an invitation to dinner from Narisi. I accepted it with a smile. The castrato was named Nicholas Peritti. He claimed to be the grandson of a natural child of Pope Sixtus V. It might have been so. There was a numerous attendance in Narisi's rooms, especially of young men, who after dinner lost all their money. I didn't play, and it was a disappointment for my pretty hostess, who had invited me only because she judged me as simple as the others. The next day, before supper, I broke the bank, and after supper, feeling tired and well pleased with what I'd won, I returned to the inn. The following day, the last but one of my stay in Cesena, I said at dinner to the guests, "Tonight I'll take the bank." In the evening, after the performance, I took the bank according to my promise. I lost a few sequins, but was comforted by everybody, and that's much more pleasant than winning, provided we're not under the hard necessity of making money. The next morning I was awakened by a terrible noise in the passage, almost at the door of my room. Getting out of bed, I opened my door to ascertain the cause of the uproar. I see a troop of sbirri at the door of a room, and in that room, sitting up in bed, a fine-looking man who was screaming in Latin. He was cursing the rabble, the plague of Italy, and the innkeeper who'd been rascally enough to open the door. I inquire of the innkeeper what it all means. "Oh, this gentleman," answered the scoundrel, "who it appears can only speak Latin, is in bed with a girl, and the sbirri of the bishop have been sent to find out whether she's truly his wife. All perfectly regular. If she is his wife, he has only to convince them by showing a certificate of marriage. But if she isn't, of course he must go to prison with her. Yet it needn't happen, for I undertake to arrange everything in a friendly manner for a few sequins." I have only to exchange a few words with the chief of the sbirri, and they all go away. If you can speak Latin, you better go in. Make him listen to reason. I enter the room and inform the gentleman of the cause of the disturbance. He laughs and replies that in the first place it was impossible to say whether the person in bed with him was a woman, for that person had been seen only in the costume of a military officer. In the second place, he didn't think any human being had a right to compel him to say whether his bedfellow was his wife or his mistress, even supposing that his companion was indeed a woman. "At all events," he added, "I'm determined not to give 1 crown to settle the affair, and to remain in bed until my door is shut. The moment I'm dressed, I'll treat you to an amusing denouement of this comedy. I'll drive all those scoundrels away at the point of my sword." I then see in the corner a broad sword and a Hungarian costume, looking like a military uniform. I ask whether he's an officer. "I have written my name and profession," he answers, "in the hotel book." I ask him to entrust his passport to me for a few minutes. "I have 2, he says, "so I can let you have one." And taking the document out of his pocketbook, he hands it to me. The passport was signed by Cardinal Albani. The officer was a captain in a Hungarian regiment belonging to the Empress. He was from Rome, on his way to Parma, with dispatches from Cardinal Albani. At that moment, a man burst into the room, speaking very loudly, and asked me to tell the officer that the affair must be settled at once, because he wanted to leave Cesena immediately. "Who are you?" I asked. He replied that he was the vetturino whom the captain had engaged. I saw that it was a regular put-up thing, and I begged the captain to let me attend to the business, assuring him that I would settle it to his honour and advantage. "Do exactly as you please," he said. Turning towards the vetturino, I ordered him to bring up the captain's luggage, saying that he'd be paid at once. When he'd done so, I handed him 8 sequins out of my own purse and made him give me a receipt in the name of the captain. The vetturino went away, and all but 2 of the sbirri followed him. "Captain," I said, "keep to your bed until I return. I'm now going to the bishop to give him an account of these proceedings and make him understand that he owes you some reparation." I hurried over my toilet and proceeded to the bishop's palace. There, making a great deal of noise, I almost compelled the servants to take me to his room. A lackey, who was at the door, informed me that his lordship was still in bed. "Never mind, I can't wait." I pushed him aside and entered the room. I related the whole affair to the bishop, exaggerating the uproar, making much of the injustice of such proceedings, and railing at a vexatious police daring to molest travellers and to insult the sacred rights of individuals and nations. The bishop told me to apply to the captain of the sbirri. "I shall go to somebody else," I said, and proceeded straight to the house of General Spada. But being told that he couldn't be seen before 8 o'clock, I returned to the inn.
The ardour with which I'd made the affair mine might have led anyone to suppose that my indignation had been roused only by disgust at seeing an odious persecution perpetrated upon a stranger by an unrestrained, immoral, and vexatious police. But my ardour was excited by feelings of a more personal nature. I fancied that the woman concealed under the bedclothes was a beauty. I longed to see her, and the good opinion that I had of myself didn't leave the shadow of a doubt in my mind that she'd prefer me to her captain. The door of the room was still open, so I went in and related to the captain all I'd done, assuring him that in the course of the day he'd be at liberty to continue his journey at the bishop's expense, for the general wouldn't fail to obtain complete satisfaction for him. He thanked me warmly, gave back the 8 ducats I had paid for him, and said he wouldn't leave the city till the next day. "From what country," I asked him, "is your travelling companion?" "From France, and he speaks only his native language." "Then you speak French?" "Not one word." "That's odd. Then you converse in mime?" "Exactly." I pity you, for it's a difficult language." "Yes, to express the various shades of thought. But in that part of our intercourse that matters, we understand each other quite well. May I invite myself to breakfast with you?" "Ask my friend whether he has any objection." "Amiable companion of the captain," I said in French, "will you kindly accept me as a 3rd guest at the breakfast table?" At these words I saw coming out of the bedclothes a lovely head with dishevelled hair and an open, laughing face. Although it was crowned with a man's cap, there was no doubt that the captain's friend belonged to that sex without which man would be the most miserable animal on earth. Delighted with the graceful creature, I told her that now I had the pleasure of seeing her, I was eternally at her service. She answered me with the grace and the animation which are the exclusive privilege of her native country. I was already a slave to her charms when I went out to order breakfast. When I returned with the waiter, I found my lovely Frenchwoman wearing a blue frock-coat, her hair badly arranged like a man's, but very charming even in that strange costume. Immediately after breakfast, I called on the general and related the affair to him, enlarging upon it in such a manner as to pique his martial pride. I told him that unless he settled the matter himself, the Hungarian captain was determined to send an express to the cardinal immediately. But my eloquence was unnecessary, for the general liked to see priests attend to the business of heaven, but he could not bear them to meddle in temporal affairs. "Well, I shall immediately put a stop to this ridiculous comedy," he said. He turned to his aide-de-camp. "Go at once to the inn and invite that officer and his companion to dine with me today. Then go to the bishop's palace and give him notice that the officer who has been so grossly insulted by his sbirri shall not leave the city before he has received a complete apology and whatever sum of money he may claim as damages." When the time came for dinner, I found my friends ready in their military costumes. The Frenchwoman's uniform was, of course, a fancy one, but very elegant. The moment I saw her, captivated by her beauty, I gave up all ideas of Naples, and decided to accompany my new friends to Parma. The captain was certainly nearly 60. I imagined that the affair which I was already concocting in my brain could be arranged amicably. The adjutant came back with the priest sent by the bishop. Damages were paid. Thus the matter ended. A little before dinner-time we repaired to General Spada's mansion, and the general presented the 2 officers to all the ladies. Not one of them was deceived in the young officer, but, being already acquainted with the adventure, they were all delighted to dine with the hero of the comedy and treat the handsome officer exactly as if he were truly a man. It was Madame Querini alone who didn't seem pleased, because the lovely stranger monopolized the general attention, and it was a blow to her vanity to see herself neglected. She never spoke to her, except to show off her French, which she could speak well. The poor captain scarcely opened his lips, for no one cared to speak Latin, and the general hadn't much to say in German. But after a while the conversation became animated, and the young female officer was entertaining everybody, even Madame Querini Juliet, though she remained spiteful. "Seems strange," she remarked, "that you and the captain should live together without ever speaking to each other." "Why, madame? We understand one another perfectly. Speech is of very little consequence in the kind of business we do together." Everybody laughed, except Madame Querini Juliet. The conversation continued in the same amusing style, and all the guests were delighted with the graceful wit of the charming officer. Late in the evening I took leave of the general and wished him a pleasant journey. "Adieu," he said. "I wish you a pleasant journey to Naples, and hope you'll enjoy yourself there." "Well, General, I'm not going to Naples immediately. I've changed my mind and intend to proceed to Parma. I also wish to constitute myself the interpreter of these two officers who know nothing of Italian." "Ah, young man, opportunity creates a thief, does it not? Well, if I were in your place, I'd do the same." I also bade farewell to Madame Querini, who asked me to write to her from Bologna. I gave her a promise to do so, but without meaning to fulfill it. Now I turned my attention to winning the love of the beautiful Frenchwoman. After all, I argued, who could prefer a 60-year-old Hungarian against my 23 years? Moreover, I reasoned, my company would certainly be agreeable to them, as they couldn't exchange a single word by themselves. With this idea, I asked the captain as we reached our inn how he intended to proceed to Parma. "As I have no carriage of my own," he answered, "we shall have to take the coach." "Well, I have a very comfortable carriage," I said, "and I offer you two the back seats if you have no objection to my society." "That's a piece of good fortune. Be kind enough to propose it to Henriette." I turned to her. "Will you, madame, grant me the favour of accompanying you to Parma?" "I should be delighted. But take care, sir. Your task won't be an easy one. You'll often find yourself obliged to translate for both of us." I left them in order to find a carriage that I could purchase, for the one I had boasted of existed only in my imagination. As good luck would have it, I found just what I wanted. At supper the conversation was almost entirely a dialogue between Henriette and myself. At first I couldn't suppose her to be anything but an adventuress, but I was astonished at discovering in her those noble and delicate feelings which denote a good education. However, as such an idea would not have suited the views I had about her, I rejected it whenever it presented itself to my mind. Whenever I tried to make her talk about the captain, she changed the subject. Yet she didn't elude this question. "At least tell me, madam, whether the captain is your husband or your father." She smiled. "Neither one nor the other." That was enough for me, and in reality what more did I want to know? The worthy captain had fallen asleep. When he awoke, I wished them both good night and retired to my room with a heart full of love and a mind full of projects. I felt certain of success, for I was young. I enjoyed excellent health, I had money and plenty of daring. I liked the affair all the better because it must come to a conclusion in a few days. The honest Hungarian insisted on giving me in advance the amount to be paid for the post-horses at the different stages as far as Parma, and so we left Cesena, but not without a contest of politeness respecting the seats. The captain wanted me to occupy the back seat next to Henriette, but I'm sure you understand how much better the seat opposite to her suited me, so I insisted on taking the bracket seat, and had the double advantage of showing my politeness and of having constantly and without difficulty before my eyes the lovely woman whom I adored. After a while, some fault developed with the carriage, and we stopped at Forlì to have it repaired. After a very cheerful supper, I retired to my room, thinking of nothing but the charming woman by whom I was so completely captivated.
Along the road, Henriette had struck me as so exotic that I couldn't sleep in the second bed in their room. I was afraid that she'd leave her old comrade to come to my bed, and I didn't know how far the worthy captain would have put up with such a situation. Of course, I wanted to possess that lovely creature, but I wanted everything to be settled amicably. Henriette had nothing but the military costume in which she stood. Not any women's linen, not even one chemise. For a change, she took the captain's shirt. Such a state of things was so new to me that the situation seemed a complete enigma. In Bologna, excited by an excellent supper and by the amorous passion which was every hour burning more fiercely in me, I asked her how she'd become the friend of the honest fellow who looked more like her father than her lover. She smiled. "If you wish to know, ask him to tell you the whole story himself." Of course, I applied at once to the captain, and having first ascertained by signs that the charming Frenchwoman had no objection, the good man told me how he'd encountered her in Civita Vecchia, close to Rome, dressed in uniform, in the company of an elderly officer. By chance, his lodgings overlooked the inn where they lodged, and he saw them whenever he opened his window. In the evening he saw the couple taking supper, but he noticed that they never exchanged a word. He was so intrigued that when he saw her alone in the room, he sent a message requesting an hour's conversation in exchange for 10 sequins. His servant returned to say that her answer, given in French, was that she was leaving for Rome immediately after breakfast, and that once in that city, he'd easily find some opportunity of speaking to her. "On my return to Rome," said the captain, "I was much taken up with matters of business and had almost forgotten the handsome adventuress. Then, 2 days before my departure, my cicerone told me he discovered where she lived, and that she was with the same officer. I told him to try to see her, and to let her know that my departure was fixed for the following day. We arranged to meet, and we have remained together ever since. We dined together, and you can imagine what difficulty we had in understanding one another, but we managed by mime, and after the dessert we comprehended each other very well. I fancied that I'd seen the end of it, and you may imagine how surprised I was when, upon my offering her the 10 sequins, she refused, most positively, to take any money, making me understand that she would rather go with me to Parma, because she had some business in that city. The proposal was rather agreeable to me, so I agreed. I was only sorry that, with our mutual ignorance of the language spoken by each of us, we had no opportunity of conversation, for I should have been greatly pleased to hear her adventures, which I think must be interesting. You can, of course, guess that I have no idea who she is. I only know that she calls herself Henriette, that she must be a Frenchwoman, and that she's as gentle as a turtle dove. Well, she has evidently received a good education. She enjoys good health. She's witty and courageous, as we've both seen. I hope she'll relate her adventures to you so that I may know her story. I'm sincerely her friend, and I can assure you that it'll grieve me to part from her in Parma. Please tell her that when we reach Parma, I'll give her the money paid to me by the bishop. If I were rich, I'd give her more substantial proofs of my tender affection. Now, sir, please explain all this to her." I told her literally what the captain had related to me. In response, Henriette confirmed the truth of her friend's narrative, but she begged me to tell him that she could not grant his wish respecting the adventures of her life. "Be good enough to inform him," she added, "that the same principle which forbids me to utter a falsehood does not allow me to tell the truth. As for the money which he intends to give me, I won't accept it, and he'd deeply grieve me by pressing it upon me. The moment we reach Parma, I wish him to allow me to lodge wherever I may please and to make no inquiries whatever about me. If by chance he should happen to meet me, I beg him to appear not ever to have known me." As she spoke these words, she kissed her elderly friend in the manner which indicated esteem and gratitude rather than love. The captain, who didn't know why she was kissing him, was deeply grieved when I translated what Henriette had said. He begged me to tell her that if he was to obey her with any easy conscience, he must know whether she'd have everything she required in Parma. "You can assure him that he have no need for anxiety about me." This conversation made us all very sad. For a long time we remained thoughtful and silent. Finally, feeling the situation to be painful, I rose and wished them good night. As soon as I found myself alone in my room, deeply moved by conflicting feelings of love, surprise, and uncertainty, I began to give vent to my feelings in a kind of soliloquy, as I always do when I am strongly excited by anything. "Who can she be?" I said, speaking to the walls. "This girl who seems to have the most elevated feelings, but cloaks them under the veil of the most cynical debauchery. She says that in Parma she wishes to remain perfectly unknown, her own mistress, and I'm sure she'll place me under the same restrictions as the captain. Goodbye to my expectations. But who is she? What is she? She must either have a lover or a husband in Parma, or she must belong to a respectable family. Or perhaps, thanks to a boundless love for debauchery and confidence in her own charms, she intends to try and enslave some wealthy nobleman. But that would be the plan of someone reduced to utter despair, and this doesn't seem to be the case with Henriette. Yet she possesses nothing. True, but she refused the captain's help as if she had everything she needed. She might possibly feel herself justified in her conduct towards the captain, but it isn't the same with me. With her intelligence, she must be aware that I wouldn't have travelled with them if I hadn't been captivated by her. She must know she can't prevent me from wishing the reward which every man expects at the hands of the woman he loves. If she wants to make a dupe of me, I'm in honour bound to show her how mistaken she is. I'll ask her, I said to myself, to grant me the same favours which she has so easily granted her old captain. I felt sure that she couldn't refuse me some mark of real or pretended affection, so with my mind fully made up, I fell asleep. My thoughts were too completely absorbed by Henriette for her not to haunt my dreams, but the dream which I had throughout the night was so much like reality that on waking I looked for her in my bed. I found that the happy dream of the night had turned my love for the beautiful creature into a perfect amorous frenzy. My appetite, much more lively than on the previous day, didn't give me a minute's rest. I felt I had to satisfy it, or die of sheer hunger. I dressed, resolved on possessing the woman who'd inflamed all my senses even before resuming our journey. If I don't succeed, I said to myself, I won't go one step further. But in order not to offend against propriety, and not to deserve the reproaches of an honest man, I felt that it was my duty to have an explanation with the captain in the first place. I went to the room occupied by my two travelling companions. Finding the captain alone, I asked him whether he'd object to my trying to obtain Henriette as my mistress. Let me have half an hour's conversation with her. If she refuses me, I remain here. You may go with her to Parma. As soon as breakfast is over, said the excellent man, I'll go out and leave you alone with Henriette. I hope you succeed, for I'd be delighted to see her under your protection when I part with her. The captain went out immediately after breakfast. The moment he'd gone, I told Henriette that her friend had left us alone purposely, so as to give me the opportunity of a private interview with her. I told her that it was impossible for me to abandon her in a large city without any money or a roof over her head. That's not only impossible for me, but even if I go to Parma, you couldn't possibly be left on your own, because I love you so passionately that you must promise to be mine. Otherwise, I'll stay here. In that case, you must go to Parma alone with the captain, for I feel that if I accompanied you any further, I should soon be the most wretched of men. I couldn't bear to see you with another lover, with a husband, not even in the midst of your family. In fact, I'd wish to see you and live with you forever. Let me tell you, lovely Henriette, that if it's possible for a Frenchman to forget, an Italian cannot, at least to judge from my own feelings. I've made up my mind. You must be good enough to decide now, and to tell me whether I'm to accompany you or remain here. Answer yes or no. Now be kind enough to decide before the captain returns. He knows all about this, for I've told him what I feel. And what did he answer? That he'd be happy to see you under my protection. But what is the meaning of that smile playing on your lips?
Pray, allow me to laugh, for I've never in my life seen such a furious declaration of love. Madam, make your choice, either one way or the other, and decide instantly.
And she burst out laughing. Yes, I said, it's neither gentle nor gallant, but it is passionate. Remember that this is a serious matter, and that I've never before found myself so much pressed by time. Can you, on your side, realize the painful position of a man who, being deeply in love, finds himself compelled to take a decision which could mean the difference between life and death? My beloved Henriette, despite the passion raging in me, I'm not failing in the respect I owe you. For if you persist in your strange request to be abandoned alone and friendless in Parma, the course of action that I have decided to take isn't a threat. It would require the most heroic effort on my part not to come with you, an effort which ought to call for your esteem. I told you that time is of the essence. Please consider how very little time there is for both of us to make our decisions. The word choose mustn't sound harshly in your ears, since it leaves my fate as well as yours entirely in your hands. To feel certain of my love, do you want to see me kneeling before you like an idiot, crying and entreating you to take pity on me? No, madam. That would certainly displease you, and it wouldn't help me. I am conscious of being worthy of your love. I therefore ask for that feeling and not for pity. Leave me if I displease you, I said, but then let me go away. If I were to follow you to Parma, I couldn't answer for myself, for I might give way to my despair. Now consider everything well. I beg you. You would indeed be guilty of great cruelty if you were to answer now. Come to Parma, although I must beg of you not to see me in that city. Confess that you cannot, in all fairness, give me such an answer. Am I not right? Certainly, she said, if you truly loved me. Good God, I cried, if I love you? Oh, yes. Believe me, my love is immense, sincere. Now decide my fate. But are you aware that you look very angry? No, not angry. I'm only in a state of uncontrollable excitement in one of the decisive hours of my life, a prey to the most fearful anxiety. I ought to curse my whimsical destiny and the Spiri of Cesena, for without them I should never have known you. Are you then, she said, so very sorry to have made my acquaintance? Have I not some reason to be? She looked at me quizzically. No, for I haven't given you my decision yet. Now I breathe more freely, I cried, for now I'm sure you'll tell me to accompany you to Parma. Yes, said Henriette. Come to Parma. End of CD 4.